up when I'm around.
It's they're into big butts still, I guess. Everybody's into big butts. I don't know. I got a buddy who's like totally into big butts, but he likes like giant butts. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a huge, massive ass guy, I guess. Just normal.
Cell phone supremacy conversations over? Because that's kind of...
But then again, you know, my wife's Asian, so I can't say I'm into big butts.
Serendipity, did you have the conversation with that person that wanted to ask that question about the thing?
Not, because you didn't really answer whether or not you wanted me to, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I kind of told Vima I think they know about it too, so.
Yeah.
What's the new trauma, Monica? You always know what's going on.
I've been accused of getting someone fired in the real world.
Are you serious? That sucks.
Is this still about the, like, McNuggets or something?
McNuggets.
I missed out on the whole thing, Monica. I heard about it this morning.
If someone had their fucking... If they're listening to Clubhouse on work, it's their own damn fault. It's not your fault.
No, that's not what it was about. Like, McDonald's messed up my order, and I went to go get the item that was missing, and I said, hey, I've been waiting for quite some time. This was unpleasant. Right. This is a pain in the ass. Can you cop me a Diet Coke? A large Diet Coke. And they said, we can give you your spicy chicken biscuit. And I'm like, well, you're not giving it to me. I paid for it. Like, and I'm like, that's no problem. I'll late line.
Yeah. With that, they just didn't replace it for you? Why not? It's just easy.
Wait, why not just get a regular Coke? Whatever you're eating, what is the Diet Coke gonna do?
No, but why don't they just fucking replace it? What's the big deal?
Yeah, it's just a Diet Coke.
Why didn't they cop me a drink? I didn't know maybe they were not supposed to. But it just seems like really good customer service that when you're inconveniencing something for a mistake that you...
Yeah, it's common sense, yeah.
But,
For free. And then they got in trouble for giving you something for free?
No, they did it. So I said, I'll just complain. Oh, you don't have to do all that. Pull up. And so I pulled up to the second window thinking I would see them fix the drink and I would get my drink and be on my way.
Right.
And they motioned me to move forward in front of the line. Right. So I couldn't see what they were doing when they were bringing me a drink.
Yeah.
Ostensibly. And I'm like, I don't think I want the drink anymore. So then I drove away.
I'm hoping you drink it. I'm hoping you did.
Oh, because they made you wait?
Look, I already waited for the item that I shouldn't have had to wait for.
Yeah.
And then they wanted me to pull up. How long does it take to pour a drink?
Yeah.
They wanted me to pull up and wait for the drink. And I'm like, I don't even trust you now. What you're going to do with my drink. I see YouTube videos about people getting extra things.
You're not going to do anything to your drink, dude. I'm not going to do it.
Well, Matthew, how about I go back to the McDonald's. I tell him Matthew says this drink that didn't want to give me is going to be fine. So I'm going to send it to Matthew. Can you give it to me? And I'll mail it.
Yeah, man. I think
when you have stuff floating in it, you can report back to me that it was delicious.
I wouldn't trust that drink. You know what I say? If you took that drink, I say, I'm a chemist. I'm actually going to take this to the lab to make sure you didn't shit, piss, spit in it. And if I find out I did, you're all going to get fired.
That happened to somebody.
I swear to God.
No, man, that's just
damn straight. But they will do that shit to you. They will spin that.
Don't do that.
They'll spin that because these people are no minimum wage employees. Some person's going to complain. They're going to be like,
McDonald's has more cameras than basically any other fast food restaurant.
They're going to get in so much trouble if they do that shit, man.
Still, I'd be nervous.
I
And most of them don't give a crap about their job.
don't know what they did or if they ever brought a drink out to the car that was no longer waiting for it because I left.
You should have seen when I returned home back to North America from living in fucking Japan for a decade. My reverse culture shock was insane, right? Because in Japan, like the McDonald's are like the floors are like mirrors, and then every time a customer walks in, all the stuff like run to the front and they bow and they say, "How may I serve you, honorable customer? Thank you for choosing our McDonald's. We're not worthy," and then they never fuck up. They never fuck up your order. Then I came back to Canada and I was like, Jesus Christ, are you people even fucking working?
Yeah, it's like
What the hell is going on?
some kid with a bull nose ring was like, "What can I get for you?"
Oh, they don't even want you there. They're like angry and shit.
Right.
Like, why you?
Hey, having this job, what do you want to eat? It's like, they don't look like they've bathed in 2 days and their hair's all unkempt. I'm just like,
I'm sorry to bother you. I know you're working and everything, but can I make an order? I'm so sorry.
honestly, that could be different though. That could be as simple as having a good manager that gives a shit about the way her store looks, if you think about it,
I heard that you guys, I'm Canadian. I heard that you guys have a good service at the fucking, what is it? Is it Chick-fil-A? It's like pretty,
Yes, my pleasure. Yes.
Chick-fil-A is amazing. Their app's amazing. Their
My
customer
pleasure.
service is amazing.
Yeah, be one of us.
nice.
And they do $9.5 million a store.
Except for Sundays, that's bullshit.
9.5, how much?
Million.
A year on average?
Yeah.
And they have a whole day off a week. Like they
But
have.
don't think you have to be Christian, right, to run it?
No, you do not. You do not.
Oh, okay.
They have Muslims running stores. No, they do
That's not true.
Oh, but it's
What
good
do
culture.
they
That's
call
good.
that? Holy chicken, holy nuggets. What do they call it? They make fun of the religious culture of Chick-fil-A.
I've not heard of that, but it could be
But
true.
in order
Sorry to hear
to,
Yeah, I mean, whatever. That's the thing. If you start a business, the first thing you have to do for the first couple of years is develop a culture. And then the details come in. No, you do. You have to develop a culture, and you have to develop really good communication skills between your employees so that nobody's guessing, so everybody knows what they have to do. And if they don't know what they're doing, then they shouldn't be afraid to ask. Like, that's why they're there. They're there to learn, an open environment where everybody's helping each other.
Space, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Communication is 90% of all fuck-ups everywhere, 100%.
Well, Japan's really interesting because when you order a coffee or anything in Japan at a restaurant, you say, okay, I want a small coffee, small black coffee. Let's say you go to Starbucks. Then the clerk at the front, they say, oh, did I hear you right? Do you want a small black coffee? Is that correct? And you say, yeah, a small black coffee. Okay, I'm just double checking, small black coffee. And then she turns to the person next to him and she says, this guy wants a small black coffee. And then everybody that's working behind the bar, whatever, all the baristas are usually like 4, they all say, okay, I understand, this guy wants a small black coffee, right? And they all call it out like together in unison, so everybody knows that's what you want. So like they confirm it to you, then they confirm it amongst themselves, and then small black coffee for Matt, and everybody, that's exactly what they say, small black coffee for Matt, one small black coffee for Matt's coming up. And they repeat it, so it's very clear.
That's too much.
That's too much. I would be tempted to troll. How would you?
I was smiling.
I would, small black coffee? Yes, I want a small black coffee. Okay, he wants a small, well, actually, can I have a coffee LA? Oh, you want a coffee LA? Yeah, I want a coffee LA. Oh, he wants a coffee. Oh, wait a minute. Can you add 7 sugars to the?
And they'll take it. They'll take it and they'll do it. It's just
How
a
many
different
times
process.
can you change the order before even they get like a little test?
And all of them own iPhones. I swear to God. They do. They're all iPhone users.
It's very organized. It's very organized. That's why when people get on this app and they're talking shit about like China's never gonna be a big economy and stuff like that, I'm like, oh man, you haven't been over there for recently in Asia. They've got their shit together.
We've done a lot for China too, really.
Oh, of course. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they got this culture of like
Basically
working
built
together.
it.
Yep,
Yeah, they
capitalism,
got this-
baby.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
It's a little thing called China.
Be honest about Chick-fil-A. You do not have to claim to be a Christian there, right? But my friends and my neighbors own Chick-fil-A's in the area.
Nice.
And they have to literally abide, and one guy's Jewish, but he has to abide by the Christian values
Right.
of closing on Sundays. Yeah.
Right.
It used to be, though, you had to be a Christian to be able to prove that you actually belong to a community in the Christian religion, but they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, but good Jewish people have their own business values. Like they're not supposed to, right? Just like Christians, they're never supposed to rip you off, and it's a religious thing too.
Look, a lot of Chick-fil-A franchises are on the market right now. You can buy them up because they added cheese to their sandwiches, and that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
actually,
you don't have it in Canada.
you don't get to
And I
sell.
don't
You
have
don't
enough
get to
money.
sell your Chick-fil-A. You get to return your Chick-fil-A to Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
They will find a new operator. You do not get to sell it because you don't own it.
Hey Joe.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever ordered Chick-fil-A like with the mobile app on an iPhone? Oh,
Yes, they have. It's amazingly good. It's one of the best apps out there.
Quite frankly.
On the iPhone, it is superb.
Nick, you need to talk like Donald Trump talking about Chick-fil-A and the iPhone. You got to do it. Come on.
Do they
Give us your best.
do like it's my pleasure?
yeah.
Do they talk?
They talk dirty to you.
Okay, cool. Oh, awesome. Okay, or what?
It's like my pleasure. Like I just wanted some nuggets, but okay, I guess right here.
Chick-fil-A sounds like a sure thing. It sounds like a great franchise to buy if you get money.
Well, the thing is, you don't own the Chick-fil-A. You pay $10,000. You have to
Right.
go through a very rigorous approval process.
I'm Chick-fil-A level 2.
And then you get assigned a store. It may not be near where you live.
Right.
And they do all the back office. They own the building. They own everything.
Okay.
And you can make yourself a great six-figure income being a franchisee / general manager of a Chick-fil-A.
But you have to be there and working. You can't just pay the money, right?
You have to operate.
yeah.
You have to be an operator.
Oh, okay.
You have to be an
Yeah.
operator.
But Joe,
Yeah.
you better agree to look that up. Google it, Chat GPT, whatever you're going to do. It is not. You have to show equity. That you have liquid equity of close to 300. I think the last time I looked, $350,000 worth of liquid.
No.
Liquid,
But
baby,
I
sweet
could-
gold.
I could email or call Dan Cathy because I've got it on my phone.
Nothing's better than gold, quite
He's the
frankly.
chairman.
That's funny.
The only thing I think is stupid, they will not allow franchise operators to have a franchise right down the road from them. We have 3 Chick-fil-A's within a mile of each other, and my friends were not able to get into the other ones because it's too close. They want to give into someone else. Well, we don't like that somebody else. And I was like, Monica, I went through one day, I got there at 10:25, got in line, and because they were so fucking slow, I couldn't order breakfast. And I went off. And I was like, you know what? Nope, your cameras. You got cameras up here. I was here in time. Breakfast ends at 10:30. Give me my breakfast. Yeah, Monica, I'm with you. I'm Team Monica.
Oh, okay. I see.
Well,
A lot of
I'll
that's-
take ownership because I knew they were having a rough rough morning. I smelled burning things and I heard shouts while I was waiting to get my order. And I almost said, let me check the bag. And I didn't. So that's on me, right? And then also, I needed a damn biscuit. It wasn't for me. I had to make sure, like, it was something that needed to happen.
This is Chick-fil-A or McDonald's? You're talking about?
McDonald's.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're all over in the drive-thrus right now. Okay, are we back at Chick-fil-A now?
So Chick-fil-A is the premium, and then you would go Raising Cane's and Popeyes, and then what, Burger King or McDonald's? And I'm sure there's like Rallies and Hardee's or whatever, but those are.
A&W, it's quite expensive.
You can't talk about Burger King right now
Why not?
because it's No King's Day.
Oh! I have family that believes 7 million people attended rallies over the weekend.
Yeah, it's just like it was a few hundred in a room full of mayors.
Was there rallies this weekend, Monica? I didn't catch up on the news.
Yeah, no King's rallies on Saturday the 18th.
Up here in Canada, we're pretty fucking relaxed.
Yeah.
I remember anything exciting happening.
Well, the people that protested and all, they're about 200 years late. We didn't do the King thing since 1776.
Unless you're in England and you go to a no King's protest, that was really funny.
But then you
I
have
thought that
Do you
was
guys really genuinely like Trump, or do you think he's just kind of comical and put up with him, or what?
Well, on the No Kings, real quick, you did actually get 1,000 more. I got the totals. It was 1,000 more than the first No Kings rally, but the only difference was the first No Kings was in June when the college students were leaving and graduated. They weren't here, so college students were here. So that was probably the only reason why they had an extra 1,000. But we had 7,000 in our city.
Well, just wait till Mardi Gras, okay? Give yourselves a minute to just wait. And then the Kings will come out, okay?
Monica, do you think he's in all seriousness, do you think he's okay, or you kind of just waiting for him to finish term, or you think he's better than the alternative, or do you really like him? I'm curious.
So, in 2016, I was angry, and
Okay.
I voted for him. I voted.
Okay, I see.
I voted against Hillary Clinton.
Right.
And I wasn't happy. I wasn't
Right.
happy. And then he did a good job. And then I saw all the bullshit they put him through. 2 sham impeachments for crimes that they committed. So I voted 3 times. And in 2020, I was happy to vote for him.
Really?
And then all that shit happened. And I'm like, okay. And then in 2024, I was scared and grateful. I was scared that he wouldn't win, and then I was grateful that he did.
But do you is that more you dislike the other side more, and that's why you're trying to vote for him, or do you actually like his personality? Because from the perspective of Canadians, right, we're up here in Canada, and we're more low key. We don't really like drama too much, to be honest. And so I don't think.
It's weird because your former prime minister dressed up in blackface. And
Well,
so
no. Yeah, I know, but he wasn't dramatic like Trump. Not so much, right? So
He doesn't have a wiener. He won't stand up and do what's right. That's the only problem. Sorry.
So you guys,
and you even had a shot, Matthew. You could have been our big beautiful 51st state. You had a shot.
Right. So you guys there's a segment of the American population that likes the machismo, likes the strongman figure, is what you're saying.
So and I'm speaking. Let me speak for me. What I like.
Right. Yeah. Because everybody's
Absolutely has a sense of humor, and he absolutely gets things done. I am puzzled by the people that are so angry that he closed the border on day one. And his policies are good for us, I think. We'll see about the tariffs, but even then, what was the breaking news on the China tariffs? It was another business ploy. It was another ploy.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know why anybody is not recognizing that we just got graced with the pleasure of Ted Cruz in the room. Now, we shut our borders in Florida. Ron DeSantis was like, fuck the rest of America. We're making our own country. COVID came around, we just shut down our borders. Get the hell out. He turned around a ton of vehicles. Yeah. And if you wanted to come into our state, guess what? They were going to try.
That's my conspiracy.
How about that?
It's like, how come no one was listening to Ted Cruz? So you have two Republicans that live in the same home.
You guys know where I'm at?
My mother and my father. And my dad asked my mother at the dinner table, who are you voting for? And she says, none other than Ted Cruz.
You know where I'm at? I'm in Calgary. Ted Cruz,
So,
was he born here?
You know,
in
it's
Calgary?
like in that situation, it's like, is mom dumb?
Yeah, he was Canadian.
No,
Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
Trump is
my city.
That's
right.
We're launching missiles on boats coming from South America, and we just basically took out bases on land of these same people that are bringing drugs in illegally. At least that's the way I understand it.
Yeah, but Sean, how do you know that's real?
It's pretty awesome.
Like, what if it's something?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it was just random people on a boat, you know? I mean, my concern is, honestly and realistically, on all seriousness, those people on the boat transporting the drugs probably aren't the leaders. They're probably people that have been hijacked in way, shape, or form saying, if you don't do this, we're going to kill your family. So on the boat end, yeah, I'm a little, you know, there's that part, right?
Right.
But if we continue to destroy their product, they're just going to realize that the shit's not working for them anymore. But we took it to the land and took it to their bases, and yeah, they're deemed terrorist organizations. And they'll deem more organizations that do bring fentanyl into our country, and will give us free range in our government to come in, infiltrate, and destroy them. Yeah, I think it's great. It's the best war on drugs ever. Nancy Reagan should have done that in the first place. Yep.
I don't know. I have questions.
I'm just questioning why Brock decided to become Ted Cruz tonight.
I've never changed my.
Was that Brock, Ben? That's hilarious.
It's me, yeah. Yeah, please.
Wait, this is Brock?
Yes.
Oh.
Tis me, my followers. Yeah,
That's it.
I'm not sure we're your followers, but okay.
I
Sean.
wanted to give it a go.
Yeah, if we followed you, we'd all be lost.
Okay.
Sean, your perspective is really interesting for me because I think I'm just like a regular Canadian guy. We don't have enough money or power to like take out where the origins of like fentanyl is coming from. That's interesting. That's like a very different perspective that I have, or that probably could have, because we got that shit coming in from China in through the port of Vancouver. And Vancouver, man, just Google Vancouver zombies. It's horrific. Vancouver looks like it's an amazing, beautiful, beautiful city. This place in Canada, just north of Seattle, beautiful. But then there's like one area that's just everybody's a zombie. It's all friend.
Yeah, Vancouver is your port.
Yeah. So from like the Canadian perspective, like if we had an army that like I just can't imagine us ever having a strong enough army to like go, let's say to, I don't know, let's say like bomb a ship that was on its way to Canada that was bringing fentanyl in. I don't know how the Canadian people would react. I think we would be like suspicious of our government. Was that what was really on that?
Yeah, it would be suspicious because there's a big border right there. Why in the hell would they send it?
Oh, they bring it in through Nick. A lot of fentanyl comes in from China to Vancouver because there's this like the triad gangs and the triad gangs in Calgary in Vancouver work with the mafia.
So basically, what you're saying is like, who's smarter? Like, so clearly, it's not coming in through the Canadian border, but it's like they're smarter than you, and in what way? Because it's still coming in. It's still coming into the country.
No, it's coming in through the port of Vancouver. We know that. It's the fucking longshoremen. It's the longshore union. They're working together with the fucking triad gangs in Vancouver. Everybody knows it.
Hey, can you hold on for 1 second? Daisy's been trying to say something, but she hasn't been able to say it.
Daisy, baby, get it out. Go ahead.
No, I just had my mic on. Sorry about that. Hi, everybody.
That was it. We stopped you.
That's it. Sorry. I don't know what happened.
Hey,
Well, hello, Miss Dave.
Just kidding, Daisy.
Hello.
anyways, I better take off from Clubhouse. I gotta go. I got an early flight tomorrow. Fucking off and go into Dubai.
Safe travels. Oh,
Hi,
Dubai, Matthew. That's
Safe travels. Hey, Matthew, if you have an iPhone, you can put your boarding pass in your Apple Wallet, so it's nice and easy for you to get.
I know.
Matthew,
And don't forget
Matthew, I have to say,
dictionary.
Matthew, before you go, I must say to you this one thing. I never wanted Canada to be the 51st state. I want it to be maybe the 53rd state. Yes, thank you, Monica. Because if all of Canada became the 51st state, it'd be like adding another California, and how would that work for Republicans?
Well, that's what I was.
We don't want their help.
You would have to figure out the you'd have to divide that into at least three or four different
That's a good point.
states.
Like honestly,
Right.
Canada
It's an
has
Android
40
user to
that's
bring up
40 million.
Canada becoming
That's
the
right.
51st
I'm
state.
smart as fuck.
That's 40
No, I didn't say
million more
51st.
Democrats.
I did not say 51st. But yeah.
That's
Anyway,
43 million more fucking Democrats. There's no way we'd ever do it.
Oh, yeah,
Now,
no.
Matthew, on that, the Dodgers are going to kick the Blue Jays' ass. I just have to tell you. Best of luck to you.
No.
Do you imagine having that many freeloaders all at once?
I love fucking Ichiro, fucking the Japanese guy is he's amazing player.
This is where the
Oh my
white man
God.
says, Wallahi.
I have
Means,
a
let's change the subject.
yeah, I was gonna change the subject. I have a Clubhouse grievance. It's getting ridiculously difficult to find you guys. Like, I'm on the app for conversation, but I'm truly on the app for like a half a dozen people or so. And so the buddy bar is basically non-functional.
Well, here's what I think.
It doesn't show our buddies, does it, Serendipity?
Monica, when they allowed the Anon feature, it just like enforced the fact that they wanted to promote beefing people.
Sorry, nobody hates jealous.
They wanted people to argue. Yeah. So now, and you remember the feature where you could click on the room and you could see who was in there. So now you got to go to the back channel and it's a total toss-up. It's a total toss-up.
It doesn't show all your friends either. It's just like
Unless you're
the top 10 or some weird shit.
Yeah, if you're just popping in, like you're just, I mean, everybody's honed in on you. Like if you just click on a room, bro, you're done for. Bonita.
But it does show you that if they come in anonymous, if they belong to your house, so you know it has to be one of your friends somewhere. If it shows that they belong, otherwise they stay all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, so I'm always the Israel flag.
Why would you dox yourself?
No, I've never.
That's funny.
I've never paid for it. That's why.
So, wait, you're an anonymous ho. You're anonymous ho. You're anonymous. If you go into the house and you're part of the house and you go anonymous, you're just an anonymous ho.
I'll tell my secret group of friends I'm always the slippers.
God.
I don't know. How do you
yourself. Okay. Hey guys, I just got home. I love y'all. I'll see y'all. I'll see you in the next round next week. Tomorrow. Yeah, try tomorrow. See you. Hope y'all have a great evening. Much love.
And you can sleep with your Android. It's the only friend.
Yeah, hopefully your alarm clock application doesn't crash.
We got Mel in the goo.
Salam alaikum, white people.
Seaman alaikum.
But he said you got mail in the goo.
No, Mel, the profile.
Salami Lincoln, y'all.
You're so dumb.
It wasn't my joke. That was Randy Savage's joke.
If you want me to, Monica, I'll start texting you the link to the room because I like to have it texted somewhere, anywhere, so that I can get back to it.
I'll wait.
So
Always. And if I don't come, it's not because I don't want to. It's because I've got other things.
Are you doing something else?
no, son, I got it because I haven't tried to convince anybody that you like to murder people.
Oh my gosh, why do you need to be centered all the time, Seneca?
Monica, you're the one that likes to be centered. I wasn't even speaking until you mentioned my name.
I knew who she was talking about.
Yeah, because you're hyper-focused on me for some reason.
I am not. But I can be, and that should worry you.
This is like a Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens crush.
It is a crush.
Ooh. Ah. Serendipity. Are you making a room somewhere? What's up? Everybody's leaving. You killed the room.
I hate this room.
Murder, she wrote.
This room hates you. No, this room doesn't hate
That's what I
anybody.
tell people too. I just reverse it back.
Dude, Sean lost his shit with his little android, man. Oh my god. That was funny.
Dude, we kept that going on for way too long.
Oh yeah, it was great, but he kept doing it. I was even laughing when I was asking certain questions, like, because he would bite every one of them.
Well, good thing you guys talked to him because at least Sarah will not beat him like Bima wanted to beat her boyfriend. Yeah, so he should be clear tonight. You guys let him have all his conversation out. All at once.
Which guy? You talking about the African guy?
Yeah, her slave. Bima slave.
I just
different-
let John roll. I just let him go because I'm like, if I can help his girlfriend to not have to listen to him, all hell.
And the thunder roll.
You ever make a room on the app and like just make it public and then just anybody can come in there, but I don't know, you made a room title maybe to like draw people in, but then this random dude from another country comes in.
My public room was shadow banned immediately. And if I could put I love Jesus in it, and it would shadow ban.
The random dudes from other countries that come in and they get up on stage and everybody's in the middle of having a conversation and they go, "What is the topic?"
Yeah, what is the topic? Yeah,
What is
so
the-
then my American friends come in the room because I don't have anything else to do, so I just have it going on in my little earbud. And then the chat says from the very beginning, it's like, whatever. And it's like, okay, well, why are these foreigners in your room? Like, what was the beginning of this room? Why did you start it? You know, what was the room title?
Go into
And the thunder roll.
I like it when they come in, they start singing in another language. They always like that.
Ugh.
That's cool. The only person I know on the app that does that is Abdul.
Yes.
And he cracks me up, and I just keep saying to him, "You speak English, shut up. You speak English." I'm trying to figure out what goes on in those Arabic rooms. But I was told today it might be Persian rooms, but I go in there for fun because I don't know what they're saying.
What I've noticed is on my original Clubhouse account, I used to go into these like good Arabic rooms, and like we'd be like flirting with girls or something, and it'd be like me and this other group of people. You know what I'm saying? Everything was cool, but now it's like more like public, like everyone knows, you know, and I hate that. I had some friends in the Middle East, Beth, that I had to say goodbye to. Some Arabian princesses that I'll probably never see another day in my life. But in my heart of hearts, I would love to be her prince. I really would.
Does she got an iPhone?
Yeah, she had pretty nice boobies.
He asked if he had an iPhone. She didn't say anything about her tits.
Yeah. She got those eye tits. Oh, hello, Edie. How are you doing? Get your little mute button under control there, Edie.
What? What did they do?
Your mute was it was blinking. You were
Was
trying,
it?
yeah, like you were trying to say.
No, I don't know. Glitchy.
Then the thunder rolls.
Serendipity is self-defecating, not self-deprecating. Serendipity, you know what I haven't mentioned in a long time?
What, Joe?
You're perfect in every way and almost always right.
Thank you, Joe.
Give this man his balls back.
I absolutely did not do it. Don't know what you're talking about, Nick.
So I think I know who it is.
Who is?
Who he is. This mystery man.
Oh, you do you?
Are we talking about this? Are we talking about this, Serendipity? Are we?
I didn't bring it up, Joe.
Well, what's the update? Give us the obfuscating update.
It's good. It's very good.
Is there a meetup in the future?
I mean, not anything imminent.
I only want to know if it's imminent and intimate.
Not inanimate.
Yeah.
Bro, no, room takeover.
Bruh.
Who's fucking who is not Clubhouse? That is for the back channel.
Bruh.
The back channel only.
Now,
Bruh.
we are
Nick.
talking about true love. We are not talking
Send it.
about underhanded.
Send it to me. I'll tell you.
Bruh.
I appreciate it. We're not doing that.
Give me a bruh.
You guys know what I had today for the first time? I had Dubai chocolate.
Oh,
Dubai chocolate
What was
bar
it?
with
Oh
very
my
good
God.
with
How-
crushed
what-
pistachio filling. It was very good.
ooh, that sounds divine.
I wish I
Yeah,
could have that.
what percent cocoa though?
I didn't read the label. I just ate the chocolate.
Oh God, you didn't agree to the terms and conditions?
How much did you pay for that chocolate to get to Dubai?
It was $5 for one small bar.
Jesus.
Joe, you should have called me. I'm friends with a bunch of Indians, and they own all the gas stations around here, and they sell it to me for like way cheaper.
Oh, send me a box.
Send me a box.
Now we're
And can I go in like on a subscription with you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Pistachios included, buddy.
Okay. As long as my payment process can go through Apple Pay, I feel safe and secure.
Well, that's because you have an iPhone.
Man, I need to stop making callbacks. That was so funny though. Oh my God.
I got a question. Let's wake this up. Like, I just had to do a loan, and when you call them and you're like, "Hey, I need some money," they ask you a series of questions. A lot of them. I mean, this conversation was like an hour long. And I thought they knew everything about me, and they were like, "Yeah, we'll call you back." And I was like, "Within today?" They're like, "Yeah, maybe so, maybe not." And I was like, "All right, whatever." And my phone rang while I was on Clubhouse, answered it. She said, "You've been approved. We need more documents." So what do they really know?
Everything.
I mean, you know, it's like we need more to approve you. So what was it? I guess that was just
It was probably a
whoever
pre-approval.
that girl was. Marcella was her name, Nick.
Yeah, but that was probably pre-approval. They're gonna want documents from a financial institution to show that you have a
Yeah,
checking
I got
account.
that. Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
Your mother's maiden name.
Yeah, but the other bank fucked them. Why'd they tell me no?
They didn't like your report.
What kind of credit score do you have?
Man, fuck you.
No, they believe me. Banks will give money to anybody they know they can sell your loan to, whether it's a credit card, a bank loan, whatever it is.
Yeah, if you can, yeah.
They know that you're going to default eventually. They're going to be able to sell it off and get rid of you. So they'll be like, yeah, hell yeah. Why do you think people own trailers and they drive $100,000 pickup truck? Because they know they will default eventually.
Right, exactly. Right the way.
The tower.
What kind of loan was this?
Oh, I was just trying to take out a personal loan.
Are you,
I didn't have any credit. Yeah, I didn't have any, enough left over. Yeah.
do you have a home?
Yeah, I got a home.
Then they're going to want to secure it with the home. They're going to want a personal guarantee. They're going to want a reasonable credit score. And they're going to want to look at how much money you make.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, we already stated that.
Then they're gonna hack in your head and cough.
Yeah, they said, no, we don't want to fuck with this dude. All right.
Tell them you work. Maybe I'll start a new LLC, and you can work for me. Prostitution, rock.
I saw it, baby.
That's just a write-off.
Rock it off. Yep, that's right, Nick. Rock it off.
Welcome to Brockfest 2025 LLC.
Wow. Why is it my asshole that's all of attention right now? Who do we have in here? We have Nick, Beth,
my chopped liver. Can I be in the group too?
I didn't get
Joe.
a shout out either, Joe.
Joe, Serendipity, Edie, Daisy. Of course,
And Seneca too.
Yeah, and
Yeah, don't forget the black guy.
yeah. And I would also like to say, son, Mel, nice to have you here. And Elena, we love. Oh, Elena runs.
Well, don't run, Elena. Serendipity, can you ping in Bima so I can troll her a little bit about her slave boyfriend?
I have a question for Serendipity, actually. What is the beef with you and, well, she's not on the app anymore, but what I used to hear was that Christy, whenever people started trolling her, like John Kitover era, okay, I know you know what I'm talking about. She's like, the only person I don't fucking know is Serendipity. So I wasn't there for that fallout. So if you'd like to comment, you can. If not, you don't have to. But
I mean, what do you want to know? You want to know how psychotic she is?
sure.
So, she was in a private house for a very long time. She was
Which
extremely
one?
at the grind. She was extremely sweet and sincere and
Yeah,
thoughtful.
she has an awesome voice. Of course.
Right. You know, very thoughtful and very unassuming. She did edit Kate Moss's photos as her personal PTRs. But that's really neither here nor there. But you see my little friend Nick here right beside me? He was also in the house.
Yeah, he's my good friend.
Yes.
So that's why I'm at, like, I want you to know that,
Nick.
like, I'm asking, like, for genuine, like, I'm trying to understand.
No. I get it, and I don't mind explaining it.
Well, hang on a second.
Detail,
The
but I don't mind.
PTR, the name that she used was somebody's real name. And she actually showed the PTR of that person. It's not her. So she was using somebody else's picture and name because somebody FaceTimes her and knows what she looks like. And it's not the person, which was a real name that she actually was using because we found information about the real person that she was pretending to be.
So
Yeah.
it sounds like to me, like, before you explain the whole entire story, it sounds like there's some parties involved that don't want to, like, expose, I guess would be the word. Like, anything is like, hey, let's stifle the controversy. You know? And I'm a fan, and I'm a huge fan of that.
Well, so let me tell you what she did. My friend Nick here, he because of previous interactions with her, wasn't her biggest fan. He didn't like mess with her or anything in said house, but like, I mean, he made it known that he just didn't really care for her. That made her uncomfortable. So what she did was she created a fake account using Nick's PTR and Nick's bio.
Oh, yeah, I
And
remember that. Yeah.
created a whole fake conversation between herself and him, with him harassing her and belittling her and cussing her out and threatening her. And then she brought said conversation to me and said, I don't know why he's
I've never texted you in the back channel. Just text me and tell me what you're trying to say.
I mean, that's it. Like, she pretended to be Nick. She made a fake conversation. Then she tried to tell everybody that Nick was harassing her. And
Yeah, that's wild because, like, here's the thing, folks, is, I mean, this app has went all to hell. We all know that. And I'll be honest, like as a country motherfucker like me, man, I can only do so much. You know, I gotta work. And I say I'm full-time Clubhouse, but I mean I'm here, but I'm not here. So I mean everybody needs to get it together. I feel like there's not a lot of unity on Clubhouse anymore. Can I get an amen? Man, come on, man. So you heard this, and
When was there unity?
the unity
Taxi
was
hour went for more than 1 hour, I think.
Miss Beth. You got to back me up on this one. So I was February, yeah, exactly, 2021. I've been on this bitch for a while. Where you can't just, you gotta love people, man. That's the movement. You gotta love people.
Except for crazy psychos.
Except for crazy. Yeah, you gotta know how to weed them out.
That's
And
right.
The part that I don't. That's the part that people don't like commenting on. But if you've been around for a minute, then you just kind of know, and you don't have to you can just stay on mute if you want to. You know, that's crazy.
I don't think Sun is John Kitover.
You don't think what?
I was talking to the people commenting in the chat. I do not believe that Sun is John Kitover.
No, it's not true.
I just want to say salam alaikum to the professor because I know she hates Islam. Salam alaikum.
Yeah, I do not believe that Sun Moon is Kitover.
When you're ready to do your shahada again, the professor.
Does that not mean hello?
Are you ready to do your shahada? The professor.
So Joe. It's either Lalo or Melvin.
No, Lalo's come up and talk. That's not Lalo.
And
That's
it's
not John.
Mel. Remove Mel. Let's see if it disconnects.
Oh, do you hear the room streaming somewhere?
That's what Alina said in the chat.
Oh, they're streaming
The
room?
YouTube link.
That's hilarious.
Just remove Mel. Let's see if it disconnects. Let me know what account needs to be blocked.
All right, are you listening to the account right now, Elena?
I am.
We're doing blocks.
So it's stream. You can hear it streaming.
Probably Mel though. Just remove. Let's see if it disconnects. If
So
it
it's
doesn't,
Mel?
it has to be some.
We're blocking people in this
Well, that's
room.
379.
Wow.
48 followers.
I got somebody I would like to block. I'm kidding.
Well, but you haven't even removed Mel yet.
No.
I know, I'm
don't
about
have- No, not on this account.
Well, I don't have any other account.
Why would you block somebody?
I don't have the energy to
Is
stream.
it still streaming?
I just removed Mel.
The conversation is so good, serendipity, that I'm sure all of America would like to hear it.
I don't think it is. I just see a picture. Let me log out of here for a second.
Someone said, yep, it's still streaming.
Joe said someone is
So it's Sun,
fake account.
Alina, or
searching for the things that he and take a shorter time to find the things that he actually tells the truth about.
The thing is, am I the only citizen in this country that's like, oh my God, he's a liar? Because other people seem to be like, oh well, we just gonna deal with it, right? Like,
well, they're not.
A lot of people are making the assumption that all politicians lie on the right. Like that is a. I'm not saying I'm not saying the left is making that assertion. No, I'm not saying the left is making that assertion. I'm saying people on the right are making, like on the MAGA right, are making statements like all politicians lie. So they discount Donald Trump's lying, and he's just saying shit as well. Other people do it.
Have done the same things. That's correct.
Right. And like that's not an acceptable excuse.
Okay, this man is tearing up the White House in the middle of a whole government shutdown.
Well, he's actually using the shutdown to close more departments. This man said, as long as the shutdown goes on, I will fire more people, and these jobs will never come back. Did y'all read that?
He also lies about things in that regard too.
I wonder particularly whether this is going to be like the Doge experiment.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Let's talk about that. What happened to the Doge? Remember when
the federal court said they had to be rehired?
Remember when Doge was supposed to be saving us money? Remember Elon Musk and how he's no longer an important figure? Remember when Donald Trump had a vice president the first time he was president and they're not even cool anymore? Remember when...
But you didn't believe any of that, right?
Me? No. But
I mean, yeah, that's...
people did.
Well, I mean, but those people aren't intelligent, Ron. What we're saying is, and maybe I'm not explaining this right, everything that has been presented to us in general is all a lie. It is the veneer. It's the smoke that's covering the real thing. The real thing is the cruelty is the point. It's to completely restructure what we know this country to be, fundamentally and otherwise. But you can't do it all at one point. You have to do it because you also know that you're going to impact the people that helped you get there. So it has to be done however it can be, in whatever version of strategic that they're approaching. You can't do this in a way, it has to be palatable. It has to be done in a small amount of time.
Can I ask a question, Quinn?
They want to rewind it past the deal.
No, because this is like my heart is hurt. I ain't even gonna lie.
This is crazy. I mean, nobody's calling him demented. Nobody's calling him crazy. Nobody thinks what he did today, doing that. The man said, oh, listen at that sound. I love that sound. It sounds like money. And nobody, this is crazy.
I literally think it's crazy. So, oh my God, hello? I just wasn't, can I just finish? So, to Quinn, because I'm a little emotional. As a veteran, what I was going to say was, do you not think that what he, breaking from, Pence first? Yeah, Pence, and saying that certain veterans, like, were worthless and stuff like that. Like, I know that you don't think that, but I'm talking about, like, the point I'm making is, what I'm most disappointed is my citizens to my left and my right? We know who Trump is. I'm actually disappointed in the people that put him there, and I don't know who to trust, right? So that's why I come on Clubhouse, like, defensive, like, who the fuck did this? Because
brother,
we didn't have to be here.
We didn't.
And somebody like niggas like Anthony and Omari did this, and I'm gonna always have smoke for them.
Right, but the reason why they go ahead, Marshall.
What did you do for us? By the way, thank you.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. I'm not answering that. Move on.
You don't have to, man. I'm just trying to be friendly.
And I'm not going to.
What?
I asked him what he did for us in
I'm not answering what I did to you when I in my service in the military. I'm not answering that.
Yeah, dude, that's okay.
So what's happening? Obviously,
Fuck you, me.
Ron.
For you.
I think he was asking that. Yeah. I think he meant that in the framing of like what was your duty in the service.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
He wasn't talking like he wasn't saying like he meant like what did you do for the country? Like that's the question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
if you meant that in a noble
Yeah, he didn't mean that way.
No, I meant that in a completely noble way. Like you served the country, and
He was asking what you did for us.
Service, and I'm curious what you did.
No, I was a pharmacy tech.
Dude, that's awesome. Military.
I'm sorry for lashing out on you.
No, man, it's okay. I totally understand. No big deal. Thank you for your service. I really appreciate it. And I, as a citizen, I am with you in the disappointment. I'm
very, very disappointed.
Well, that's exactly the reason why I can't chum with dudes. Like, I can have a civil conversation with them, but you have to understand that I don't think much of you. When we're talking about people like the Omaris and people like Anthony, who are, as far as I'm concerned, and I know why they get the smoke in here. I know why they're allowed. Yeah, that's why I make fun of that, but I understand because they're essentially proxies for the people who represent who did this to us, as you framed it. So yes, you can't get it. I don't forget that. I know the severity of it, and I don't chum with them because they have to learn that isolation. I know that them being here, they think they can keep company with good people because, in essence, they really don't want to go around people like them. And that's the conundrum, right? They don't want to be, because the people that are like them, who voted like them, are racist. He saw that today. He finds it hard to criticize them because he thinks the same way they do, but he thinks that he's separate and apart from them. When he actually arrived at the same conclusion they did, it doesn't make any difference. You prioritize something that they prioritize as well. Different conversation. But I just to address what you said. But the reason why we understand who they are, we understand why they made the decisions that they made, because they're not informed. They prioritize something different. For many of the Americans that voted for them, they prioritize. I don't know why it's so hard for us, and it's not an oversimplification to say that this is what they prioritize. They prioritize white supremacy. They prioritize their well-being and what they consider to be protecting what they value over everything else. They don't consider that what they value is destroying this nation. Even for them, they don't understand. And if they do understand, they prioritize what they feel has worked for them, at least for them, not for the country. Two different things. They prioritize what they think has worked for them and what has been good for them. What they prioritize has been good for them has not worked for everyone. And they don't realize that this is not a time where we're ever going to go back to that. They're having the same trouble coping with that as we are in this current circumstance. We have to, and the sooner we can wrap our minds around is the better you can deal with it. That is what we are dealing with. They are trying to radically change what they think is not working for them. It is a radical shift to the right where they have complete control and it disproportionately works or complete works for them. What the poor ones don't realize and have never realized because they always continue to vote against their own interest. They've been convinced that, listen, you can be like us one day. You can be like us elite one day. And they're going to treat you the same way. Do you want them doing the same thing to you? No, because you're us. No, you're not us. We make more money than you. We don't think much of you, but we will utilize you to insulate us from this. And we'll build these culture wars so that it seems like it's other people trying to take your shit and not us. So that's what they don't. It's not very complicated to understand. It's just that people they think it's everything else, but it's not. It's the very simple answer. They prioritize whiteness. That is what it is for those. There are other people like the Anthonys and Omaris who get caught up in that because they don't understand neither their proximity to the principles of white.
Guys, that I just read, there's some stuff going on. I mean, just gets crazier and crazier every day. It might be a minute. May I play this clip for you guys?
Yeah.
Check it out.
Please do.
No, what's it about? It's about Trump. How long is it? It's less than a minute. Okay.
I don't particularly care to listen to anything he says, but you can go. I mean, I'm not the only one in the room.
It isn't Trump. It's talking. Just take a listen, please.
Republican text chain was leaked with racist, anti-Semitic, horrific language, and this time it's a Trump appointee who was caught making the messages. Paul Ingracia, according to the text chain obtained by Politico, said things like that Martin Luther King Jr. holiday should be, quote, tossed into the seventh circle of hell. Ingracia said he had a, quote, Nazi streak. He said, quote, MLK Jr. was a 1960s George Floyd, and his holiday should be ended and tossed into the seventh circle of hell where it belongs. Ingracia is Donald Trump's pick to lead the Office of Special Counsel. This is the office responsible for investigating federal employees when they do something wrong, like violate the Hatch Act. He calls himself a Nazi, saying he has a Nazi streak, folks. This is serious. What are we doing?
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
want
we discussed that. Yeah, we discussed that earlier.
Oh, you did?
That guy withdrew his
Yeah,
nomination.
you wasn't in here. Yeah, he withdrew. Yeah, we discussed that time. We talked about that for about 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah, that was horrible. He you know, he was worse as bad as that preacher, preacher. The shit he was saying, I don't understand how you can compare. Well, yes I do. But you know where you're coming from. You know, put Martin Luther King, George Floyd. You know, don't do it. So, yeah.
That's insane.
I still think it's. Go ahead, Ron.
No, all I said was that was insane.
You know what's so crazy? When I was a kid, I used to listen to my grandmother and, you know, the elders talk about, like, growing up in the South. And, you know, not really, like, paying no attention to it because it wasn't, like, now I'm thinking my whole life that we're doing better. And that's all I ever, you know, basically knew. I knew about the injustices that Black people were facing. But every day we felt as though we were moving towards a better day. Not no more. This is probably the most worried that I've been as a Black person in my whole entire life.
I agree.
As a Black woman, no doubt, you know, we face things, but it seemed a little bit easier. But now I'm just worried. I'm worried to travel. I'm worried I'm worried about just being a Black person. And that shit is fucked up. Like, it really is. If we make it out of this, I'm suing the shit out of Trump. I promise you that.
If I can add to what Brooklyn is saying, I was raised not by my mother, but by my grandmother, and she told me a lot about the civil rights movement, and this is why I have a lot to say in these rooms and stuff like that. And I thought that we had made it out of this and that and this and that. And the fact that I'm scared of, like, my rights currently in today's time being stripped away, like, I don't understand why that's even, like, a thought. but it's happening, right? Like, I come from the hoodest of the hoodest of the hood, right? And I know that y'all say I flex my. I'm an HBCU graduate and I'm an Ivy League graduate. And I raised my right hand to God. Thankful for that. I will cry every day over it. But sometimes it's like it's for nothing because these people are coming for me because I'm Black, right? And it's like, hey, like, what the fuck is going on? You know, I just don't. And the fact that we have some of our own people that are like co-signing this shit. That shit is also hurtful, right? Because I'd be like, damn, you can't even trust my brother to my left or my right, right? And when I talk about my brother to my left or my, I'm also in a fraternity, and I treat brotherhood really sacredly too. So I don't like that shit.
But it go back, hold on, Marsha. Sweet Pea, hold on. If you go back and look at some of the movies of back in the day, Ron, when they told on each other, you know, the ones that were trying to run away, you know, we've always been like that. And let me say this to you. The reason this is so triggering to me, and I sit back and watch because a lot of people, I'm quite sure, the majority of the people in this room read about it. They saw it on TV, or they were told about it, as Brooklyn just said. I lived it. I lived during those days. I lived during the George Wallace and the Lester Maddox days. I lived, and I'm quite sure everybody, if you go back and read, one of the most famous stores back there was Woolworth. You know, you remember that, Quinn? They came into play. It came into play in a lot of the conversations. Yeah, because we couldn't sit at the counter at Woolworth. We couldn't drink we had the different, the black and the white water fountains, and the majority of the time the black water fountains were dry, but we couldn't dare. And talk about school buses, we had to walk to school, you know. So yeah, I lived that back during those days, you know. And that's why I'm sitting back watching it, and that's why I feel the way I do about some of these people that come up on this stage and talk so stupid and seeing this shit happening to their people, and they don't have a problem with it, you know. So I understand how you feel.
They don't have a problem with it because they don't understand what's happening. It's really crazy for people to listen to other people be so certain about the things that they're talking about. But all of you have been in here, I've listened to it without talking to them. I've listened to Amari, I listened to Anthony. I know the profiles on both of them. Anthony talks a lot about things that he feels. He doesn't have any real information. When pressed about information, he can't present anything. He can only tell you about how he feels. He presents information that out of context that he doesn't understand in depth. He does this all the time. He tries to make appeals to your sensibilities. He does it every day. Look, Deborah, you're a wonderful woman. You're this, you're that, and I got nothing but respect for you. He tries to set up the argument so that it looks like he's sensible, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. Ever. Omari is completely ignorant. He has no idea. His allegiance with MAGA has more to do with an emotional thing that happened to him that he blames Democrats for. He's not a true believer. He's drawing from that anger.
No, Amari said that they troll. They do it on purpose.
Well, that's good, and there's that as well. But I'm saying all of that is a byproduct of the way that they feel.
Right, because even with them like this, we still find some kind of pleasure in laughing and shit, even with all of this shit going on. Yes, because we're human and we're black.
Right.
But
and
we
don't
fucking. we not really like making light of this shit that's actually happening right now. Like these people are sick. That's why I keep telling you. When I be sounding militant and like destroy, cut the head off, get rid of the motherfuckers, I mean that shit. I don't be saying that shit just to be saying it because, like, even in our own families, what we should have did, right, was get rid of the problem. Mine did. We didn't fuck with the problems at all. But you excommunicate the people that don't serve you anything. They're bad for you. You don't let the enemy in. And these people are the enemy. I don't care what nobody say. Well, I fucking laugh at them, but I'll never laugh with them ever.
Yeah, I don't laugh at them or with them. I don't think that they're worth conversing with. Like I'm disgusted by any conversation with them. I know that's not everybody's outlook, but I don't enjoy talking to them because they're not even smart. Like if you have a conservative outlook and it's sensible and you can make some things make sense, then I don't mind having a conversation. I still don't agree with your ideology, and you can't make it make sense to me, especially if you are black and invest in something that is references conserving old principles, meaning that never served you or your people, which is fundamentally
make America great again, right?
Right. So it just doesn't make any sense fundamentally. And I think they know that what they grasp onto and where the
as a black person, how the fuck could you ever say make America great again?
Because because you don't understand conservatism. I was just going to say that. You understand? You take conservatism. You take parts of conservatism that you think you align with, like the intersection that they find that racist whites and black men like Anthony and Omari come together with is in religion, in faith. So those principles being a way of life, even though they don't live according to them, they value those things, and that's where they find commonality. But they really don't share the ideology. They share the thought process together of what it should, but it's not in actuality. So I don't enjoy talking to them. I don't see what, very personally. I mean, that it's you all's choice. I just don't enjoy talking to them. I don't see what anyone gets from a conversation from them other than just having a punching bag, somebody to tell to shut the fuck up and you're stupid, you're a fucking idiot. We already know that. They come and find I'm always actually more interested in why they don't
find pleasure in that either.
No, but you know what really interests me? I want to know why. I know why. I'm just rhetorical, but I just find it interesting that they like company here. But I know it's for two reasons. And the one they won't share. The one is they come in here to grift. They come in here too because they enjoy making you uncomfortable. They enjoy listening to you say how uncomfortable that you are or how angry you are about this. They actually feed from that. That's the reason why you got the Beavers and the Matt Cools and the other idiots, PP or whatever the fuck his name is, Pepe. All those people, they come in here because they like that. They love that interaction. I respect the other ones more. The other ones who just stay in their own quarters and revel in whatever is going on. They don't come, at least they don't come and share space with you because they don't believe that there's any need to share space with you. They got what they want.
Yeah.
They understand what this is actually in their minds, in their twisted fucking heads, this is actually a win for them.
Yeah, rather than
but there's people
I don't have to see or speak to them. I could be angry with them.
I respect them
far
more.
Away. Yeah.
Even though I don't have any respect for them, but I respect the fact that they, at least if they genuinely think it's a win, they don't need they don't need for this to be bad for you. Well, not bad. They don't need to feel like it's bad for you in order to think it's a win.
That's what I'm saying. So part of it is that they don't think it's a fucking win.
Well, they may not.
They don't. I think they know it's a loss.
But some of them do.
Some of them
I think that they don't think it's a win, but I think that ultimately
they do think it's a win. If whiteness is the purpose,
they take over spaces though, which is.
I don't think you guys really understand what they value in white supremacy. Like and understandably because we're not white, we don't know what it's like to be that and what it is to feel like something that you think innately belongs to you is dwindling or being taken away. This feels like a return, at least in some semblance, to them.
Well, let me ask Just this question real quick. Just shoot it. Have you ever heard of this pastor? I guess he's a pastor named Joshua Hayes.
No,
I haven't heard of him either.
You didn't look at the video, Ron? I'm gonna put it in the chat again because this is out of control. Like this man literally is on he got a podcast. They got pictures of him with Charlie Kirk, so he did podcast with Charlie Kirk, and he do the little things, the things at the colleges that they be doing. This man, you know when they go to the colleges and they question the students, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's the thing.
The thing that they be doing. Well, this man on, I guess, a podcast sometime this week, he talking about slavery, and he talking about basically slavery was a Christian right. And basically, I get it. I don't even know how to put it.
You're talking about he got like a beard and a
yes.
He got a mustache.
Owned by people.
Yes,
it's a Christian thing to do.
He got the Hitler look. He got the mustache and the Hitler haircut.
He's in Utah somewhere.
He's a podcaster. Yeah, he calls himself Red. It's
called Reform Red Pill or some shit like that.
He's a clown.
That's
He's a
podcast. But supposedly,
he's only telling what his pastor said.
that's what I'm saying. So he's supposedly some kind of connection to Hexeth. Either he his spiritual advisor, or they go to the same church, or something.
Here's the safe thing to do.
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Yeah, I just hear you put it. You did already, Brooklyn. That's a little ways up, but you did. The safe thing to assume is that they're all in cahoots with each other. There's no need to revel or marvel at who they all are. They are all of the same ilk. That saves us from actually talking about what they do individually and being and marveling at what they actually do. They are all, I'm talking, and then the real players never really even get the recognition. People are so focused on Kobe Bryant that nobody is focusing on the owners of the team. Trump is Kobe, well, I hate to make that right, but Trump is the star on the team. But the people who own the team, people who are running the team are the Stephen Millers and the Curtis Yarvins and the Tom Homans and the Peter Thiels. They are the ones that, and Russell Vaught, they are the ones that are orchestrating this whole goddamn thing. That's who's orchestrating this. They don't get the shine. People don't scream their names enough. That's who's actually formulating this thing and putting it into, that's who's, Stephen Miller is the architect of the entire immigration run. He said it at the beginning of the goddamn administration. He said what they were going to do it, I'm paraphrasing, that they were going to take this plan into hyperdrive in some way. That's exactly what they're doing.
The big
rocket science. We're just enamored with so many small things. We're so behind in the conversation. It gets frustrating. You got to focus on, and then in order to win something, you got to get ahead of it. You have to get ahead of it. Be marveling at all, and not chastise, no, please. We just can't be chastising all of the moves or the things that come across the news or what comes across TikTok. You have to get proactive. You have to first understand what's happening, and then settle that with yourself. This is happening. This is what's going on. I can't wish it away. I can't hope that they're going to do something different or appeal to their better angels. None of that is going to happen. They are evil motherfuckers that want to take over shit and make shit for their own self. That's what they want to do. Once you have resolved that, now you can say, this is going to be my approach. I'm not even surprised at anything they do. I expect it.
So what would you recommend? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just telling Jess I put it in the video in the chat.
Now, Quinn, you preaching. Hold on for a second, guys. Oh, give me 1 minute, Marsha. Lisa.
I'm right here.
Okay, you're right. You ready? You're Haitian. Are you awake? Deborah?
No.
Deborah?
No.
Yeah, I always speak me loud.
No, I'm here.
I'm getting ready to turn it in. I supposed to want to know was awake.
Yeah, I'm here. I just haven't eaten all day. I'm here. Y'all can continue on.
No, I was getting ready to turn it in. I haven't been asleep in 2 days.
I'm saying, go ahead.
You okay?
Alexander, when I don't sleep for 2 days, my hearing starts to go.
I have more than that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, do you experience similar? Like, if you
my chest is starting to feel heavy. You gotta
go sleep.
Yeah,
you gotta stop doing that too.
I know. We closed the room at 4:00 this morning, and I haven't been asleep all day, so I'm getting ready to turn it in.
So,
I'll see you guys.
Yes,
See you tomorrow. See you today.
So I just have a question for you. How should citizens properly engage? I guess what I mean by that is, like, in your mind, what are civic steps citizens can take to make things better? If you don't have an exact answer, don't worry.
No, Marshall, that's a fair question. To be quite honest with you, brother, I don't think I'm intelligent enough to say that. If off the top of my head, I would say that there need to be, obviously we need to lean on for those that can, you need to lean on your congressman. And I think the other thing would probably be that would be effective is some of the companies that are endorsing this. I don't know that boycotting really helps that at this point, because the way our system is set up and things that we've become accustomed to, I don't think that's sustainable. The things that do work, leaning on your congressman, if you do have them. I mean, if their congressmen are, impactful in this. But I think there's an element of this, honestly, bro, that we have to endure those. As the saying goes, elections have consequences. Now, that doesn't mean we have to sit back and watch them destroy this country, because what we can, I think what we can do is, that's really honestly the only thing I can think of off the top of my head is really just you have to lean on congressmen. You have to fight those battles, judges as well in places, and I think that's being done largely because a lot of this is really performative, right? The shit that's happening in Chicago, it's impacting people's real lives. Let's get, people are being harassed, but the cruelty is the point. It's supposed to look like that, but if it ever veers into actuality, and it has a couple of times, there's no real recourse because the people in Congress who are in the majority are doing absolutely nothing. Because it hasn't, in their minds, it's been cruelty. The cruelty against Black and brown people is enough red meat to satisfy them, to reach behind them and pick their pockets of their Medicare and Medicaid.
I agree with you.
It hasn't reached the point where it's really impacted the American population as a whole. You can't really threaten them with education because we haven't valued education in this nation at all, ever. Education makes people smarter.
Have you run across Hofstadter's American Anti-Intellectualism before?
I have not.
It was written by a Yale professor in the 50s. I think 1958 to be exact. But it's called American Anti-Intellectualism, and it traces intellectualism at a pivot swing in the country. Sometimes we're high expertise, sometimes we're super populist, and we think experts are idiots. The point the book makes is that pendulum has been swinging back and forth in the country for a long time. That you go from periods of expertise to periods of ignorance, which I've always thought was an interesting observation when it came to that.
Is there a time we've left ignorance?
No, I think all education.
This is very interesting to me. So we've been in other. Sorry, I'm checking my mailbox. That's why you hear an echo. So we've been in other periods in this nation where we've shunned academic prowess and intelligence and stuff like that. Are you saying that it's a pendulum that goes back and forth?
That was Mr. Hofstadter's thesis.
So for how long have we been doing that?
He says we've been doing that since the settling of the country during the colonial period.
So
I don't know. For me, it seems like this is a new thing. But
it's not new at all. This is literally how they did in Germany, like anti-intellectual. Anti-intellectualism is something that has always been used to thwart any type of progress. And I don't know where you be, Ron. America has never valued intellectual.
Never.
Ever. It's never been high up on our list. We've always positioned those people as wimps, as weak, huh?
No, I'm just saying. I agree.
And nerds and less than. And even when you look past brains is always, even though it's the superior trait to have, it's always looked at as secondary compared to brawn or sports or whatever is fun or whatever the dumb nigga can't do. So they up that. And in America, we value dumbass white men. So it's never been like, if you look at the people that, especially the right idolizers, they're notoriously dumb. Like, going back to Jackson, is a dumbass bitch, extremely violent, but very, very dumb. And there's a tradition of getting violent when you can't intellectually compete. So I'm asking you questions, or we're in a debate, and I'm wearing you out intellectually. So now you want to fight me, or now you want to say, you're a wimp or whatever. So that's how we always started that. Like, it's a tradition.
There's another aspect of that too.
You did call someone a dweeb like 2 weeks ago. I ain't gonna bring up no names, but
But that's not the same. There's another aspect of that. Dweeb is a like that's like a passive name. What I'm But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the very weakening of people that are smart. Me teasing somebody, calling them a dweeb is not, or a nerd is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how they make everybody that's smart. I mean, I can give you a very good example later. But everybody and dumb or relatable is pushed as, that should be the thing. But if you're smart or unattainable, that, like, fuck you. You're acting like you're too good, or you're weak, or whatever. I mean, that's just our country's model.
Yeah, and there's another aspect of that too. They don't downplay education because they can't compete. You generally downplay education because you don't want to compete. There's a difference, right? I don't want people challenging me for my position. I can compete with you, and there's a chance I can win. But why do that if I can just simply tamp down the overall education, and I can make people who are the majority of people who are miseducated or undereducated resent people who are educated? What's the difference? The difference is for those who have money, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter because I could care less. You're taught that you get an education so that you can live well, so that you can get a good paying job, and then you can live well. So, but if I can achieve living well without an education, well, then what do I care about those who actually have one? Because you'll be in the minority anyway. The people who are not educated are in the majority, and they resent people. Not just because they have the education, but because they were kept from having those things. It feels like it's intentional, and it is intentional to keep them in place because people are easier to control when they're not educated.
Why do you think the world hates black women so much?
Because
I think that's like
educated.
And they're also black, and they're also a woman. So it's like you're like, that's just, that's like that's antithetical to anything this country stands for. So they're always going to be hated, and so on and so forth. But I think we've always, I mean, this sounds harsh, but I just think we've always been a dumb country. I learned that, when I would see like exchange students come, and how they would just smoke us, like, on the humble. Like, they would just be like, you're doing this. And
even like on here, right? I actually cringe at the amount of people that use a doctor in their name, because I would never do that because I respect the title or whatever. But also when people actually do have the expertise, and they are like, like, I don't know, let me use like Kalisha for an example. I know she's a young lawyer, and she doesn't have a lot of experience, but she's a lawyer, right? And people always want to come for her, and Otis as a lawyer, and this and that, whatever. Because I don't know why people like do this thing about authority like they do. Like, let people be experts in what they're experts in. I wish I could tell y'all what I was an expert in, because I'm an expert in something, but it y'all just need to y'all need to stop doing that. That's crazy.
Well, the reason why that happens, I mean, listen, I don't know if you've just seen the recent exchange with Mark Lamont Hill and Queen's Flip on Joe Budden's podcast. So what happens is, and it's not rocket science. People that are not educated tend to be, and I'm not saying it's all of the case. That's not all of the people. It's not. But people who are educated tend to look, and in some cases have looked down on people who are not educated, right? And there has been a level of resentment for people who tend to be educated because they represent people who not only look down on them, but also keep them in a place where they can't, in their minds, where they can't elevate, right? So, but not being educated also has direct consequences as well. In that exchange, Flip told Mark Lamont Hill, who was a fucking professor, by the way, that he uses tricky words. That's what he said to him. He said, you use tricky words from time to time. He says, no, I don't use tricky words. I use regular words that are tricky to you. So, but that, right? I mean, while that's funny, it's what it is. That's an example of how, and I'm not saying Mark was wrong in that exchange. I'm saying that is the example. What Flip was expressing to him is that you say things sometimes that I don't understand. And that I resent you for because I think you're trying to talk down on me by using large words. And Mark is like, this is a part of my lexicon. This is a part of my normal vocabulary, the vocabulary I've come to know via my education. I can't dumb it down. I can dumb it down for you so that you can explain it, but that's not my responsibility. You can understand it, but that's not my responsibility. Your responsibility is to get up to where I'm at, not for me to come down to where you are. We are all that. I often resented that argument when we talk about how with the Democrats right after the election should do that with people so that they're not talking over people's heads. And that's I always resented that argument. That's the same exact thing.
That interaction that he had was like working in the barbershop was like almost, every week they would end up doing that to me because like y'all are dumb, and I just realized that these people are mad at you because you're smarter than them, and they can't grasp, and so they think you being fancy or something like that instead of just saying, hey, teach me, you know what I'm saying, or explain that to me. And I think that's a real big problem in our community, just with men, period. Instead of just being like, oh, I ain't get that, like, let me know so I could be better. We want to be like, oh, bitch, you think you smart, you think you old, and that's corny, and I see right through that. But that Mark Lamont Hill shit, Quinn, that was some funny shit. It was because he was squirming, but just because you dumb. Just because you dumb, just be quiet. Just be quiet because you just mad because you dumb. And then you about to get beat up. Because the thing is, then they want to try to son you. Bitch, I'm from the hood too. I could do that too.
Mark, the thing is, Mark Lamont Hill he's very smart. He's very well spoken. He has a vocabulary. But he's also hood.
Yeah.
He went to Temple. He went to Morehouse. He dropped out. He has a story like you don't like. He's not different from you just because he knows big words. Learn those big fucking words. That's it.
Or rest in what you are, Queen's Flip. Like you a funny nigga, you a hood nigga. That may not be what you do. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like I feel like you gotta pick. You can't. Like to me, you just showing me you jealous.
But then therein lies what I was talking about. So it's the resentment. That's what you get in the exchanges, not just verbal exchanges, but the percent of people with educations. That is where anti-intellectualism is born, right? Because the thing is that a lot of these people, and we have to admit this, a lot of those people aren't necessarily stupid. They're just right? There's a difference. When I don't
lazy.
Know how, well, I mean, but I'm saying even if I'm not lazy, I still have the capacity to do what I may not have it at your level, but I have the capacity to be intelligent and to think critically. I just haven't been taught how to. And
let me give you another perspective.
It's not that they're stupid.
Let me give you another perspective. So, as growing up, and Ron, you may be able to identify with this, you may not. growing up as a, you little black young gay kid, a lot of times niggas wouldn't let me hang out. It was, y'all gonna pick on me. So while they were doing mischievous stuff that boys do, I just was like, oh, okay, well, I'll just, do my schoolwork or, take care of this work. And that's what it became. So I became, I excelled past them, and kept on doing that. So now the way I see it now is the same people that we're arguing with now are the same niggas that didn't want to do no work, that didn't want to learn history, that was like, shut up, stop asking questions. These are the same, the guys that would have rather picked on me or, fucked with, the nerd or, the girls or whatever, instead of learning and understanding. And now here we are, and the tables have turned. I paid attention, I did, so I know what's going on. I know civics. I know, history. I can understand, our future, our past, or where we may be going. You don't. You're not. And the only reason you're in the political sphere now is because it's on the internet and we have social media. You would have never been into it outside of that, and probably never voted, until this point. So, and their get back to and it's not even just, gay boys, it's just the guys people that wanted to do work, that was interested in learning. The get back to us is, I'm going to vote an idiot in, like Trump. And that's our fuck you.
Exactly.
Isn't that fucking...
That's how I look at it. I think that's the fuck you to the Rons and the and the Quins and all these people. That's like, we couldn't keep up, and we still really can't. But we got a dummy that's going to dumb it down, that, falls into all the little contrarianism things that I want to do. And so that's our get back to you. That's how I look at it.
Madison once predicted that he was wrong.
I think that was the bottom line for a lot of voters, is that they feared that a woman who appeared to be a black woman and ran as a black woman was like, this country wasn't ready for that, and that she wasn't competent somehow enough to handle a job like that, and that it needed to go to Trump because he's this impeccable businessman and he could run the country like a business. That's what I heard.
And that's the line that they. And here's the thing. I mean, we all have opinion. This is a theory. I have no proof to back this, but that's the lie that they tell you. These people are just smart enough to survive, and a lot of these people have had black women supervisors, so they're familiar with how black women get the fucking job done. So they know, they understand. It's to be a contrarian, and this goes way farther. I mean, that's just the basis of it. And I think they say these things like, she's incapable, she's not qualified. What did they know about qualifications? Like seriously, what do they really know about qualifications? Ask them. Next time you talk to them, ask them, what are the qualifications? I bet you they can't tell you.
That's true.
Because it doesn't have anything to do with that.
Qualified person to ever run for president?
No, I don't. I bet you these dudes, like, if you look how when I asked the dude earlier, he started talking about Jim Crow. It was, man, shut up, you a faggot. Like, no, bro, I just asked you a question. Yeah, it's like, it's deflection, all this other stuff, because you don't know. It's not like you probably really don't really care that I'm gay, but you have to have something to say in place of saying, I don't know. I don't know. And I really would like to understand.
But you know what it is, Justin. They can't. If I can't formulate an argument, then I have to do the thing that I think. And listen, they all do this. Amari does this. Anthony does it. Notorious, definitely, he does it notoriously. No pun intended. But they will, once they figure out that they can't, whatever point you are in the discussion is starting to get serious, then they start deflecting. Then they start doing things that have nothing to do with the discussion. Whether it be to call you gay, whether it be to say you this, or the famous one is, man, y'all just don't want me to talk. Y'all just want to keep interrupting me. And
I hear y'all want an echo
That
chamber.
old man,
Yeah, and
old man
these
from earlier.
but here's
What was that old man from earlier? He's a new guy to me.
Yeah, you talking about the transformer dude. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, the old guy from earlier. I was like, sir, me and Just was like, educate us. Remember, Just?
Yeah, that's
We were
what
like,
I'm
educate us.
Me and Quinn been in rooms that I kind of suspected that, but now I'm sure that's what they do. Like,
that's exactly what the play is.
Yeah, all he kept saying was,
because I've seen me and I've seen Quinn and I've seen Michael. I've seen an array of different gentlemen. So if you didn't want to take it from me because you ain't want it from a sissy, you could have took it from Michael, and you could have took it from Quinn, but you don't. You instead of just, and I don't know if it's a black man thing. I really think it's a man thing. Instead of saying, all right, explain this to me, because I really don't fucking get it. Like, I'm trolling y'all or whatever, but like, since y'all seem like y'all know, explain it to me. I have no problem doing that. You know what I mean? But it took some time to get to that, level.
But said, I want to learn. I said, I'm going to sit back.
But no, what I'm saying is on some serious shit. Is that they can't say, I don't get this. I don't understand how delegates work. I don't understand the electoral college. I don't understand how basic civics work. I really don't. I understand a president and we vote one time every 4 years. I just started doing that. I don't vote in local elections. I don't know who my city council is, or who my representative is for my state, or my senators. And I really wish that we could have more conversations like that, because that's what it is. It's not you hate Kamala, you just don't know shit.
But the other thing is,
they disappoint me. They disappoint me daily, and I really want my black brothers to like get and this whole gay shit and all of that they like to bring up. We need to fix that. I just don't understand.
Yeah, well, you know what, Ron. You know what that's about, man. Come, listen, the reason why, it's to do exactly what you're doing right now. It's because it takes you off of the subject and makes you focus on something else. Something that I know if I say to you will trigger you.
I want to stay on the subject.
But here's what gets them off the hook. A lot of times, and I hear this happening here, and it will never stop. I'm convinced of it. As soon as someone does that, it's not a one-on-one with someone who can actually have to carry the conversation, and everybody can generally. What happens is there's a pileup that happens where everybody gets emotional and starts talking at the same time, and that allows the person to say, "Listen, hey, now this is going to be I'm not talking to one person. This is going to be a pileup. There's nothing productive about this." And here's the thing: they're right. There's nothing productive when everybody wants to share their piece of time, when everybody wants to tell them how angry they are with them or how stupid they are. Let one person who's having the discussion have the discussion. Everybody, there's always the ad-libs here and there. People talk. And I realize it's informal. I realize what it is. I'm just saying, but if you're actually trying to get to, and I don't like having discussions with no real direction. So if there's a person you're actually allowing to speak, and it's in direct contradiction to what you're talking about, or if it's part of what you're discussing, then have the conversation with them and tear apart the argument. It doesn't need to be emotional responses from people. Just said this earlier, and he said, listen, let them have the one-on-one with them. All I do is ask questions. If I keep asking questions, they'll reveal who they are themselves, because they don't know anything, or they don't understand it in context. The context is absolute, or they're omitting the context on purpose to make the point. That's also a debate strategy. It's not an effective one, but it is a strategy.
I wish that it was.
Gay's participation in the political process, that's always been the case. So what are you talking about? That's nothing new. It's nothing new. They've always participated in civil rights or any other political issue. They've always been in the conversation. They've never certainly have contributed to the conversation.
What exactly is
So
it?
you're talking about them, us, me, as a positive. What I'm talking about is them using it as a pejorative and always. So as soon as somebody disagrees with someone like me, Corey, or Just, the first slur that comes is y'all are gay, right? Like we can be talking about green versus blue, and it's like y'all are gay, right? And that is what I'm bringing up, and that's what we're talking about. It's not that we.
My strategy would be to go there and talk about the impact that gay people have had on civil rights.
That's a conversation in bad faith, though. It's not a good faith conversation. The conversation that mentioning that they're gay is meant to derail the conversation, not to explore it.
Yeah, so
not to
they
get in
don't
depth.
have a conversation about feeling rather than fact.
That's exactly it.
Which I like, for the record, I think all sorts of fucked up people do that to Just and Ron.
Yeah.
Like that's just a messed up way to go about treating people.
No, it's really fucked up. But I mean, again,
Yeah.
they understand. They understand. I've seen where Just sidesteps that. Like, okay, yeah, listen, check this out. Okay, I'm gay. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're talking.
Then we just move on. Like we don't even pay attention to that shit.
But it does. But
Well, it
that's
can't go
the
past that.
keep mentioning it and keep mentioning it until they keep pushing the button to where not where saying that mentioning the orientation is the problem.
This is turning into a real circle jerk. Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Okay. So as it relates to the topic, right? Are you guys going to say, right, devoid of emotion, we're going to take the emotion out of it, that there wasn't an undercurrent of run-of-the-mill Americans that got tired of the whole LGBTQ agenda, and that was part of the reason why they voted for it? I'm asking a direct question. I'm taking.
And I'm gonna give you.
No. Okay. I didn't even land it, but it seems like it triggered.
Well, you interrupted. Well, hold on. Let me just say something. You interrupted a conversation with an insult.
No problem.
You interrupted a conversation with an insult. To be funny, I mean, hold on, Ron. Damn.
Yeah, this is a circle jerk. Maybe you forgot already.
Yeah, so as it relates to me saying that, it just seemed like everybody was just agreeing with each other. If those words,
and that's okay.
Listen, my bad. I'm sorry.
Look, you don't gotta be a bad.
But you said you took it.
I don't care, nigga. I really don't care.
He was more mentioning that you interrupted.
My God, son. You interrupted. So I'm gonna just go over the long form since you won't shut up. You came in here earlier. You was like, I'm not doing that. Blase blah. You did that in front of the girls so you get you a little applause. You come in here, you get mad, and you do this. You do exactly what we were just talking about.
I am not mad about anything.
I'm not done talking.
You're attributing, but you're saying that I'm mad.
I'm not done talking.
So you're saying that I'm mad. I'm gonna say
to me, it seemed like you was motherfucking mad. To me, it seemed like you was mad.
What am I mad
All right, I don't know.
Okay, so I'm telling you.
You saw three men having a conversation, agreeing with each other, and so you had to jump out your face and be like, "This is a circle jerk. I have a question." Bitch, was nobody even talking to you? And why do you think that your question is more important than our circle jerk?
No problem.
Right. So this is why you get disrespected. This is why you get disrespected, because you're disrespectful. And that's why you get treated.
I asked if I could ask the question.
No, you went into your question.
When I asked the question,
you went into your question.
You're not answering the question.
You should have. I don't have to do shit.
Tell me what I should have
I
done.
don't gotta do shit.
You're gonna tell me what I should have done, right?
Anthony, I promise you, like if I really knew who you was, I'll smack your ass. Cause bitch, you really be trying to make a nigga act real good with you. Bitch, that's the type of time I'm on. I wanna slap your fat ass.
Yeah,
that's what I wanna do.
It's all good. It's all good. I asked the
Bitch, you
genuine
always
question.
fucking trying.
Hey, Quinn,
And I'm always trying to have patience with your childish fucking fat ass.
This is
And you always want to be a stupid ass bitch.
No
And
problem.
you fat. Don't forget fat and ugly.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm fat
And
and
bad
ugly. All
build.
good. And I'm
With
bad
long
built.
titties.
Beautiful. With long titties. Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. So I asked a direct question. Does anybody want
I don't give a fuck. You go ask the kids. Go ask the question to your kids. Nobody is obligated to answer you. You broke into the conversation. You were so itching. Like you could have just let us finish talking. You always gotta do this. Why nobody like your bitch ass?
Yeah, no problem. Nobody likes my bitch ass. It's all good. I'm good with all of that.
So anyway, like what we were just talking about, here's an example. A low IQ, smooth-brained individual can't even worry about fitness or worrying about how they look themselves, but is worried about, worked hard of the LGBT. No, let me tell you what agenda wasn't pushed towards you. The LGBT one, because I guarantee you no gay person wants your fat or fugly ass. Nobody was sitting there like, yo, Anthony, what's good? Like, I want to do something with... Nobody did that. So I don't know why you're worried about it, why you're tired of it, because it never touched you. Y'all be acting like y'all cute.
People do in their bedroom. I don't care.
Y'all be acting like y'all cute.
I don't care about any of that stuff, man.
But you're unattractive. So you just said, but you just came out your face saying you was tired of it. Why were you tired of it? It didn't do anything
I know
to
you're
you.
trying to push my buttons, and you're trying to get me to respond in kind.
I'm giving a literal description of you. I'm taking all emotion out of it. You are unattractive. You are one of the most unattractive men I've seen in the past 5 years.
Okay.
So how are you tired of anything of sexual nature? I'm sure your wife doesn't fuck you. So why are you worried about a sexual, anything of a sexual nature?
I don't care about
So why are you tired of it? So why are you tired of it?
I didn't say anything about me
That's
being
what you just said.
tired.
You're gonna act like everybody wasn't tired of the LGBT.
I asked about if that was not an issue with the there wasn't an undercurrent of that in America. I didn't say anything about me personally. Jay, if you feel there wasn't an undercurrent, then you can say, nah, I don't think that was a factor. And I'll explain to you why I think it was a factor. But you're entitled to say that you don't think it was a factor. It's not no big deal.
I just think that anybody, and this goes for anything, anybody that is so concerned with what someone else does in the privacy of their own home that they don't do is a goddamn weirdo. Especially if it's people like me or Ron who don't throw you no type of, like you've never... I ain't never said, because I'm not attracted to straight men and I respect straight men. We've never come at you that type. Only thing you know about us is that we're gay. There's never been any type of funny shit. I would venture to say with any gay person, but I know not with me and Ron. So you acting and like, or anybody acting like it's something, don't nobody want y'all. That's the most offensive part.
So again, the question is, do you think there was an undercurrent of LGBTQ fatigue in America that led to the election of Donald Trump?
Why are we a topic? I think that's what's
okay. So Ron, the reason why it's a topic, right, is because for example, let's take Brittany Griner. All right, this is the Brittany Griner situation. Yo, there was like a Wall Street journalist reporter over there. There was some CIA dude that was a former Marine. There was, there was some real high profile Americans. All right. And, Joe Biden traded, a world renowned international arms dealer for a black female lesbian basketball player. This, the whole thing with Tim Walz and the having tampons in the boys' bathroom.
Bro.
Like these, Ashton, I'm not engaged. We can't just all just mob. It's this mob mentality. I'm asking it. Ron is asking me where I'm getting this idea from. Ron is asking me where I'm getting this idea from, and I'm explaining to him where I'm getting this idea from. The idea of, men competing with women in sports. They're like these are all.
What? So do you really think of all the issues in the country, you think that men competing in women's sports is a major issue to raise of everything that's going on in the world?
No, Ron, I don't think it's literally a big issue. I don't. No, Ron, I'm answering your question. I'm answering it. If you listen for a second, we'd have a better understanding. So, Ron, I don't think it's a big issue, but I think it was made to be a big issue. I think that it was something that by the whichever candidates made it a big issue.
By who?
By whichever candidate made it a big issue.
So disingenuous. By who?
No, what do you mean, Ron? By Donald Trump.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hey, Anthony, do you think Biden brought Brittany Griner home because she was gay?
I think that he was pandering to his base. I absolutely believe that he was pandering to his base.
Oh, okay. So he was pandering to the black
yes. I think there's a perception. I believe there's a perception in that the Democratic Party, in large part, like a huge demographic that contributes to the Democratic Party is the black woman and the LGBTQ community. I believe that they're some of the staunchest supporters of the Democratic Party. So I do think he was pandering to his base with Brittany Griner.
So bringing a human, I just don't understand how y'all look past people's humanity and go straight to their sexuality.
That's what I'm saying.
Something that's 2% of the person, like if you have a problem, like you can have a problem with him skipping over other people or whatever. That's your personal thing, but black lesbian basketball player, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Like an American.
The CIA white man home. I'll just say, yeah, he's bringing the white heterosexual home.
An American.
And
in that sense, this is just an American. Like I just don't get that. And to me, people that do that, people that can always focus on shit like that, you either have some problem with it, some type of hate. Like y'all be saying y'all don't have no issue with the LGBT and all this other stuff, but then you say stuff like fatigue. Nigga, we are humans. Like, what do you mean? Are you fatigued of other humans? No, like this shit is crazy. Y'all be talking to us like we fucking puppies or some shit. Like it's really, really crazy.
Now you're saying gay fatigue? I thought he was joking. He was serious.
So Ron, I never said anything about Ron. Time out for 1 second. We're having a discussion here. We're talking about ideas. I'm not saying that this is my belief system. I've multiple times said this doesn't have anything to do with me personally. I asked you if there was an undercurrent in America, like there was like people who felt a certain way, and this was a factor in their decision making. That there's a certain factor in America who feels that there's sort of like a culture war going on in America. I'm not saying that this is my belief. I'm asking if you think that was a factor in the election of Donald Trump. If you feel it wasn't, then that's a productive conversation. If you feel it was, that's another productive conversation. It's not about personal attacks. I've personally attacked no one. I'm not saying anything. I'm not disparaging anyone's lifestyle choices. I have extremely close members of my family that make the same choices. Extremely close. They're not ostracized. They're not mistreated.
Basically asking, do you think that the whole the light that was shined on LGBTQ, was it a fact that Donald Trump being elected? It was one of the main topic points, so it was obvious, right? It was LGBTQ and immigration. I don't think that this is something that's new. But like that, if you've had this LGBT conversation several different times, so it was really a question that was unnecessary at the end of the day.
Brooklyn, you have someone in the chat that says, no, it was not. Move on. Brooklyn, you may feel that was the case. Based on the conversation that I walked in on, it was like, Why do people ask about somebody's sexuality? Why is it always that this is that or the other? Because it is a factor in our political narrative in 2025.
That wasn't the conversation.
When I say, okay, how it is because people feel that there's a culture war going on. They're hearing about, like, you know, yeah, a culture war.
The culture war.
This is literally just a social media talking point.
Okay, so now Jay is saying it's not a factor. Jay is saying it's not a factor. Jay saying it's just
if we're going based off of cumulative exit polls from the past 3 elections alone, the LGBTQIA plus community was not even among the top 3. It was grocery prices, gas prices, and taxes. That was among the top 3. This is really just a talking point in a narrative that's spread around.
I wouldn't say it's just a talking point, though.
Shoved in our faces consistently.
Okay, so Jay, I would agree that it's not the top 3 factors.
People who actually try to vote on anything like this are few and very far in between. And it's like I said, it's just pushed at the center because it's a juicy talking point, and it makes for great fucking news. Let's be honest.
All right. So Jay, here's where we're at. Brooklyn is criticizing because she's like, it's obvious that it was, and how many times we've talked about it, right? You're like, yo, it's not a factor at all. All right?
No,
I think it's something.
Brooklyn,
wait. Just let me land. So what I think it is the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's top 3 at all. I don't think it's a top 3 factor, but I do think it's a consideration. I do think that there's people that are standing on the borderline, you know, like independent thinkers that are like, yo, that might be the thing that push them over the borderline. I do think that it's a factor.
What is this idea that these people, right? Like, what is this idea about these type of people independently thinking? This is cult-like behavior, and yes, I think it would be a little bit disingenuous to say that it didn't play a factor because people are fucking haters. It's a bunch of haters that went out and voted because they're haters. They hate anything that is against what the fuck ever it was that they like. Christian nationalists. That's what's going on right now. These people are fucking running the country, and they're running it based on their hate, and they're using the Bible to justify their hate. So yes, it did play a part, but was it right? Do you think, Anthony, now that you asked that question, do you think the fact that it's always a talking point, either immigration or sexuality is the talking point, do you think the sexuality part is right? I know the immigration part isn't right.
So Brooklyn, you're asking me a question about what I think is right or wrong. I don't care about anybody's sexuality, so it shouldn't be, from my perspective, it shouldn't be a topic of concern.
I'm not asking you from your perspective. I'm asking you.
No, you're asking me if I think it's right.
Listen, I'm asking you from the perspective of a person like Omari or Manfinity or one of the people that you bump elbows with every day, and when they say things like, you know, they wanted rather Donald Trump and not Kamala because of the gay whatever, the gay agenda.
I've heard
Do you think that it's right to them? Do you think that talking point is right?
Time out. I've heard Manfinity, because of his religious beliefs, you know, kind of allude to that stuff. I've never heard Omari, you know, say anything one way or the other. That's the impression I'm under. And you know, like, listen, I'm asking you. Brooklyn, let me finish. Brooklyn, please. What I'm saying to you is there are people who, based on their religious beliefs, cannot support certain types of behavior. I'm not going to tell them what religious beliefs to have or not have.
Child, please. Manfinity is out here having sex out of wedlock, sleeping with a dumbass bitch. Fuck him and his belief.
I'm watching these people
people be fucking hypocrites. They get to do whatever it is.
I can't support that.
They want to do it, and then they get to say, "Oh, because
Doesn't Grindr shut down at every Republican convention?
Yeah, every single one.
Okay.
And their president just pardoned a big ass sissy, a big drag queen.
I'm like, I believe Scott his Treasury Secretary is gay. I think that there's this. So are we? Is someone saying that this is the only issue? No. Are they against gay people and gay? No. But there is an undercurrent in America where there's an issue as it relates to
Anthony, during the campaign, it was a lot of propaganda. Did you know the minute the campaign was over, Trump got in office, guess what? You didn't hear shit about gay books in schools anymore. All that shit disappeared, just like the other propaganda that was being spread.
He don't care.
A lot of that shit. I mean, why did you all why did it all just stop? So how come if you guys were so concerned about that, I haven't heard Trump or any of you all do anything to pull gay books out of school and stop, I guess, cross-dress, whatever it was, for reading books in school. All that shit that Trump was saying.
So Jay, to respond to your question, Jay, the other Jay pointed out that this is not a top 3 issue. If you look at what Trump has done with his executive orders, it's basically, keeping most of his campaign promises. All right. And he's focused on the issues that that felt were important to the American people. So I don't think that this is a top campaign issue, but it was something that was brought up.
No, but you're still saying, Anthony, you're missing the part where I brought up the propaganda. It was a.
Jay, I said I agree. You didn't hear me say I agree with you. It was politicians use propaganda. Republicans use propaganda. Democrats use propaganda.
So that means you would agree that it's a non-issue and that people on your side were just fooled. So it really isn't an issue. The propaganda just made you all believe there was an issue, and now all of a sudden
so what you described was a black or white situation. It's not black or white. It's a lot of gray. All right. So
get the fuck out of here. Let somebody else talk, because now you're doing a lot.
May I say something?
Whatever.
My name is Ryan. I moved to Costa Rica. I just want to shout out to all the guys and everyone that's trying to have a conversation about a lot of the problems we face in America. That this is a good forum to at least try to have a communicated aspect of how we talk. I just want to tell you guys, you know what? I'm straight as hell, but I played on a gay softball team for 4 years, and it was fucking awesome. It was dope. It was dope. I'm straight, but I played on the gay team, so I was around a bunch of different people that allowed me to learn a different lifestyle. They were protective, kind, generous, everything. They helped me, and over a 4-year period, I was able to be involved in a community that, you know what? Some of those fuckers were assholes. They tried to sexually harass me. But
where are we going with this?
I'm just saying,
this is a troll right now, y'all. This is a troll at this point.
I'm not trying to troll.
Ryan, get the fuck up.
I am not trying to troll.
Ryan, it's enough.
Jay, I'll go to put him in the go.
Can you do something with this, please? He's not being serious right now.
I'm not. No, I am. I'm not trying to troll. I'm totally telling you, I'm not trying to troll. I'm saying we should support each other. These people help me understand, how.
All right. Let's move on. Everything else, my boy.
Anthony, chill out. I'm gonna handle you too. Hey, Ryan, thank you for your submission.
Jay, because I said something.
Yeah, Ryan, thank you for your submission.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to troll.
Okay, thank you.
It was a valuable time in my life where I learned about another community.
All right, who's next?
Yeah, go next.
Because I don't even understand why it is the issue. I said this for so very long. It started with me with the whole Roe versus Wade. The focus on what other people are doing with their bodies is out of control. In a country where people praise having the right, their own freedoms to do whatever it is that they want to do, they look at other people and say, oh, I don't want you to do what the fuck you want to do, though. I hate it here for that reason. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is hypocrisy at its highest. Why do you care so much about gay people and what gay people are doing? I don't fucking know. But whatever it is that you hear about so bad, distraction from what?
It's a distraction because
bringing it
these
up is
people
the
are
distraction.
involved in sex
Why do you
trafficking.
care about that?
Oh, so you're saying them making it a big deal is the distraction? Yeah, I agree.
It's distracting people from the whole sex trafficking thing, which is huge.
Yep. So it's ironic, like you're saying, why does someone care about somebody else's opinion while caring about somebody else's opinion? This is just wild. Like,
do I care about? When your
the people who disagree with your opinion.
To votes that destroy
when
the country in which I
with
live
your
in,
opinion.
it's a bit more than an
Everybody
opinion,
gets a vote, man.
Yeah, but when your
everybody
opinion
gets a vote,
because you hate somebody so much that you vote to destroy
even
the
people
whole
that hate
entire
get a
country
vote.
for everybody, even yourself. Fuck you. That's
Brooklyn,
just how I
even
feel.
people that are haters, they get too. People that so there's people that feel that have a say so. They're a life. They should have a say so. So like this is cut and dry saying, oh well, everybody should think the same way.
In it though, Anthony. Like you want babies to have a say so. Wait, hold on. You want the babies to have a say so. You want you to have a say so. You want the preacher to have a say so. But then the regular everyday people, when they want to do something with themselves, whatever it may be that's not hurting you, they don't get a fucking say so. You don't see the hypocrisy in that. Yes, everybody should have the right to vote, but guess what? They're taking that away too, Anthony. So now what? Where we at now?
Brooklyn, when you say, you make a provocative statement, they're taking away the right to vote. Could you justify your statement, please?
Okay. It's like,
the redistricting of.
I just don't.
It's take away the right to vote, sweetie. That does not take away the right to vote. Someone makes a provocative statement, and when you ask them to justify the statement, that you won't stand it. It becomes indecipherable.
It's not. No, it's not. It's not indecipherable. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. That shit is not indecipherable.
Okay, can you justify your statement, Brooklyn?
You see that they are making it harder for especially black people to not only vote, but to have representation in their own communities. And you telling me that that's not taking away the right to vote? Maybe not in the literal, but it's as fucking clear as day that they're making it hard. Therefore, in the colloquial term, they're taking it away, buddy. I know everything not going to be. I'm black, so things won't be as literal as you want it to be. But you know what the fuck I was saying, because you're also black.
How do we not take it away?
Okay, so Brooklyn, all right. I challenge you to just go ahead and read the Supreme Court, the interactions that they've had as regarding this particular case.
All right, so cool.
So you listen to them, right? Yeah. So you had justices on both sides, and those justices on the liberal side, they tore that dude from Harvard a new one. They ripped him to shreds.
Are there, Anthony?
Just 3 of them. It's going to be another 6-3 verdict.
And what rules? What rules, Anthony?
Okay.
Who wins?
Brooklyn.
Nobody
Brooklyn,
wins.
do you know how we got to the 6?
No, let's stay there.
conservatives are gonna win.
We want the people.
Okay, so it's about the majority, right? So
Yep.
don't come to me telling me that the fucking because first of all, I don't know what the fuck this is with y'all all this liberal conservative shit. Okay, but the liberal judges will vote against it, right? But guess what? They are not the majority. So therefore, the rule will change because we have the conservatives who care so much about what everybody else is doing but themselves. They can rape people, they can fucking do drugs, they can do all of the nasty, vile things in the world, and they don't get no judgment for it. It's okay with their constituents like yourself for them to do those things. And then it's okay for them to also rule against other people from doing the things that they want to do. You're a fucking hypocrite.
All right.
That's it. It ain't no way around it.
So Brooklyn, right? I'm not going to say that, you know, you support rapists or, you know, whatever else you want to try to attribute.
But you do.
I'm not going to say that. But Brooklyn,
you can't say that about me.
No, Brooklyn.
You can't say that about
Brooklyn.
Me, so you're not.
Okay, so here's what's up.
But I can.
Here's what's up.
Thank you.
And that's fine, Brooklyn. But the majority of Americans voted a certain way. Voting Americans voted a certain way.
Wasn't the majority,
and this is
but we'll go with that.
The majority of the voting Americans voted a certain way.
Only like 1/3 of Americans.
I said of voting Americans. The majority of voting Americans voted a certain way. So this is the leadership that we have in the country right now. This is just the reality of it. This is our imperfect democracy at work. And this is what it looks like. And, you know, like, if there's a lot of people that have moved out the country, because of their dissatisfaction, God bless you, because of their dissatisfaction. You know, so like, I'm not.
Nobody wants something to you right now, for real.
Hey, no, but I'm still positive.
Yeah, so
you guys, I'm positive.
Okay, Ryan, just chill, please, Ryan. So Brooklyn, listen, you're entitled to the way you feel, but we live in a democracy. All right, and this is what's going on in our democracy, as flawed and as imperfect as it is.
Let me tell you something. What you not going to do with Brooklyn today? You're not about to play this game with me, because just because we live in this democracy, still does not account for it being the right way to live. What's in the actual fuck is going on in your brain where you are actually making any of this shit make sense? Because it don't. I know that you done convinced yourself that you somehow are untouchable in all of this. Even though it's a delusion far beyond my scope of fucking the psyche. Like, I don't even understand how you could be so delusional in that to think that you are safe in this environment in which we are all in right now, but whatever. I'm gonna let you ride out with that one. But it's the mere fact that you can sit here and justify the things that are happening right now in this day and age and say, oh, we live in a democracy, the people voted for this, this is the way that it should be. So what? It don't matter. We've always had laws that were wrong, that was wrong against the people. And we fight against it, and we don't like it, and we fucking vote against it. We do all of the things that we need to do to get that shit taken away. This is how you got MAGA and how you're getting rid of your fellow immigrants, Anthony. Right? So the nerve in you to sit in my Black American face and say to me, this is a democracy, like as if I'm supposed to deal with it and think that it's okay. I'm never going to think that it's okay because I'm a Black person in America with a whole fucking history, a lineage of people. My blood is in the soil in this motherfucking country. Do you understand that? So I'm not okay with it at all. And you shouldn't either.
Okay,
you shouldn't be neither, but it's obvious that you're too dicks to even think that far ahead.
Don't be
negative. So, Ryan, please, man, just stop, man, please. Ryan, please, thank you. So Brooklyn, you know, like, this thing that you feel that you should tell me what I should think, this is the danger. No, Brooklyn, I didn't interrupt you. Brooklyn, I did not interrupt you, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, there's a couple of
I don't want to hear
Brooklyn, there's a couple couple of.
want to hear no more.
Okay, cool.
I'm not
well,
playing
to
back
the
and
stage.
with you, and I
To
don't
the
want to
stage.
hear
That's
what you
cool.
gotta
I'm
say.
not talking to you,
And
Brooklyn. I'm
nobody
talking to
else
the
does
stage.
neither. We don't want
That's
to hear
cool.
it.
All right.
I'm not gonna let
So
you
then,
play
this
it.
Congressman name.
We don't want to hear it. 'Cause this is
Brooklyn.
bullshit. Like he playing.
I know, but you're making it hard for us to even enjoy either one of y'all because it's crazy. I'm over here chilling,
That's
y'all.
not your friend. Lisa,
Yes,
he's
ma'am.
taking the words that I'm saying
So Lisa,
and remixing the shit. Like,
there's
come on now.
Lisa, there's this author. His name is George Orwell, and he's got a couple of books you can read. You can read it like in like a quick sitting. All right.
Yeah.
1984, Animal Farm. This is Animal Farm type shit. This is 1984. She's the thought police. She's gonna tell me what I should think. This is the crazy part. She's gonna tell me what I should believe.
Okay.
She's gonna tell me, and she's gonna cast all kind of insults my way because I disagree with her.
It's okay,
So
Anthony.
you
She's
don't
gonna
think
try
that
to silence me. She's gonna tell me
you
I
don't
need to
think that
shut
you're
up
the enemy of
because
demons?
I disagree
So
with
you
her.
think so? Okay. so you don't have to
She's
think- you don't
imbued
have to
with some
think-
kind of special powers.
Shut up, Ryan.
She-
Mind his
Why are
business.
you talking?
She's imbued with some kind of special powers. Her opinion is above my opinion.
This shit is stupid.
I have not insulted her opinion.
This is
I have not
awful.
tried to silence her. None of the above. But this is like, if I don't think like her, I'm a problem. I shouldn't even exist. I need to get attacked. She needs to talk while I'm talking.
Like nobody else sees.
Why are you crying?
But you know what?
This
I can't help myself, Justin. I can't help myself.
Okay,
I enjoy crying.
So
I
let
can't
him
help
live.
myself.
Let him live in his own
Anthony,
existence.
it's difficult for us to overtalk people.
Ryan, shut the fuck up.
Are you? Do you talk Ryan?
I'm not overtalking anyone.
No, go ahead, Ryan. The mic's on you right
I
now.
love all the insults though, because nobody hits the ideas. Nobody says anything directly to the ideas. It's always some insult. Nobody said anything.
Look, one
Hey,
mic on Ryan so he can get his off, and you know.
The one that told us how he was in Costa Rica, he told us already. Watch.
Ryan, what's going on?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't want to be interjecting in anyone's conversation. I want to make the communication stable. Anthony is trying to make a point, but people are talking over him.
Ryan, we don't need you to mod the room. Make a point, Ryan.
I'm talking. Am I not?
You're all right, but I'm just saying, don't mod the room. Go ahead and join in the conversation, but
Oh, I
we don't
know
need
you
you to
were
mod.
over there, JD. I was
Okay.
like, who's Jay?
Oh, yeah, this is my burger.
10 seconds.
Couldn't get in with you.
I had 10 seconds. Can I have 30 seconds? That's all I need.
Go ahead, Ryan. Go, please, baby, please, baby, please.
I very much appreciate it, Lisa, because ultimately I don't have a lot of time to talk to everyone in these groups because I oftentimes get shut down. Anthony is trying to talk, and I love the fact that he is trying to make a statement. I would love for Lisa, for you to kind of make sure that Anthony and each person gets their say, because I think that we're able to have a better conversation.
Okay, I'll do that, Jay. Thank you so much.
White people.
So,
I mean, Jay. Jay.
Wait,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
so do y'all hate the white people me talking?
No,
I hate when white people come here and try to I would love if you would. Who cares what you would?
Yeah, open up your own room, Ryan.
Okay, so I'm white. What do I do to be involved in your conversation?
Open your own
Just
room.
relax.
Mute up. Go on mute and listen, motherfucker.
So I
Everybody else is whining.
So I can never involve myself in the conversation.
Did anybody say that? I hate when y'all do
Let
this
me
victim
tell
ass
you,
shit.
Ryan. You are trying to mod the space. You're not trying to add anything to the conversation. You're trying to mod. So if you want to be a mod, open up your own space and run it and mod it. You're not adding to the you didn't add to the conversation other than you suckled on Anthony's balls a little bit. That's all you did. So if you're gonna add to the conversation, add to the conversation. Don't come up here modding the damn room. What the hell's wrong with you?
Okay, so there's a mod and there's an ad.
Okay, so are you going to add to the conversation or do you want to mod?
I don't want to mod.
Oh, okay, then.
Hey, you
Now's the
done?
time to
I want to be better at having these
Are you
conversations.
done?
No, I just want to be better at this. So,
No, are you done with your
I've
submission?
oftentimes been like
Ryan,
attacked and shut down. I just want to see how I can add to the conversation.
Ryan, are you done with your submission, sir?
I'll take 15 seconds and you can cut me off.
To say what?
I just want to say that.
Y'all are hitting my brain.
I'll just take 15 seconds. Just 15 seconds.
Go ahead.
I believe Anthony was trying to
I think
communicate a
he
positive idea in the context of this environment. He really was.
Okay, great. But he wasn't. But
That's
anyway.
And then you can cut me off there and you guys can talk.
Okay, great.
That was a great submission. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I felt attacked, so I had to come back. I wasn't
ready. All right.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I just want to say, you keep talking about a challenge to your idea. You know that we think your ideas are dumb. I don't know, that's been said before. People have tried to engage you genuinely, and you have been an asshole. So I don't understand why you think people are required. No, why would I be talking to you? I don't know you. You think that people are required to engage you with full, just in good faith, and your ideas are dumb. There's a gay agenda, this, that, and the third. Most people in here don't agree with you. So, you crying about getting attacked as a grown 50-year-old man is crazy. And you be attacking people. Please spare us.
Okay, I don't ever start with anybody, but I'm not even engaging with the negativity. I'm leaving it alone. I was actually inspired to that by you, Just. You're my inspiration. I can thank you for that, Just. So it is what it is. As it relates to anyone being required, nobody has to genuinely, engage with anything that I say, but it's just interesting that nobody does. If we were to have you had one person that came up and said, nah, that's not a factor. It had nothing to do with it. You had people on stage that said, clearly it was a factor. We've had rooms about this. So it's there's no consistent thing. And listen, man, I understand right now that the Supreme Court decision is going to be what it's going to be. The midterms, depending on how much of this gerrymandering stuff happens, it's not going to look too good for a particular party. I understand that things can really significantly go down a different path, man. Don't let there be a super majority. God knows what's going to happen if there's a super majority. But we'll sit down and we'll have rooms, and we'll talk about it.
It is what it is. If y'all win, y'all win. Y'all won this time. The only thing that really matters to the black people that's on your side is saying, we won. None of these things are benefiting you. You know that.
And so it fits me tremendously.
You said what? It's the taxes. I'm a real estate investor.
So culture
is stupid. But anyway, I just want to say something real. I need to make a plea to the audience. Is there anybody in the audience that may have studied or work in the mental health field? Because I need the word or the phrase that describes this thing that MAGA does when you're engaging with them in an actual conversation and they switch the shit up. It's like this. I don't know how to explain it. It's so fucking crazy. But every time it come at me, I see it clear as day. What the fuck is it gaslighting? Is that what it is?
It's the same thing when you talk to if you talk to cult members, that's what they do. In any type of cult, in different situations, they're all on their codes. So that's what
they're like. Yes, because you know what is so crazy.
Well, why don't you think
know what it reminds me of? Hold on, Ryan. It reminds me of. Have you ever gotten to a debate with the nigga-lights? The Hebrew Israelites. I'm sorry. Hebrew Israelites. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. Have y'all? Don't it remind me? Don't it remind you of what they be doing? How they engage with you?
We was just talking about it when Anthony came in. It's called contrarianism and anti-intellectualism. The refusal to think of anything rationally, and then wanting you to have a conversation in good faith. Like, I don't know,
Culturally, what is it when they do? They act like I'm going on Brooklyn's comment. What is it when they say, "What is it?" Like, well,
What about ism?
What about Is that like a phrase you can? Like, what is that thing that you can call that?
What you just saw Anthony doing.
What about
That you thought was a positive submission.
What about ism is when somebody says, like you give an example of something, and somebody says, well, what about when such and such happened and such did it? So they always, what about
the conversation?
Yeah, trying to turn it back to it being your fault.
Like Obama was a fucking badass president, and then all these people are these whataboutisms. I'm like, but in a way, I'm asking whataboutisms on what if Obama did what Trump did? So in a way, I'm like weirdly saying the same thing, because if fucking Obama did the things that Trump did, people would fucking go insane. Like they just destroyed.
Well, we're watching it in real time, right? And I don't mean to cut you off. We're watching it in real time, right? We see how incoherent and that Trump is now. But when Biden started to show his age, they had a heart attack, right? Now look at Trump.
Yes, sir.
Look at Trump. They don't even notice it. They can't even notice it. He's tripping upstairs. They're having him use the little stairs.
Do you think the way he's talked about, like just the subtlety of his ineptitude, has been this like slippery slope to where he's just inept, and then he's just a little bit more inept, and then just a little bit more inept, and then we don't realize that the ineptitude is on this scale that's far beyond what anyone would ever realize.
Well, we recognize it, but his cult members,
So I wanted to talk about what y'all was talking about earlier, with the White House being demolished or whatever.
It's the woman's part of the White
House.
And
I didn't even pay it no attention. I had so much other shit going on. That's crazy. I couldn't imagine riding by the White House and seeing a big ass hole in the side of it now. Like, this is a wild place in which we live. And then, isn't that an historical building? How is this even
Absolutely,
possible?
it's an historical building.
For him to even be able to do this shit like this. Like, how is this a thing?
How is it legal for a sitting president that's basically renting the White House?
Because Harry Truman did it in the 50s, and there were several pieces added on under the Reagan administration. He's supposed to, per policy, not per law, go through what's known as the DC Historic Building Preservation Council, something along those lines. He hasn't done it. Part of the way he's able to get away with it without congressional approval is that the funds were privately raised. So all of the expansion he's doing doesn't have anything to do with U.S. tax dollars. And presidents are allowed to make modifications to the White House. I don't have to like
on private
just
dollars.
But I heard that we were paying
Harry
for
Truman
like
was
$200
able to ask
billion
for
or
money.
something.
Harry Truman was able to ask for money from the U.S. Congress to redo the entire White House in 1948 or 49. Well, my point is presidents can build onto the White House despite how tacky it is. Going through the Historic Preservation Council is simply policy, not law. It's something we should mandate, but we don't currently mandate.
Do you think eliminating a portion of the historic nature of a 60-year-old building is something that a president can have the right to do?
You're asking two different questions. Do I think he should do it? No. Do I think he has the legal ability to do it? Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, he has the legal ability to do that.
How bad does it look that the government shut down, and then he's still doing it?
Well, like I said, it looks really bad. The only reason he's able to do it is because the funds were privately raised.
So privately raised funds to make a government building, to build a government building.
To build something different
president, yes, you are allowed to finance privately.
Yeah, so President Trump is financing this building on private funding.
Yes, which is how he avoids most of the rules that would come with Congress appropriating funds for the White House.
Brooklyn, check your deal.
People don't realize in no way that it's not like a conflict of interest.
Well, conflict of interest laws when modifying the White House, I don't believe apply. They apply if you're part of a judicial proceeding in which you're somebody who's making a decision or somebody's defending somebody else. I mean, conflict of interest is relevant there. But the president wanting to modify the White House, despite how tacky the want is, he has the legal power. I think he can
do that just by having people pay for it.
Yes, the presidents are allowed.
So any incoming president now has the precedent that if he has money coming from outside sources, he can modify the president's law.
If he has some random hair up his ass, the next president or her, then want to put a gold spire like St. Petersburg on top of the dome. Yes. Yes.
You think that's good for our nation? I just want to say
you don't like them.
For the nation.
Thank you.
What I think is good is what's happening.
I look like a kid.
I'm gonna give Lisa some.
No, culturally, we're all just chatting up. I'm just battling. I live in Costa Rica now, and it's just horrible when I see what's going on in America.
You live in Costa Rica because of a job, or just decided so I kind of moved to Costa Rica one day?
A year and a half ago, I just bailed.
Because it's the administration, or because Costa Rica is a cooler place to live?
I am.
Wait, Marshall. I'm reading something different than what you said. Let me read this and tell me what you think.
Yeah,
it says the president has the power to modify the White House, but with significant limitations for major changes. While the president can redecorate the private and the office space, major structural modifications like demolition and new construction require congressional approval.
Oh, well, thank you for the correction. I was unaware
No,
of that.
Jay, you're exactly right. That's what I'm wondering, Jay.
Yeah, so did he get congressional approval or is it congressional approval if you're using federal funds? Maybe
I am unaware whether he has asked for congressional approval, but that's something.
You guys know what portion of the White House he eliminated? He eliminated the First Lady's offices. He eliminated the First Lady's offices. The entire staff, anything that the First Lady did, he eliminated that.
Yeah, I mean, he's consistent. He's going back to
since Melania wasn't up in there.
No, Melania wasn't there, and the notion of an active First Lady comes from Eleanor Roosevelt. Something that is kind of a through line in the party for a very long time, nearly 100 years, is the want to get rid of government bureaucracy, however big or small. FDR made a speech where he said there was nothing to fear but fear itself. That's often thought that it's about the Depression of World War II. That's not what it was about. It was about the government taking a larger role in civilians' lives. And Roosevelt's argument was there's nothing to fear from greater involvement but the fear itself. And Republicans, since the New Deal, if they have a couple of through lines, one of them is that they don't believe in the New Deal, and they don't believe in Great Society as a whole. And so their look at what the nation should become goes back to a McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt version of bureaucracy, which is not super healthy for us, noting that we have a large country we have to administer.
Post-New Deal, we had the most economic-driven society that we've ever lived in. That was post-New Deal, post-World War II. We were able to develop a basis of not only unions, where people were able to get paid well, and we had a large middle class that existed between 1948 to 1970-ish, where we were able to increase manufacturing within the United States. And over that period, we had large majorities of pay and
availability of having the American quote-unquote dream living within the American culture. As we moved to Reagan era in the late 70s and 80s, we started eliminating that, the elimination of the unions and the pay scale. And look what we're doing now. We have people that are doing Uber Eats that aren't even considered employees. These guys are contracted employees that companies can say, they don't work for me. It doesn't matter. They don't work for me. I don't have to pay them or insure them or make sure their wages are appropriate for their
what are you talking about?
Placement.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Hey, culturally, Brooklyn, everybody else in here, don't fucking judge us by these two. Even though, Marshall, you got a sweet ass jacket. Going back, Brian, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. Listen, if the biggest problem in y'all's life right now is the fact that Trump is remodeling the White House, y'all got a pretty good life. Who gives a fuck? Dude's fucking remodeling the fucking White House.
Right, don't come in here like we weren't talking about other shit. You're coming in here like we weren't talking about other shit all day long.
My biggest problem is that people aren't making enough money to buy houses. People aren't making enough money to live a single family, a man to work in a job and a woman to stay at home. We need those type of things to raise our kids. We don't have that. We need two man and woman working.
Seem like clear people problems. I don't even know what the fuck y'all talking about at this point.
But no, it's black people, it's white people, it's everyone. We're all having the problems.
We are.
And I'm telling you guys, everyone else has the problems in every other country in this world because it extends beyond just America. Like the trickle down effect on where people live. Inflation is just not in America. It's in Costa Rica. It's in Guatemala. It's in every other country.
And Mike, you should have a problem with this because he's doing this. The point is he's doing this without congressional approval.
Yeah.
Looking at it. So, what?
He's remodeling the White House.
Yeah, you need congressional approval. He bypassed it.
He's getting
So just
private
like
funds. Who gives a fuck though? It's unsustainable.
No, but
it doesn't matter. Because it's the house. Hold on, Ryan. It's because it's the house of the fucking people. It's not his fucking private.
Exactly.
It's not his private fucking oasis.
But wait a minute. So he's using private funds, right? But the taxpayers are still paying for something because it's being secured by
it's going to be maintained by right. Who's going to maintain it? The taxpayers will maintain it. But that's not the point. The point is
a public building and we own it as citizens.
But that's not even the point. The point is he's bypassing congressional approval like he bypasses everything else. He's not following.
Right.
He's not following the fucking rules. That's the point. That's what
whatever. That's what I'm saying. That's the biggest problem.
Well, I know it's whatever. Because guess what? He doesn't follow no fucking rules, and that's all you ever say is whatever.
He's abided by every judge's rule. Every single one. Every single one.
He abided.
Every time they put
actually denying him. The court system is saying that he's wrong.
Every single time they put an injunction on him, he stops and then it goes to the Supreme Court.
He does not stop. He moves past it. He doesn't care.
You're wrong. Okay, which one, Ryan? Which one?
There are multiple.
Just start at the top, buddy.
There are multiple rulings that the courts have done for him on not only his felonies that he's had and when and where he could be prosecuted. He just skipped straight past.
Bro, when he's been president, he's done all this stuff, and the judges all over the fucking country, these fucking circuit judges that shouldn't be impeding with the fucking executive branch, whatever, they put an injunction. They say it might be unconstitutional.
That's not the actual.
Then it goes to the Supreme Court, and I think he's won all of them. The only one he didn't win.
They
had to bring the Garcia guy back.
So Mike, you're right. So there is a legal precedent where the president can't be prosecuted while he's president.
Yeah, it's a Justice Department memorandum.
Due to the fact that he has to basically do his job.
What he has done is unconstitutional. Name one thing.
I don't even. What are y'all talking about?
Name one thing Trump has done that's unconstitutional.
Fuck Trump.
I was thinking
That's what
citing
they
a.
talk about.
I was thinking citing a
Yeah,
right.
fuck Trump, dude.
Donald Trump.
It's too early and late to be going through this.
But
right
I'll
now.
also
First
say
of all,
we don't have to say legally what he's done. We can just all recognize that he literally makes fun of retarded people. He literally incites anger and negativity.
Ryan, that's a
You
first
just
world
made
problem, not a
fun
third
of
world problem.
Yeah.
You're whack.
special needs people. Like, what is
I'll say it. Okay, I'll say it. Just let me give him a chance.
What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, fuck Trump.
Like, y'all gonna wake up tomorrow.
Daddy, could you get rid of this weird ass?
You're gonna walk outside your house. What's
I was enjoying what he was saying, Brooklyn. No, let's.
Are you want someone?
No, I'm just playing. Yeah, you gotta go to the.
Yeah, fuck Trump. Now let him fuck Trump. Let him do it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
He's entertaining me. The rest of the
I
shit
didn't get what y'all were mad about.
That's all I'd say.
It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Of course not. You're part of a cult.
Tell me what you want him to stop doing. What do you want him to stop doing?
I need Trump to be a leader in the context of making sure he's not just like making jokes about people and being like stupid and angry and changing the crypto market.
That's like a level 15 problem. We have level 1 through 5 problems we need to deal with. Don't get me wrong. Bad behavior, shouldn't do it.
Start at one, dude.
But in the grand scheme of things, there is more that Trump is trying to do than that.
I totally agree with you.
Y'all are still giving. You're just saying words. Name one thing y'all want him to stop doing.
Him putting the military within our cities is a problem. That's a big issue. Like, you can't just like take over a military system.
You don't think the result?
He's not allowed to send active combat troops into cities. Both the Posse Comitatus Act as well as lower court rulings have said that he's not allowed to do that. Now, he can use National Guard for quote protection of buildings or quote protection of agents in the pursuit of their duties.
Yeah, federal.
Unless he does the Insurrection Act. Unless he gets that passed.
Yes, unless he does the Insurrection Act, which would, if he did, it would be either 10B or 10A. And it would essentially cite that the governor of Illinois has not properly done things, and that would be the excuse they would use to introduce the Insurrection Act.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
We can obviously say that governors would retract those statements due to the fact that they have ownership of their states. And they have the ability to control the
that
state.
nationalizes the Guard, that's well within constitutional bounds. The thing
There's actually two different rules there.
Weird is that he has taken National Guardsmen from other states and brought them to places like Portland.
I agree with that.
Yeah, are you guys hearing yourselves right now?
But the federal government doesn't have the right to take control of a National Guard. Like that
Right,
is
are you
only
hearing
in the context of a national level.
Absolute plenary authority to nationalize the Guard of any state over the say of the governor.
Only if it's indicative of a national conflict.
Nope, actually not. He is allowed to nationalize anytime he wants over the objection of a governor, if the governor wants to object.
Nobody over here down here to Texas, USA, because people out here, that one dude say somebody come down here, they can walk in somebody's yard unidentified and be, you know what I'm saying? Tatiana Jefferson was killed because a police officer was in her yard, right? She didn't know who they were. You got a bunch of plainclothes people that are wearing masks, stuff like that, you know, and you can't, out here, man, the state ain't even gonna hear our laws here said, if you don't identify yourself and you're in my yard, I don't care about on the street. I don't care what you do on the sidewalk.
Hey, Ashton, are you in Texas?
I am right here. At the end of the day, though, in all seriousness, you can't come into people's yard. You can't come on people's private property.
They're doing that. They're doing that.
But they can't. I'm telling you, I'm saying here, though, I haven't seen the National Guard come down here. I'm telling you, out here.
Yeah, we haven't had National Guard in Texas, actually.
It won't ever come to Texas.
For that reason.
You know
for
why?
that reason, because people are armed.
You know why they won't go to your state? Because people like you and other people in the community won't let the fucking nonsense go on. You acting like, oh, I'll shoot an agent. You'll shoot any motherfucker out there. That's how Texas works, y'all.
I live in Texas my
Mike,
entire
do you
life.
hear
People
yourself?
will not shoot people in Texas.
Yes.
When
I
it comes
guarantee
to
you,
that.
Ashton won't let anyone run up on her fucking yard.
Mike, you sound like a fucking retard.
Yes or no, Ashton? Would you let anyone run for Congress?
What is happening?
This person who only wants
What
to
is happening?
indifferent is untruthful portrayals of
It's too much stupid.
Guys, it works in
What is
Washington,
happening?
D.C. It clearly works in Texas.
Why do
There's
you
people
think
in
ICE
Atlanta
is not in
calling
Texas?
for it.
Why do you guys think ICE isn't in Texas? Why do you think it's in Chicago and California?
They're in the sanctuary cities.
Yes, they're targeting Democratic cities.
No,
because
they're
they
targeting
can-
sanctuary.
He didn't want to send. The first time he wanted to send the National Guard out was not for immigration reasons.
Well, okay. Well, you guys can say what I think he used crime to be a Trumpism. I really think he's there to protect ICE. ICE is going there to do these fucking massive operations. If people just
Do
let
you see
fucking
the
ICE
ICE?
go and do their shit,
Why can't ICE protect themselves? They're loaded. They're armed to the T. There's tons of them. There's
Why
more.
can't they not have
They want to
masks?
send. Tell me
Why
how
can't they have
300 of them. There's more than 300 ICE agents out here in Chicago. Why the hell can't they protect themselves?
Why can they not be identified? That's my big problem.
This is a piece of federal code that says law enforcement individuals are allowed to mask their identities.
No, because the fucking weirdos are
fine.
trying to take their
I'm
picture
cool,
and
Marshall. I
put
get
their picture
the-
online.
The point
They're
is
fucking
that
weirdos.
we shouldn't have people within our cities.
Mike,
that
you
are
are
not
clearly a radical.
Bro, the fact that
you are radical.
that would happen.
Yeah, Ryan, I agree with
Mike
you.
is a
We should
radical.
not have masked ICE agents with no badges rolling up in unmarked
Around
vans.
here with no badge,
That's
they run around here like
That's
that.
a way purely to intimidate people. Enforcing federal law and intimidating people are not in the same sphere. The current administration has chosen to put them in the same sphere, but enforcing law doesn't have to be that
But
way.
they've targeted specific areas.
Hey, you want to know?
I'm not saying they didn't.
Hey, you want to know what's
No,
funny? Hey, you
that's
guys.
like
Hold on. You want to know what's funny about what Mike said about intimidating and doxing federal agents? Last I checked, that's what a lot of Republicans did to people that had opposition to Charlie Kirk. Last I checked, you can see tons of videos of ICE agents actually taking pictures of civilians so that they can start whatever bullshit that they're planning to do with those pictures. So every time someone's there observing ICE or questioning ICE or recording ICE in the activities they're doing, they then pull their phones out and start snapping pictures of all these people. For what reason? So, Mike, you can go ahead and be one-sided, be biased. You clearly don't know your history. All the signs are there of authoritarianism and all that bullshit. You side, right? Cut me off again, bro. You want to do it?
I'm supporting you, Jay. Sorry.
I know you're supporting, but goddamn. But
Sorry.
Mike, bottom line is, you support this shit because you are one of them. You support this shit because you yourself have issue with brown people. You yourself love to see America white again. You yourself, you love all this shit. You love to see black and brown people, what's happening to them in cities like Chicago. You love seeing that shit. Because that's why you have no opposition to anything that they're fucking doing. See, if you just strictly say, you know what, I'm for them getting immigrants out, I can deal with that conversation. Fine. But the tactics they're using, the violence, them taking pictures of civilians, of course you don't see none of that. You never have opposition to any of that. That's just proof. That is proof. You're fucking one of them.
Jay,
You love to see the violence. You are for the bullshit. So before you come on this stage and talk about people need to listen to themselves, no, listen to yourself.
Let him respond. What do you
Yeah,
have to say?
the deal is this stuff is horrible. And if you're a Republican in this room and you agree with folks starving and all these other things, it's really, really bad. And y'all have to fix it. And y'all have the power to open the government. With great power comes some kind of responsibility, which has not been levied upon the Republicans. They are on vacation, literally, and not doing their job. And that is why, for me, I'm angry, because I see a lot of this stuff on the front lines. People are hurting. The march that they had this past weekend, the No Kings rally, we had 10,800 people show up out there. And so, people are angry.
and they are upset, and they're showing that by marching in the streets, by the thousands and millions of people, whether that's in Washington D.C. or whatever. The public is saying we're sick of fill in the blank, the bull crap, the whatever. And you Republicans, you guys sit here and you think that having the government shut down, it is okay when you wield the power. But when this stuff starts happening to y'all and you lose your job, your place, your food from your stomach, that's a problem. Those SNAP benefits for some people come November will probably not be here, thanks to the Republicans not opening the government. Y'all suck, like for real. Y'all got to get it right, because if y'all was in front of me, man, I'd have to whip y'all into shape on the double. Y'all are horrible. Fix it, correct it, and get it right and fly that plane straight. It's horrible. Y'all got to fix this, man. This is bad.
All right, so a lot to unpack here. Jay, first, I mean, look, what you were saying was basically just saying that I'm a white supremacist, which is weird. I love immigration. It's what makes this country great. The fact that we are constantly creating new types of people, really, if you really think about it. It doesn't even matter who American kids end up having kids with. They're creating new types of genomes and shit. That's the coolest part about this place. But you got to do it the legal way like every other country. That's all I care about. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Come on, man. I'll let you go.
I didn't interrupt you, but if you keep saying it, I'll do it.
Well, so I just heard a bunch of noise.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, cool. So the fact about the ICE agents not being identified, they want to wear masks. Look, man, they shouldn't even have to wear masks. The fact that there was people out there trying to identify them, everyone knows they're ICE, right? Everyone knows who ICE is when ICE shows up. We all know it. So, but whatever. They feel like they got to wear masks. I mean, yeah, I guess that sucks. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't understand why we're making it harder for the guys to catch the criminals. And do I have appreciation for what they're doing? Absolutely, bro. That shit in Chicago when they went in that apartment building, if you know anything about that, people were pissed off about that apartment building for years. No one was even supposed to be in there. And they went in there, they took the people out that were Americans and saved them while they were going to get the fucking criminals out. They didn't even know if the criminals hold on. They didn't even know if the criminals were going to They didn't even know if the criminals were going to start shooting at them. So they take the people out to put them in safety. Then they get all the criminals out, and then everybody's allowed to go back in. But remember, they weren't even supposed to be in there in the first place. They weren't paying rent to anybody. That place was horrible. And if there were kids living there, which I haven't seen any videos of any children, if there were children living there, shame on the parents for having them living in conditions like that. Secondly, now according to Ashton, you talk about people starving. People starving, I guess you're saying about the EBT getting shut down, bro. The Democrats have shut this government down. Everyone knows this. Everyone understands the Democrats. All they have to do is fucking put
No, let me. All right, Mike.
And the government opens up.
So, Mike, most of what you said is absolute bullshit. Number one, you talk about people's living conditions, shame on the parents. Well, guess what? That's the fucking hand they were dealt. That's the fucking hand they were dealt. That's why I say you're a white supremacist. You are such a fucking idiot. The parents didn't purposely put their children in any situation. That's the fucking hand they were fucking dealt. Okay, number two, you have no idea what you're talking about with that fucking building. They rated it like some type of Call of Duty fucking video game. Bullshit.
How many arrests were made?
You constantly.
How many arrests?
What's that?
How many arrests were made out of that building?
30. It was like 37.
35, 36, right?
Out of 160 people they pulled out of that building. Out of 160.
No, there's 160 fucking rooms. There was not 160.
No, 160. No, it was not. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. So go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. It's Robert again. Go ahead. Let's see. Go ahead. Do it.
The fact is, you guys are upset that they're making these cities safe.
So now, guess what? Now you can listen to my ass from down below. There you go. Okay. So bottom line is, y'all, what Mike comes up here to do is be a typical fucking white supremacist. He is. Everyone fucking knows it. And you know what? Fuck him at this point, because there is no back and forth that you can have with this man. Clearly, I said, if you are on whatever side you're on with immigration, that's fine. If you feel that immigrants should be deported because they're not here legally, fine. That's fine. You're entitled to that right. The problem is we bring up the conversation of the tactics that they're using, and you can't not even mention anything. You continue that. Well, if they come here illegally, they have to go. Okay, we understand that. But the tactics that these fuckers are using against, people,
bullshit. And you guys never come up here and have anything to say about that. All you do is continue to say, well, they're here illegally. Doesn't matter. There's still due process. They should still be treated like fucking people. You all don't agree with that, and that's why I'll continue to say you're a white fucking supremacist. If you agree with it, if you agree with how they're going about it, I'm not saying you're white supremacist because you feel that immigrants that are here illegally should be taken out. No, there's people on both sides of the aisle that feel that way. It's the manner in which they're fucking doing it. This is a political move. This is not because they quote unquote want immigrants out. This is not quote unquote because they wanted criminals out. This is clearly a political move. This is clearly hate for brown people, and people like you don't stand up for what is fucking right. That's just the bottom line. Lady, it's on you.
Okay, good evening or morning to the room. I came up to speak on like one particular piece that I heard someone mention. So I'm in the DC area, born and raised here, right? Very familiar with federal workers and contractors. And, you know, one of the things that I heard just kind of is sad because I don't think people really understand the impact that this is having on real people, real everyday hardworking people. 1.4 million federal employees are not getting paid right now, right? That's not even including contractors that work for the federal government, right? So not only that, there's like over 600,000 people that are considered essential workers that are having to go to work every day and not get a paycheck. Right. So I know that everybody harps on the fact that, you know, some people won't get their food stamps and all of that stuff. You know, some people may not, right? Because right now it's I haven't heard of any state officially saying that will be the case as of November 1st, right? I think that's just people raising the warning flags, right? So that's a real thing, and I'm not negating anybody that's in that situation, right? But let's put that aside, because I think when people say that, right, when they talk about the people not getting their food stamps, what about all the seniors that impacts, right? Like children that impacts. Like it's just so many people impacted by this, and so for anybody to kind of brush it off in their conversation is really right, because like this is impacting people that I know in real time, like literally that I know in real time. I know many people impacted by this situation, including people who are having to go to work every single day, roll up at their job on time every day, right? So they have some people are having to use their gas, right? Their resource, all of that stuff, right? And they're not getting paid. So it's easy to sit on the sideline and have a lot to say, but when you know real people being impacted by this situation, it's not a laughing or a joking matter, right? While people who are generally rich by most of our standards or even wealthy are fucking on vacation while real regular people are fucking suffering. So it kind of is just really disheartening to hear people make the callous ass comments that they make when they're likely not being impacted. So that's all.
You know, that ends up in government, that ends up hitting people who are new. The poverty line in DC, I think, is $35,000 or $33,000. Most staffers in Congress make 31 and a half. And so unless somebody can stake them like a parent or an uncle or something, they can't serve. There hasn't been a cost of living adjustment for congressional aides, whether they're in the Senate or the House, in probably about 30 years.
I think it's due to the fact that most of those cost of adjustments aren't because they're actually getting paid; they're supported by their families. Those are
dude, that was my
those are nepotism.
No, my exact point was the system and working in DC and getting involved in government it's had a cumulative effect to keep people at those at the bottom of the social scale out of government. Yeah. Because in order to get involved, you have to have a big stake that can get you off the poverty line, or like I said, below the poverty line.
You have to have someone supporting you to be able to do that internship.
Yes, which has in turn made serving in government a middle class wealthy thing instead of folks who are at the bottom of the ladder that have genuine inputs on how to make the system better. The way it's arranged does not cater to that, and it should. We need the best people in government. I don't mean to sound like Donald Trump. I mean, we need people who in government.
Smart young people. We need smart-ass young people.
We need more young people. We need people who see it as a calling. They need to see it as service to their country and making it better. They need to see it as somehow larger than themselves.
It's like the honor of serving. Like you get the reward of serving for, I would say, not for your lifetime, because we shouldn't have people serving for their entire life. If you serve for 12 years or 18 years in the government and then you're out, like that is the honor of service in American political system to better our country and better our people. And if we can somehow transition that, I think we could like kind of change how the government is currently working. I think Citizens United is like a perfect example of how we allow money in politics.
Yeah, dude, we need to do some serious campaign finance reform.
Like we don't have Citizens United, it's gonna take.
So it's the Citizens United, but it's what Citizens United empowered. It empowered super PACs and dark money legally per campaign law. The campaigns and the PACs are not allowed to coordinate. Well, what ends up happening a lot of the time is that you'll get somebody from the campaign who then gets moved to the super PAC, and there's not supposed to be any direct coordination. But there's what's known as smoke signals. And these super PACs allow anybody to donate, and they don't have to show who gave them the money. Which, I mean,
they're qualified as a private citizen.
Exactly. I don't know about you, but Americans deserve to see who is funding our elections.
Absolutely, especially when it comes to like people that are funding in the context of like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Wait, I thought there was a way you could find that out.
I don't know. How would you do it?
What happens is you have a corporation that like has an entity, and they are they're like a private, like we'll just call it a corporation, and people can donate to that corporation through other corporations. So you can't really you don't really track that back to the people that are putting money into the person that is funding a political entity. Before Citizens United, only individuals were allowed to submit a funding towards the representatives they cared about. After Citizens United, companies were considered citizens, and they were equal. So companies could now be equal in how much money they distribute to a political entity in any given situation for running for office.
It's got to go because that's also like the electoral college. That system's very antiquated, it's very boring, and it's very.
It's actually partial.
Citizens United only happened like 10, 15 years ago. It was very recent.
It's based on a pre-sentiment of sovereignty of states. If at the beginning of the country to about 1855, if you asked what country somebody was from, they would tell you the state. They wouldn't say the nation. And I'm reading this book called Unity by Colin Woodard, and it's describing this I just lost my train of thought.
They also didn't want to give a lot of power to the southern states through.
That's why
so they allowed what they needed is the availability of them to have this like electoral college for them to be able to have like more say, even though the population was the same.
It was about say, but at the heart of it, it was about polities voting together. Instead of one national election in which everybody votes, they imagined at the time everybody would vote in Georgia, and Georgia would have a certain amount of electors. Whatever 50 plus 1% was, that's where Georgia's electors would go. If you go to New York, the same thing would happen. Right. But the intent is that the state is a sovereign political entity, which at the time was thought of much like a country. So you
Would you say we lost the intent?
No, though, it's antiquated and outdated.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you that it can't improve. I'm saying that's why they did it. They wanted
Would you say it's outdated and we lost the intent of like the electoral college?
I think
I
that
would say with gerrymandering at the state level, the electoral college comes out pretty unfair. Don't get me wrong, like it's
modernized.
Ashton, what do you think, Ashton?
The electoral college has to be start over from scratch, put that in the dumpster and find something different. I mean, seriously, if you're in a classroom full of kids, you don't have folks over in the corner saying, let's go do the electoral college thing. No, everybody in the classroom raises their hand and they vote. We have to make things pretty simple for the public, because even a lot of the public has said this electoral college stuff, it is dumb. And we as a country can do better than this. And right now, with the population the way that it is, you have 67 million Americans receiving some kind of federal assistance or whatever, and then you have 365 million folks that live in this country, and not everyone is, with this electoral college. I'm serious, guys. You do the math, the population has ballooned since the time that this electoral college was structured, and that's the problem. We can't keep using anachronisms to function in the modern era. We got to get this stuff on course. I don't know what y'all's thoughts are. We're in the modern era. We're not in whatever the hell.
We're on your team. We're on your side.
Are you pitching that we should be a more parliamentary style system in which a national vote decides everything?
The electoral college it's genius.
No, it's not. It doesn't work anymore.
No,
For the time and what it was supposed to do, it was genius.
It was genius. It was unheard of. It was unheard of.
Yeah, but
so how did you get on the board of the electoral college? Like how you had to be a congressman?
To get an elector, to be an elector now, you have to
be back then.
Oh Lord,
it was representative of the population of the state. So
no, I know that. I know that. But I mean, like the actual electors.
How do you think it got on board? People knew people and they got on board.
All right, so that was my point, right? So, well, you didn't get to see my point. What I was trying to say is the system, while I don't know who said it was genius, it was a way to keep people of power in power.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
It's not a direct democracy. There's difference between the electoral system that we have for that type of
but it was never meant to be a direct democracy. In fact, if you read some of the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers, one of the things they were scared most of was Grecian democracy. Run amok is what it was called in a lot of the writings.
But guys, the electoral college, and again, all the electors, they don't even vote like they're supposed to vote, right? Your state has the popular vote, so everyone's the popular vote in your state. And all of those electors are supposed to vote for the person they vote for, right? Whoever wins the state.
Yeah.
But there's people that don't even do it. There's the one lady who I think it's in Seattle or somewhere around, I think it's Seattle. She votes for the Native American lady. The lady's name like Rainwater or something. And she votes for her every year, every time. And there's other states where they'll split it. The electors will be like, there's 7 electoral votes. Like 5 of them will go for whoever wins the state.
Maine and Nebraska. They're the only.
Yeah, it happens a lot, bro.
Don't do it by
I learned that.
But the point of it,
I learned that in the 8th grade that the people who the electoral college members don't have to vote for who their state elected. They can vote for whoever they want.
It can, but in the wake of the 2016 election, there were bunches of states. I don't think all of them, but bunches of states passed laws to mandate that the electors vote the way the population.
Yeah, they don't have the autonomy to do that. It's called a faithless elector, and you can get arrested for doing that.
Yeah, and we've got this act which really helped. It was the Electoral Count Act of 1886, and it refers to an election, the Hayes, Rutherford B. Hayes versus Tilden. Hayes is a Republican, Tilden's the Democrat. The Democrats at the time lost the election and said it was rigged for like 30 years. And in the wake of that, because there had been unanswered questions about electoral procedure, we did this thing called the Electoral Count Act of 1886. And in 2022, the House under Speaker Pelosi made it a law. So I mean, it's enshrined as one of the things we use to govern ourselves.
No, I'm not making this shit up. I swear to God, it's either Washington or Oregon, wherever which one. The lady up there in the Northwest, she votes for some Native American person for president, out of nowhere, and they do that stuff. Now listen, it's so.
Mike, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
It's not happening.
Quinn, you're right. For the most part, all of them do. It goes according to plan, right? Like her one vote for not voting for how her state voted isn't going to change anything. It's just some of them do that. I think it's like 4, 5, or 6 of them.
They don't, and if they do that, you would hear about them because they would get you arrested.
Well, they elect because the people that are voting the electors have to vote from their constituents.
Yeah, they have to vote. They have to vote in 48 out of 50 states. They have to lend their electorate votes to the person who won the popular vote in each state. Aside from
their constituent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what if Trump declares martial law and doesn't allow for a vote to happen?
He's not going to do that.
I don't think that's going to happen. I understand why people are scared of it because of how he is. But he can't just declare martial law randomly. He would have to declare the insurrection, and you would have people go to court as soon as humanly possible. And despite the fact the court is
does anyone think that Portland is a hellhole that is totally just losing its shit? Does anyone here think that?
No, not anymore. They started to mind their P's and Q's now. The fucking National Guard's there.
No, it was never a problem. It was never a problem.
Dude, did I sell you some cocaine earlier in the night? What's wrong with you?
Does anyone think that Chicago was a hellhole that was just totally just ridden in crime and anger? Does anyone think that the Trump administration, by deploying troops to that area, was strategically advantageous for decreasing crime?
Well, first of all, that's not what you fucking use the military of the United States for.
No, I totally agree.
And number two is that no, there was no reason to do that because statistically, by the state's information, the crime was in the city rather is information. The crime was on the downward spiral, not upward.
State and federal.
Well, yeah, I mean, look on the
state and federal information said the crime was on the downward.
Right. Yeah. Right. I want to hear what Mike has to say. What you
downward spiral say, Mike? All-time high though is it's like a dude who tells you he drinks 100 beers a night, and you're like, hey man, how's your drinking going? He's like, oh, I'm on the downside. I'm drinking 50% of what I was.
That's not actually what that's a terrible.
It was on an all-time high, bro, and that doesn't matter.
It wasn't at an all-time high. That is a lie. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you live in Chicago?
He's not sending them in there for crime. You think Trump gives a fuck about
Mike,
crime?
have you been to Chicago?
Do you live in Chicago? No. Real simple question.
No.
Do you live in Illinois?
No.
Have you been to Chicago?
Have you looked up any of the information regarding the crime happening in Chicago?
Yeah, it's on a downward spiral. We're from an all-time high. I mean, it's COVID time, but
regardless of that's why we have state
it's still
laws.
higher than it was pre-COVID.
That is why we have your argument is moot because that is why we have state police. That is why we have local police. We do not require that the United States military, unless it is enforced and normally supported by the governor of the state, or if there's an absolute reason, meaning an emergency, that we absolutely go into the fucking states of the states of the United States with the U.S. military.
Mike,
any argument the contrary is stupid.
Mike, if you look at the trend for Chicago crime rates, Mike, you'll see over a 30-year period from the 50 to 30 year. Let's talk from 1970 to
Ryan, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I believe in getting to the meat of arguments, and when you're discussing things that people don't even when they don't even understand the specifics for, it's a moot argument. The reason why Mike is supporting something like that is because he believes in the sentiment. He believes
He believes that and no matter at what cost, you should be able to use any measure, any means that you need, circumvent the Constitution, the law, whatever it is, to be able to bring crime under control. Mike believes that about everything else except actually doing the things that actually supplement crime, like better fucking jobs for people, or maybe better conditions, housing, those kinds of things that have been notably noted to be able to decrease crime. Those are the only things you don't support. But you support sending a military into a city where people are to occupy a city because the city doesn't look like the people that you fucking look like. That's why it's insensitive, and that's why you get called a fucking idiot, because you support things like that without using your gray matter between your fucking ears. That's the reason why. I'm not better than that. I'm an asshole. I'm just on the right side. So fuck you.
Yeah, okay, cool. So look, I told you this from the beginning. I don't think this thing's about crime. Did y'all hear me say? You think Trump gives a fuck about crime? He sends the ICE agents in there. Now remember, the ICE agents, you let them go in there and do their fucking thing, and they'll be out there. They want to go into the prison, but the people.
It might fuck you too. That's not what you do in American cities. When are you gonna get that through your thick fucking skull? That's not what the law is. Do you support the law, Mike? Or is just anarchy okay as long as it supports what you believe? Is it okay to circumvent the law?
What law has he circumvented?
Yes or no, Mike? It's a real simple fucking answer. Yes or no? Is it okay to do that? Okay, so then why are you okay with the U.S. military going into American cities to harass fucking people?
National Guards.
I don't give a shit what it is, Mike. It's not the local police. It's not the state police. That's what the law is in the state of Illinois. The city of Chicago handles the crime in Chicago, Mike. Why are you okay with the National Guard from Texas being in goddamn Chicago?
Yeah, typically the way it's usually handled in the
Hold on, Marshall. I don't mean to interrupt you, buddy. I want to know an answer to that.
I
want a sensible answer, not something stupid.
I already told you.
What?
No, he's not there to protect crime. He's there to protect the ICE agents. And if Chicago and all these sanctuary cities would have allowed them to they let the criminals out, they got to go get them. They let them go into the prisons. They're going in there.
Nobody is abusing ICE. ICE is doing exactly what they're doing. I'm not angry.
And they'll get the fuck out. National Guard's not there fucking answering 911 calls. Get the fuck out of here. And now also National Guard's there protecting the ICE agents, so it frees up the PD to do that kind of stuff. That's what that's doing. And Memphis is like it. Hell, there's people in Atlanta being like, yo, come here. There's fucking shit in
there is no one in Atlanta telling them to come here. People will not come here because I can guarantee you the outcome will not be the same, buddy.
You let the ICE agents do their shit, they'll be gone. They're there protecting the ICE agents.
That's not the way it works.
That people in Memphis are saying
that's not the way it
people in Atlanta are saying, come on, come here. Because I hate that, and this is a perfect example, right? I hate the taste of grapefruit. But just because somebody else like it don't mean grapefruit is good. So it's like Atlanta has a population of 800,000, or Memphis 300,000, right? And you might have 10,000 people vocally saying, "Yeah, I like this, I like this, I like this," but 100,000 people are saying to themselves, "No, I don't like this." You can't use that as an example. Like if it went to a citywide vote or something, maybe that might make sense. But let me find that article. I'm gonna read you about what the Memphis Task Force did. They basically were doing warrant checks and warrant sweeps, warrant roundups.
That's what I heard like say. Typically, law enforcement in states and the fed law enforcement get together in some sort of joint working task force. That's how that stuff is usually handled, not by sending the National Guard into Chicago.
And you know, probably the crazy thing is you keep saying just let ICE do their thing and they'll be out. That's not the fucking case. You're saying come here, let them cause fucking anarchy, and they'll be gone. Who's gonna let anyone do that?
They're not causing anarchy.
Let me open your door to your house. Let me cause anarchy, and then I'll leave.
What?
Mike clearly doesn't know what ICE is.
The people
Mike
that
thinks
are
that they're going.
protesting ICE don't even.
You know, Mike, you just don't know. There's a lot, and it's really incensing to listen to people like you because you actually don't know what's happening. You're giving us answers based on what you think is happening, but you don't actually know what is happening. And part of that is because you're A, not in Chicago, and B is because you drink the Kool-Aid. You listen to what's being said instead of what's actually being done.
So what do they do?
They're arresting residents. They're arresting people who are going and picking up people from places without an actual plan. Randomly picking people up, ramming people who have been in opposition in their cars, ramming people who are in opposition to what they've been doing and protesting what they've been doing. This isn't, Mike. Let me give you a little bit of a wake up. This is not an actual job. This is literally a bunch of racists with their faces wrapped up in towels chasing people around the city. They don't know who's illegal. Half of the people that they're detaining, they have to let go. Do you know that, Mike? No, because you don't read shit. Because you don't know anything. That's why. You're just simply supporting the anarchy. That's what you're doing. You're saying this based on what you think is happening versus what's actually happening. And you sound stupid while you're doing it. So what you should do, and my recommendation, is shut the fuck up and go and read what's actually happening first and then make your assessment from there. Until then, you sound like an idiot.
This was the type of arrest and the number of arrests as of last week that ICE, not ICE, but National Guard, 2 probation violations, 8 homicide suspects, 43 sex offenses, 101 narcotics, 104 firearms, 147 others, 181 ICE administration arrests. That's immigration. 392 warrants. I can't tell you how much money they spent for 181 ICE administration arrests, right? And that's illegal searches and seizures, but I guess that hasn't been ruled on yet. But everything else was warrant roundups because there was no investigation done. Also, the Memphis Task Force won't release the names of more than 1,000 individuals that it has arrested or provided details about the charges they face. Arrest details and charges are routinely made available to the media and public to provide information about crimes taking place in communities to ensure transparency in the work of the taxpayer-funded law enforcement. They're not even providing information about what's going on in their arrests. But if you go back to those numbers that I just gave, Mike, do you feel like those are warrant sweeps or actual investigations? Because I don't know of a homicide investigation that could take place in a week or two. That takes actual people on the streets, like actual detectives. I watched the first 48 before, and what you think about that, Michael?
Well, now we're going to talk about how they got the 8 homicide suspects wrong, I guess. I don't know. You rattled off all those numbers. Those numbers sounded pretty good to me. There's a whole bunch of sex offenders, a whole bunch of weapons charges, a whole bunch of fucking what was the other one? Besides the homicide one, there was the other one after that. And then the ICE ones you rattled off, the 111 ICE agents, ICE arrests. And I think you mentioned search and seizure. That's one of the amendments, right? But Ray, it's not their fucking amendment. What's this? The 4th, right? 4th or 5th? What is it?
Right now. But
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But the whole point,
search and seizure things like the 4th Amendment, right?
Yes, search and seizure is the 4th Amendment.
The 4th Amendment, Ray. It's not their 4th Amendment, Ray. It's your 4th Amendment. It's my 4th Amendment. It's Quinn's 4th Amendment. It's Jade's 4th Amendment. It's not their 4th Amendment.
It's anybody.
Everyone in the United States of America.
Nah, dude, you can't do that.
Can I chime in?
By that same logic. By that same fucking logic.
Then what does it mean?
By that same logic, let's say a Guatemalan girl comes over here and not me, but somebody can do whatever the fuck they want to do to her. They'd be like, well, you're not a citizen. You don't have the protections of the law. Fuck out of here.
What?
Raise rights. Everyone that's within the United States has the protection of the law of America.
Ryan, Red Lady was trying to go before you, Ryan.
Ladies first. Lady first.
Thank you. So I just kind of came up to agree with Quinn, right? Like, I think it's a lot of people who are speculating on things and they actually are not in the places and they don't know what the hell is going on, right? So as someone that's here in DC, let me tell you what's happening in real time with real people, right? So I'll give you an example. One of my good friends, when this first started in August, right? They were doing, which they're still doing, they were doing these checkpoints, right? Just pulling over random people, right? For, like I would post it, but I know she wouldn't be happy to have her information right here. She was recording as she was getting detained, right? At this checkpoint, American citizen, not only is she traumatized from losing her job, her federal job that she'd been at for 25 years in February, right? And haven't been able to find employment since. She's a citizen of this country, lives in DC. She was detained. She's on Facebook Live crying because she was like, it was terrifying. Like, you'll know, they didn't give her no information. They just detaining people, right? Like just running with people, pulling people up, all kind of craziness. Like, so citizens, like U.S. citizens, right? It's not just people who are legal. Most of, I think it was August and the end of September, right? There were 1,400 arrests. Majority of those arrests, I don't have the exact percentage, but the majority of those arrests were all administrative violations, like people overstayed their visa, stuff like that. There was no major criminals taken off the street. So I think this notion that all of these criminals are being taken off the street with these raids and all of this, that's happening, deploying the National Guard, they sweeping up all of these criminals. It's not happening. That's not what the people who live in these places are seeing in real time or even hearing in real time. So it's just not what you're saying, Mike. It's just not true.
He's absolutely right.
I would argue it's 5 to 1.
Where
5 to 1.
do you
Either
think,
sex
have you
offenders
seen
or
some
violent
of these
criminals
ICE agents
that are arrested
people?
for every one person that is
So what you say 5 to 1? So you're telling me according to
I don't know the number on that.
Hold on, Mike. So according to your party, 20 million supposedly immigrants came in under the Biden administration. So you're telling me 5 to 1 of that 20 million. So what is that? What's that number?
Wait. That's all I said.
15 million.
You said 5 to 1 of people that are
I'm saying
criminal?
No, I'm saying of the arrests that are made. Which, yeah, I'm sure they get it wrong. But of the arrests that are made, I'm guaranteeing you that it's 5 to 1.
Okay, so how about this? Mike, do me a favor. Mike, hold on, right? Mike, do me a favor. Go to Google. They're no longer looking for criminals. They've already said that. There still are, supposedly. They are deporting everyone at this point. It's no longer a criminal thing. If you are brown, gotta go. Meaning, if you're brown and they find out that you're not legal, they're no longer just looking for criminals. And we know that it's evident. Why do you think the Supreme Court is allowing them to racially profile? Right? I don't need to racially profile. If I'm doing an investigation for criminals, I don't have to racially profile. I know who the fuck they are in my investigation. Like I told you, literally in my mom's neighborhood in the suburb of Chicago, there was a Home Depot. They literally went in there, 4 guys shopping, 4 separate people, separate parts of the store. They just came in, grabbed 4 people shopping, arrested them because they were brown. And they arrest them. They take them to wherever they take them. They set up these little setups somewhere nearby, and that's when they start, their interrogation. You're looking at documents. A lot of times on camera, you're seeing them ask for documents, but most of the time it's not. They're grabbing these people and asking fucking questions later, and that's exactly why a lot of citizens are being arrested unlawfully because they're brown. Gonna grab them. I'm gonna ask questions later. Look at the video of the kid that was slammed to the ground coming out of Walgreens store. ICE went in there, like I said, like a damn Call of Duty video game, burst into the Walgreens. So of course people got hysterical. So of course the young guy, he ran out the store because he doesn't know what the hell's happening. Exactly. He gets slammed to the ground. It's clear he's not an immigrant.
Okay. Everyone's saying, "Hey, I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen." The stupid ICE agent. Why did you run? Because the way you guys fucking.
You're a military guy.
Yeah, exactly. This is the shit they're fucking doing. And you're telling people, and Mike, your big plan is to come up here and tell us,
hey Jay,
let them do what they want to do. Just let them do what they'll do, and they'll be out of there.
Yeah, that's a figment of his imagination. Mike, also another tidbit, just in case you actually run across a book at some point or get educated on this matter. Being illegal is a civil violation. It's not a criminal one.
Yep.
It's federal.
Now there are under some instances,
anyone in the country is a civil violation. It's not a criminal violation.
So there's no. It's awfully interesting. Like I said in the chat, it's awfully interesting that the Obama administration was able to execute these sweeps without the incompetence and without the hoopla. It's awfully interesting, and they were able to do it in larger numbers than this administration.
Yeah, because no one protested them.
Both times.
Yeah, because no one protested them.
Well, they don't protest you when you actually do things legally. It's kind of a thing we do in this country called the Constitution. Yeah, when you abide by it, nobody normally makes a fucking mistake out of it. It's a new thing for some of you. But yeah, when you actually follow those rules, nobody actually makes a stink about it. And also, when you're actually doing things to improve the lives of people outside of that, they don't really have time to pay attention to what you're doing.
Obamacare.
And you know what's crazy is with that whole mask thing, Mike. They came the minute Trump got in office and the minute they deployed the first group of ICE agents, they were in masks immediately. In no administration prior where they dressed like that, unless they were going on some kind of raid. But that's out to the daily day. Right.
Okay, sorry.
My warning to you was already dropping you twice, and now you're going to keep talking about repenting on your freedom of freedom.
No, I'm going to stop
freedom of speech. Yeah, I mean, come on, bro. But go ahead.
I just wanted to agree with. I was quiet. I just wanted to agree with you, Jay and Quinn, in the context of how we're trying to talk to Mike. We don't want to necessarily just berate him constantly. We want to make sure he understands, like, this shit is going on in America constantly. And it's not something we're trying, like, yes, it feels like an attack. But you got to understand, citizens are getting arrested. They are violating our rights. They're getting arrested, and they're everyday citizens. Like a Mexican citizen that is born in the United States, he's a citizen in the country. He's getting arrested, fucking face by random ass people. What we're asking you, and a lot of the people that are supporting this type of behavior, like, is that okay for us to just allow, like, random people that don't have identification, who cover up their face, who could assault you and do very bad things to you, and maybe break your arm, but you can't necessarily, you can't even, like, say, this cop did something bad to me. You can't, because no one knows who he is. And he's arresting random people because they look like they're brown or black, or they look like they're Costa Rican, or they look like they're but they're American citizens. What if you were an American citizen, totally legal, and some cop came up to you and he said, "Fuck you, get on your fucking face, get the fuck down. You're under arrest." And they held you over 3 days in like some kind of like detention center. How would you feel about that?
What a dumb question.
That's not a dumb question. How would you feel about that?
It's a super dumb question. Let me ask you guys a question here.
No, just tell me how you feel about it.
It wouldn't happen. So let me ask you guys a question here.
No, if you were...
Did the one news reporter lady... Did y'all not see the one clip with the news reporter lady? She was wearing the green jacket. And she was standing there fucking doing the live reporting while the whole shit was going on. And she's like, one of them even asked me. They asked me for my identification. I gave them my ID and then I moved on away. Like, it all kind of like... Yeah, I mean, I guess they're asking people. Are they arresting people? That's what I'm trying to tell you. I want to ask you guys this question.
You can't tell us anything because you don't know.
These people, we're better
They're not asking for people's identification, Michael. They're actually just walking into McDonald's and walking into courthouses and walking into Home Depots and just simply taking people. They're not asking for their
Yeah,
ID.
and the people they're taking in those circumstances are the right people.
No, they're not. They don't know what you're talking about. That's
Did you not
exactly
get
the
quick
point.
fact on half of these people released because they're the wrong people? Did you not hear that part?
So they're released.
No, of course not. Of course you didn't hear that.
Oh, I know the Home Depot
Mike,
one.
what you
The
not
Home Depot
understanding-
one wild, but they got they ended up getting the.
But Mike, what you not understanding is, if you don't have where I live, you don't have to just identify unless you're suspected of committing a crime. They are admitting times violating your civil rights just by asking you for your ID. Like, that's very Gustavo Hitler-like. Like Gustavo Hitler-like type shit. To sit up and just ask random people for their ID and making them have to show their papers to prove you're not Jewish or to prove, like, come on, bro. Like, you can't be
reach
okay.
a little bit.
You can't be okay with that kind of shit.
Look, man. Here's what I want to say to you guys. Let's say, and again, I don't know if you guys I don't know about this, but I would just say this. And it doesn't need a response because whatever. But anyway, would you guys say, like, would you advocate for every single illegal immigrant to just turn themselves in so that ICE doesn't have to go anywhere near their fucking cities? Just, hey, if you're illegal, just guys go turn yourselves in so we can get over with this. Of course you would.
No.
So ICE is going in there. Now,
Because there's a difference between, you want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because there's a difference between me and you. And that's where the disagreement comes in on the political part, where there are people who think all illegal immigrants should be sent back. I'm not one of those persons because you know what? I know enough of them where you don't know why people have to come here. They're forced here. Not everyone is just coming here to take advantage of the opportunity. A lot of people are forced over here because of the conditions they live in their countries are really fucked up. Even more fucked up where they're still willing to stay here dealing with this bullshit. That's how fucked up it is. Because, Mike, look at how they have to live right now. A lot of these people, they're afraid to go out shopping. They're afraid to go to work. They're afraid to go out in the streets. This is a shitty life for them right now with ICE here. But they're still choosing to stay. You know why? Do you know why, Mike? Because guess what? Unfortunately for them, the conditions that they came from were fucking worse. And it's very
because the United States is the shit.
And they're contributing
I would
to
agree
our
with
economy. They're contributing
but also
to our economy.
to also pick on what JD said, the United States is participating in causing some of the instability in some of these nations, which is why some of these people are coming here. So this is a long, Mike. This is a little bit of school for you, my friend. I mean, it's going to take a little longer than a conversation on Facebook to convey some of this to you. But the bottom line is that overall, everybody can explain to you until the cows come home. There's a bunch of shit you don't know, and you're supporting things that you don't understand. And that's just the bottom line.
That's a weird thing to say.
Everything else is a byproduct of that. That's all it is. You don't understand what's happening.
This shit.
And more, you don't care.
Hey
what's
guys,
happening, which
okay,
speaks
because
for you.
humanity and activity is oftentimes better with society. These people that are coming to our country are contributing, and it's humanity of us being Americans, the humanity of it. We should be better. We should accept the better thing. We should accept people. We should try to help people. And these people are contributing to our society. The idea of them just taking taxpayer dollars is a farce. It's just like trickle-down economics. Like, that's a farce. Trickle-down economics is like a joke. That's not even true. It's just like these immigrants are taking.
We're spending more taxpayer dollars on this bullshit tactics that they're using to do deportation. We're using more taxpayer dollars for all the lawsuits that's about to happen against these idiots for these stupid ass tactics. We're using way more. Guess what? The country, these cities look way more fucked up than just letting the immigrants stay. Shit, I can make an argument that the illegal immigrants should stay because this shit that's going on seems to be way fucking worse to me. I'd rather have illegal immigrants stay than fucking being sent out this way because this shit is fucked up. The look is fucked up. The humanity is fucked up. all about it is fucked up.
Well, and my friends understand that there's going to be a fallout from this as well. I mean, there's also going to be an economic fallout from this that Mike doesn't really understand yet. But he will, just hadn't seen it yet. And that's the problem with people who don't understand how government works or their country works fundamentally, is that they root for shit that actually is to their own demise. People like you do that.
People on streets that are doing like yard work. They're picking up people that are doing our like farming. They're picking up people that are doing our housework. Like
how about
home? Like these are people that are just like living their life, like just doing everyday jobs. They're not criminals.
How about
they're just doing regular shit.
Here in the DC area, right? It's been a couple of news reports on it. Construction work has been heavily impacted in this area, heavily impacted because people are simply afraid to go to work. Like these aren't criminals, right? These aren't people out here committing crimes. These are people going to work. Man, there was a situation in northern VA where it was like the person receiving the food recorded his DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever, right? His driver was arrested in the middle of a damn delivery. Like it was so insane. Like so, and I'm not saying that like people just okay, everybody should just be coming here legally, right? Like it would be great if everybody did the right thing, right? But my thing is, if it should be a way for people who are just here trying to make a better life for their family, right? They're willing to work, right? They've not been committing crimes, right? They've been air quotes a model citizen other than their immigration status. It should be a way for them to become citizens and not be treated like fucking animals. Like what happened to basic human decency?
Lady, lady, you're exactly right. Where are the videos of these drug dealers that were arrested?
Exactly.
Where are these videos of these people that are transactioning human beings? Where are these videos? Where are those?
Yeah, we know those would make the news, right? Like those would be all over. They can't wait to find some of those. But it's like that's not what we're seeing. That's not what we're seeing.
Yeah, and you want to know what, guys? All right, look at this. Look at the crazy conversation you have to have with someone like Mike is the only thing he can say other than criminals. So I'm not talking about immigrants that are the criminals. I'm talking about, to your point, the one you're talking about, hardworking criminals. The only thing Mike can say is they're illegal. They should be sent back and then follow the law. We're hearing this from a man who voted a fucking criminal into office. So he picks and chooses, but guess what? You know what color Trump is and why I keep calling Mike a supremacist? He's a white man. So it was okay for this white man, who's a fucking criminal, to get voted in the highest office in the land. But when a brown person who's working their ass off and is doing good in this country, isn't in the way of anybody, isn't harming anybody, oh no, they didn't follow the law.
What do you have to say about that, Mike?
That's it. You're white. He's not gonna have to say.
Mike never.
He's a white.
So the thing, somebody was a lady who said this just like ago. I'm 34. The thing in immigration that has changed in my lifetime was when I was a kid. I lived next to Mexico, down at the bottom of Texas. We used to say, "The law is the law is the law. If we don't like it, let's change it, but let's not ignore it." And then we would say to the person, "Hey, we have to put you back in Mexico because if we let you stay, we got to let everybody else stay." But there was no sense of value judgment on the person because they crossed the border. Now, in the last 15 years, it is assumed folks who cross the border merely crossing are bad people instead of like limiting that to drug smugglers or sicarios.
Well, there's a reason for that as well, Mark. So we can get into that, but I don't want to go too far because there's a segment of our population who believes that they're being replaced by people, and soon in our country they will be considered a minority majority.
Yeah.
There is absolutely nothing they can do about that.
All the people that are making money off these poor people.
But the bottom line is that let's even talk about this. The thought experiment, thought being the operative word, that took place in Florida. I believe it was around 2023 when DeSantis decided to do that bullshit Florida immigration crackdown experiment, where they implemented I can't think of what the bill name was, but it was to deter they had really tough anti-immigration laws. And they thought that they had to implement an e-verify system that was guaranteed that only Americans were going to be working there, and they would transport the undocumented people. And what happened during that time in agriculture and construction, hospitality and service? What happened during that time period? Mike, you know,
It collapsed.
there were construction delays, the labor shortages took a fucking huge economic hit. It was horrible. So they had to go back to doing the exact same thing that they said that they weren't going to do, very quietly though. And now he wants to rave against it.
Quinn, do you realize that like some of this imported immigration that we utilize within our country for these kind of low-wage jobs are facilitated by farmers and corporations that allow for the manipulation of low wages for immigrants that coming in and controlling their wages? Like, we still have that in America. We have wages being controlled in America that are low wage. You don't have a passport. You can't leave. You have to work. And you're getting, $2 a barrel or $1 a barrel for what you do in America. There's a invested interest in deporting people and bringing people in all at the same time for our farming system when it comes to Florida and some of the southern states. Not necessarily the agricultural giants of like wheat and some of the larger things that are more industrialized.
Yeah, they don't have a machine to pick oranges off.
I'm so exhausted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, some of those things are, you have to have people to do it. Like strawberries, like oranges, like some of this stuff.
Well, we can pay Americans to do that, right? Americans will do those jobs, right? I mean, that's been proven. We've seen Americans.
Well, those were black jobs that they had taken. So I'm just looking for that long list of that long line of black
jobs,
taking those black jobs back.
Well, I mean,
the last time niggas was doing shit like that was about the end of the sharecropping era in the 40s.
Well, you mean that there's no Americans in general, white, black, or otherwise, who are rushing to do jobs to pick fruit?
You don't even know this, right? But they had Alabama.
They have cheap labor, and the cheap labor is like maybe 50 cents a barrel.
Well, but the people can pay more, though, right? I mean, all we have to do is increase the wages, and Americans will do those jobs, right?
No. Let me tell you this.
The cost of it. So you don't.
I know you're being facetious. But I'm gonna let you in on something. It was Alabama or Georgia, one of them, when people had low-level felony probations or high-level misdemeanors or something like that. The states were offering them in the counties time off of their probation. Some people are even getting out of jail, not prison, but jail early. If you didn't have too long, like a state jail felony under 2 years. If you do these agricultural jobs.
You're right.
White, black, and all in between was like, yeah, fuck that. I'd rather
Isn't that a form of slavery, though?
Bro, I used to work for the prison system. And in the state that I live in, you don't get paid, you do.
I'm just saying, isn't that a form of slavery?
Yeah, it is. But the Constitution said that slavery ain't abolished in those situations.
Hey, Ray, in those same states, I thought it was. I mean, I always knew that, how they use the prison systems to do these jobs. I didn't know how physical it was, though. I didn't know in like Louisiana, Mississippi, that they were actually pulling people out of prison to work in places like McDonald's and all that at a $2 an hour rate of pay. I didn't know that. I didn't think that was a thing.
Bro, let me hit you over the head with something right now. So where I live at, like, you're not getting hit that hard with the prices of groceries and shit like that. And you want to know why? Because I live less than 10 miles from 5 prisons, right? So I worked at this prison and was like, oh, I got to get this dude to sign this shit. I asked the dude who was straight me where he at. He said he at the farm. I said, the farm? This is a real farm? Yeah. Come on, I'll show you. It is literally probably the size of 2 football fields, troughs of pigs, one right next to it, chickens and shit like that. He said, "You didn't know that this is a real actual working farm?" I said, "No." He said, "This was during the middle of the pandemic." He said, "Why you think your egg prices ain't went up super high?" I said, "What you mean?" He said, the cartons and all that shit, they just buy these eggs and put them in their cartons.
Wait. So you mean? Hold on. Let me, because I'm not clear about something. You mean to tell me that I could pay Americans to do that job? I can pay Americans to do that job, and still have my chicken or my eggs to be $2.99.
Chicken, eggs, pork, beef, whatever. That's why
I can pay Americans $20 to $30 an hour and still maintain those prices for grocers. I can still do that.
Bro,
why not?
While my prices of my groceries have gone up, if I compare them to, let's say, my brother who lives in Dallas, right? His has gone up more because they don't have access to 5 state prisons right there, where when I go and buy my fucking pack of steaks that we get to cook once or twice a month, that fucking cow came from down the street, was raised by somebody who's doing 25 years because he has a drug problem and he kept violating his probation, and then he violated his parole and got all his time and had to sit down because in this state you don't get paid for your job in prison.
No. I'm just saying that in general, as a general rule, if I paid Americans to do those kinds of jobs, even if I was, we know that according to you, I can't pay Americans to do jobs for $20 to $30 an hour and then expect my groceries to still be at a reasonable rate.
No, it's gonna get deeper. Let me tell you why it gets. Hold up, Ryan. Let me tell him, because you don't know about this, right?
Quinn, he's missing.
And Marshall might know this, right?
Ray, how did you get what Quinn's saying? How don't you get it, bro?
Yeah, you're missing what Quinn's saying.
No, I know what he's saying, but I'm trying to wrap it all around. Just let me rock a little bit. If you go to places like Edna, Texas, and Marshall knows this, all them chicken and poultry processing plants, Marshall, what does everybody look like that works in them plants? And I mean every fucking body except the supervisors.
Don't answer that, Marshall.
Black? You want me to say it to you, black? That's what you're trying to say?
No, they're all Hispanic.
They're all Hispanic,
You can't get no black person, you can't get no white person, you can't get no fresh off the boat Asian person, you can't get nobody fresh off the plane African. Nobody is going to work that job.
But I was told that if Americans had those jobs, if they were paying enough, then Americans would work those jobs too, and those would be jobs that Americans.
Quinn, let's make this real simple, right? I can show you how we could just exclude the whole submission that he just gave. Whatever prisoners that make up whatever percentage of the labor force right now, to the amount of immigrants that are doing the labor-intensive jobs that Americans choose not to do, is so minimal. If I were to give you 0.8%, I would be being extremely generous.
Yep.
We can't focus on the outliers. What he's saying is, in general, we're to pay the laborers, right? Not just a small percentage that the prison workers make up, but the general labor force, anything near $25 to $30. Inflation would be so high, the prices would go so high to accommodate that, just like the tariffs, how it inflates the prices, that we could not even begin to look at how much it does in extra costs. That's all he's saying. That's all he's saying, bro.
The people who work in the processing plants in Texas and all that.
Regional aspect of the prison system within its region, and they're doing like maybe some small sourcing from like local goods from a regional small town system to keep the small town alive, possibly, and to possibly make sure that the voting aspect in that county, when it comes to the aspect of the state, is voted to a certain area, right?
That
It's
ain't
all
what I
about
was
like
saying.
who votes where, who votes how. Let's
What
make
I
sure
was-
these people get like their food cheaper, and then they vote a certain
No,
way.
no.
And then the county.
That's not what he was saying, Ryan.
The whole
I know. I'm saying that's how it works.
Oh, okay. That's not how it works. Go ahead, brother.
The whole example and everything I was saying was using, like, demonstrating the labor force and the labor practices, right?
But you're talking about outliers. We're talking about the force, which is not made up of prison workers.
That's right.
No,
This is all
that's
outlier.
not.
Prison system is an outlier.
No, using that as an example.
Yeah, I know what you were saying.
To
It's not even they want to do that job.
No, Ray, for
The
a second
only,
there,
the
you
only
came
people
with
they
a-
can get to do the job, if you're not going to follow illegal immigrants to do the job, is people who are forced to do the.
He's saying even the least privileged among us still don't want to do that job.
Right.
That's
why I gave an example.
That's why I was asking questions being facetious, but understand that none of
So you're saying even if you're in prison, you still don't want to do that shit.
You still don't want to do that. Like, imagine that.
Do you guys hear what y'all
When
are
I tell
saying?
you they work, some of those guys will put their life on the straight and fucking narrow because they don't want to work the hog pens.
Wow.
They might work the chicken pens.
No, they
They'll
wanna
definitely
work.
work.
They want to work outside.
Ray, you wanna hear something crazy, Ray? I seen the picture, and I ought to find it and post it. I'm driving right now, I'm moving around still. But let me tell you this, bro. The picture was of some white men on horses, right, overseeing some black men out in the field picking cotton. I was like, damn, these pictures are crazy, bro. But here's the crazy part about that picture. That picture was from Alabama this summer.
It looked like an old picture, though, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it was the 50s or the 40s, but that was this summer, 2025.
They picking potatoes and shit like that.
Mike, is that
all
turning you on?
And them people will not even do that job.
Dude,
to
I'm
get time
white.
off
And
their
I
sentence.
hate that. It makes me angry.
That made me think that they're still indentured servitude going on.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
That's what's going on. Gemini, you're right.
Okay.
There's indentured servitude going on right now.
So, aside from the prison thing, by the way, I would consider it punishment. And like Ray said, if something like that is going to deter people from even wanting to go to prison because they're going to have to do shit like that, it sounds like a double positive here to me.
No,
Now,
prison labor
do you
been
not?
going on for many years. It hasn't deterred shit.
All right, so
And we should make sure they're paid in the right manner for them to like get out of prison to make sure they can like succeed in life.
Man, they get paid like
I'm sorry, lady.
they might get paid like $2 an hour. I don't even. I mean,
it's like,
they don't.
like 10 cents.
No, and actually, that low wage encourages more bullshit arrests and fake ass, these fake ass convictions so that they can fill these prisons up. That's what these low wages fucking do.
I agree with that.
That don't address the problem because the specific prison I'm talking about specifically, I spent it was called Darrington Unit. They renamed it since then. But that prison has been around since 1903. And that prison has been full since 1903. That shit don't stop nobody. You gotta think about it. Most of the people are in there now due to drugs, selling drugs, using drugs, or stealing shit to obtain the money for drugs.
You ever notice?
I want to hear what else you gotta say.
Still full. Don't stop nobody.
And the depth of the units down here is still full too.
Yeah.
Just so
You ever notice how? I'm sorry, lady. Go ahead.
But no, you go ahead.
I was just interested. You ever notice how privileged people always speak from their own perspective, as if those things are real? Like, for instance, Mike saying, well, if you don't want to go, those things are deterrents to prison. You mean as opposed to people being hungry or being destitute or feeling like there's no hope and they get into a world of crime and then they realize that they have to go and do something, that's going to be a deterrent? They didn't want to go in the first fucking place. So you can't conceive of a reality where people are in such a place where they have to make decisions that way. And I'm not justifying crime by any means, but I'm saying that I understand. I understand that there are people in circumstances that you don't understand. For you to say something like that is evidence of your privilege. And the fact that you don't recognize that there are people in those circumstances. You can't even conceive of that.
Okay, you're right, Quinn. You're absolutely right. I've been to the lowest and the highest. I've been fucking fucked up. I've been high with money, and then I've been on the depths of fucking jail and sitting in a fucking cell.
Were you born into it?
Horrible. No, I was born into fucking good shit.
Yeah, were you ever
born into good shit?
So then we're not talking about respectfully, we're not talking about your circumstances.
Respectfully, I still understand.
You go to a bad
Of
school?
anger. I understand the depths of like.
No, you can't.
Anyone or anything.
Respectfully, you can't understand that. And I'm being nice about this. This is not something you can conceive of.
I can still say that emotionally and like cognitively.
I'm not negating your personal experiences. What I'm saying to you is you can't negate others. You weren't born into those circumstances. And again, I'm not saying that's not the case for everybody. But I'm saying that there are people, not you. I was really speaking to Mike. Yes, I was.
You're born into just the depths of despair.
I was born in the hood. You know what the hood's like?
No, I don't.
I wasn't born in it. We were not rich people. We were not even middle class people.
Wait, is there ever a scenario where I can understand where you?
But that's my own personal. There's plenty of people like me that aren't born into those kind of circumstances.
You hear my question? Is there ever a scenario where I can understand where you come from?
Not if you weren't born into them. You can sympathize, you can empathize, but I'm saying that you can't understand that, and I can't understand yours.
I can take that. I will accept empathizing with you.
But But here's the thing: I'm not trying to understand yours because I don't live in a country that says that my shit is the shit by which all things are standard. It's not considered standard.
Yours. I live in Costa Rica.
Yours are.
You moved to Costa Rica. I live in Costa Rica, so I don't live in that country.
I'm not. You're still missing the point. The point is that to be born, and I'm not saying this across the board for all people that look like me, because that is not the case. Most of the people in my community are not born into those circumstances. I'm saying for those who are, you can't relate to that, and you shouldn't try. It's not something you want to relate to.
I'm not trying to relate to the depth of despair of some of the difficulties of any kind of person that was in a third world country, a second world country, or a black American, or a black African, or a Jewish person in Israel in 1940. I'm only relating on the humanity of who I am as a person.
And I can appreciate that. What I'm telling you is that your circumstances did not look like mine.
Yeah,
and that is okay. That is not to make you feel any sort of way. That's not what we try to do when we explain that. We're simply trying to identify to you that your circumstances did not look like mine.
But can I battle with you?
Listen, that is okay. You're having a different conversation. That's perfectly fine. What I'm saying is it's not necessary for you to try to equate your circumstances to mine. I'm not even saying that mine were worse or better. I don't know what yours were. I'm simply telling you the circumstances that lead to what people like Mike can't even conceive of.
There you go. Ryan.
Mike doesn't understand that like people are like struggling. Mike doesn't understand.
All right, there we go. Ryan, relax. So quit. Now, I was saying the thing about the prisoners thing. That's a whole different topic. What I really want to say is, I don't think you guys have been hearing yourselves for the last like 5 minutes. Surely you guys aren't saying you want to exploit illegal immigrants for cheap labor.
I don't understand how that has a place in the country. We didn't
saying that. No,
we didn't say that. That's not what you're talking about at all for the last time.
Let's think the ICE agents taking people off the streets. Let's think the ICE agents taking people off the street.
Look, that was to me, right? You're saying, surely you guys are not saying you want to exploit cheap labor. I'm saying is those jobs are available, right? I cannot control what that industry pays that person. I'm trying to show you why it's necessary.
Well, the market dictates the pay.
Correct. Okay. The market dictates the pay. I'm trying to prove to you, that's the whole point of me going into that whole story. Those people are needed here to do those jobs so those goods can be at an affordable price because nobody's getting paid more. If you take those people away, it
Ray, you want to know what, Mike, you want to know why the argument I know you're trying to bring that is typical of your side is disingenuous? Because guess what? You assume a lot of these companies are going to raise. How many Americans do you think are making minimum wage, Mike?
How many Americans are making minimum wage?
Yeah, how many Americans are making minimum wage?
Strawberry.
It's a lot. It's a lot. You all keep it with this argument that by deporting immigrants, you're going to drive up the wage. No, you're not. Guess what? You come work this $11 an hour job. Look it up. The farmers that lost a lot of the immigrant employees that stopped showing up, you know what they did? They posted now hiring signs for the same rate of pay they were paying the immigrants. And nobody went to go fill those jobs. They're not even willing to pay the fucking Americans $20 an hour. So what you're trying to say, the argument you're trying to make is, like what Ray was saying was, oh, you guys are trying to exploit immigrants by paying low wages. That's not. They're paying Americans the fucking low wages. Americans are exploited all throughout this country. Minimum wage is a fucking thing. There's many. Shit. McDonald's pays minimum wage. There's many fast food places that pay minimum wage, and farmers pay minimum. There's millions.
Hold on, Ryan. Let him finish speaking, Ryan. Hang on, brother.
Yeah, there's of Americans on minimum wage. The issue at hand is, guess what? You nor many other Americans don't want to do these fucking jobs, and you don't have a solution. Mike doesn't have a solution. You're just gonna sit up here and stand up here with your chest all out, and you have no fucking solutions. You just brown people. The only thing that's on Mike's mind is brown people get out. This is a white person's country. We'll figure the rest out later. That's the only thing you have.
There you go again.
What's more?
Very, very short-sighted and very, very stupid.
There you go.
Go ahead, Mike. You were talking. Go ahead.
Well, okay. I'll be quick.
No, take your time.
Okay. So, again, I don't know why you keep doing this race thing on me. The point what I'm making is this right here. First of all, the minimum wage thing, I don't know the answer to that question. If they're paying illegal immigrants minimum wage and they put the sign up, they're going to pay Americans minimum wage, and no one took the job. I don't.
They don't make minimum wage.
What's that?
That's funny.
I don't know. Well,
let's start there. We're making less than minimum wage. And also, I want you to be clear on this. I don't know if you know this, but this is a fact.
You're in the matrix.
Breaking up.
You're in the matrix, bro.
Yeah, I'm on a roll, so let me know.
You're good now. Go ahead. No, you're not.
We're breaking up. Yeah, I'll start that. Mike,
hold on, guys.
You keep talking. Mike, keep talking.
No, he was Gemini's fine, but I mean, when he gets back, we'll drop him in. But so this is also what you're not concerning yourself with, and at least my estimation. The problem is not with the adherence. The problem is not our adherence. The problem is with the corporations that you're talking about, that you vote in line with. By the way, the corporations that support the president. Yeah, so they're the ones that go lobbying Congress in whatever form that is, and they're the ones that keep those things the way that they are. They're the ones that keep the minimum wage where it's at.
That's fair, Quinn. I'm with that, and I have a problem with people that are hiring illegal immigrants.
But you vote with them.
And
we all do. So I mean, that's not just on you.
Just give me like more than a couple minutes. I want to respond to Jay. I gotta respond to Ross.
Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, stop, man.
So Jay, I just want to say, when I mentioned, you said that they're all the illegals got taken away, and they put the job signs up, and they're trying to pay the same wage they were paying illegal immigrants. And then you mentioned the minimum wage thing. So you're saying they're paying the immigrants minimum wage. I don't know. That's all I brought that up.
Immigrants are not making minimum wage. At least not from a general.
They took away all the illegal immigrants, and they put the help wanted sign up. And they were going to pay the Americans the same wage they were going to pay the illegals.
So specifically the farm I was talking about, specifically the farm.
Okay, sorry.
To Quinn's point, there are immigrants that are exploited for minimum wage. But I'll tell you,
some make over.
We all know they're undercutting.
Yeah, and some make over. But I'm gonna tell you, like the immigrants I know here in City, Chicago. See, I'm gonna tell you, the immigrant of today, and I'm talking about the undocumented immigrant. of today. It's not the same of in the past because they know it doesn't matter what your status is. You still have access to lawyers. Now, obviously, it's a little different now because you got ICE all over the goddamn place. But prior to that, guess what? If you underpaid an undocumented worker, guess what? It's still illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal in this country to do that. Guess what? Illegal people aren't stupid. So the minute you underpay them, just taking your ass to court, and you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose that if you choose to underpay undocumented workers. Now, there are many situations where they're just taking advantage of, and I'm sure it's happening.
That's with most of the cases because they don't fight in court because they don't have
they don't want to deal. Yeah, because they don't want to quit.
Jay, man.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, I get all this, and that's what the whole. Remember when Trump, they took the farmers away, and all the fucking corporations were like, "Yo, Trump, what the fuck, man?" So he gave all the farmers back, and he said, "I don't have any solutions." Look, I don't understand why if they do the farmers thing, right? And again, we talk about just farmers, but they're working in restaurants, they're working in a lot of stuff, they're doing a lot of jobs, right? We're just trying to talk about the farmers. I don't understand why they can't have some have some goddamn iPad and have the motherfucker register for some shit. I mean, I go to a fucking festival and they fucking take my information on a fucking thing and I get some shit. And they show up the next day, show up the next day, show up the next week, show up 2 weeks, show up a month. And now if they showed up a month in a row, no problems. They're just working and they showed up for a month straight. Why can't they just be fast tracked and be like,
Ryan, hold on.
I don't understand.
Mike.
Now them going after the people that have deportation orders, them going after the criminals, yeah.
Mike, hold on, Ryan. Mike, welcome to America. That has been the foundation of all the bullshit in America. That's why I was telling you earlier. That's why I say white supremacy, because the bottom line is they have a lot of these people that are running in the Trump administration. They are the very people that are hiring a lot of these undocumented workers. But there's this sentiment out there now that, you know what, we got to get these brown people out of here. That's why I told you this is a whole different thing. Mike, the people that's in your party, they benefit from these low wage, the people that they can take advantage of, right? That's what's making them millions and billionaires, right? So why would they want them to stay? Because the people in your party,
that's why they're pissed.
I was getting ready to say that is a bipartisan effort.
If both parties are money hungry, but you know why they're not? Because now this is a different thing. Now there's this it's too many of them. They're replacing the white folks. They want them out. That's the narrative.
You're absolutely right.
That's the fucking narrative.
You're absolutely right.
That's the narrative. Because Mike, to your point, you know what? To me, and what you just said, I think the same thing. If they're a hardworking person, they've been here, they've been paying taxes, they've been doing all that. Yeah, it should be easy to say, you know, you're a goddamn citizen. Why the hell is it made? Why is this so fucking difficult?
Hey, Jay, allow me to.
Yeah, I know you're gonna fuck it up.
No, hold on. I don't think that's the case. Do y'all remember when they said you can self-deport? They're like, self-deport, we'll cut you a check, and then you can come back the legal way. If you get deported by us, you're not going to be able to come back. They have no problem with them coming.
May I expand on that?
The right way.
Mike,
What
you're saying is not true. How many people are being allowed to immigrate in here from Caribbean countries right now?
What?
Answer. How many people are being allowed to even legally immigrate to the country from these Caribbean countries right now?
No one wants to.
What do you mean?
No, I didn't. Ryan.
What do you mean Caribbean?
Ryan, I gotta send you to the.
Hang on, Ryan. You gotta wait.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Ryan, bro. Yeah, it's annoying.
I'm not familiar with this, Jay. Sorry.
So, how many people are legally migrating into the United States right now?
I don't know. Are you saying they're allowed to legally?
Yeah, allowed. Yeah, even if allowed. Yeah.
I don't know.
How many people being allowed?
What Caribbean countries are you speaking of?
Anything south of the border.
Ooh. I don't know. Allowed to legally enter.
Okay, so let me help you where I'm going with this. People aren't being allowed right now to get their citizenship. People are not. They're not letting anyone in right now.
Yeah, they should cut it off right now.
Oh, they should cut it. Oh, okay. So now you got a new narrative.
Yeah, they
So
should stop
you
it right
just
now.
said these.
So out of hand, we gotta.
But a second ago, you said these people should leave because then they could just they'll be able to come right back.
No, there has to be some type of halt so we can start.
All right, so Mike, ask me this: someone that's been here, they came here when they're 15 and they're 40 now, so their whole adult life is lived here. What do you want them to do back in this
Well,
country?
if you came here when you were 15 and you're 40 now and you're not a citizen and you've done something, you haven't stayed up on your stuff.
Oh, so it's not because the system's broken; it's all on them, right?
15, now they're 40.
Yeah. You know how many people there is like that?
Where's the
Do you know how many people that are?
Yeah, and almost every and if you go look at all those cases, they would have not. They would have not gotten their paperwork in. They would not showed up on time. They would not done this. They would not done that.
No, it was a lot of
criminals.
And even at,
where's the compassion?
Guys, look, if anyone on here on stage were to move to another country, if any one of us in a country, you would just go there. You would all apply for citizenship the right way, immigrate to the country to go live there. You know that. I don't know why our country. I moved to Costa Rica. I'm not a racist for saying that. There's ways to enter the country. And by the way, if you're fleeing because you're scared for your life, why wouldn't you go to a legal port of entry? Why would you go to a cartel and trek through a desert?
Well, because they don't have a choice, Mike. You don't know how the world works, and and I've told you that in the beginning. Yeah, you did, Ryan. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ultimately, Mike, you got to really understand. So I moved to Costa Rica. It's fucking hard as shit to fucking get your residency and all this other crap, right? It's hard as hell. But I did it voluntarily on my whim. People go to America because we are better. Like, I'm an American citizen and I'm proud. And I am still like looking into America to be proud. And for you to say like we should kick out people.
What would happen to you in Costa Rica if you didn't have citizenship?
Oh, I mean, I have to like legally do different
No,
things.
if you didn't have it, what would Costa Rica do?
I have to leave the country at least every 6 months for sure.
But you do know that most of the people that come into our country who are considered illegal come in through legal ports of entry.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
You do that. So if you have a problem, then you need to be guarding not the border of the country. You should be guarding the airport.
And a lot of people are working.
Mike, you
I just want to say a lot of people that are coming into this country are working.
Yeah, that's
They're
the overseas.
They're doing jobs. And I'm just like confused on where ICE is trying to kick out people like Quinn said and like Jay said. These guys have like lived in this country for like, let's just say someone lived in the country for 30 years and they had 2 kids that are like 20 years old and they pay taxes. Like it's all proven. It's all proven. And they illegally entered the country 30 years. They illegally entered the country 30 years ago. They illegally
sales tax or anything. Are they paying?
They illegally did it, but they still started a business.
Wait, Mike, what did you say about tax?
Well, everybody says, the whole tax thing.
Why are we trying to
Everyone
ice
says,
them out of this country?
Talk about like.
Hold on, give Brian, hurry to finish up so that we can actually talk without you interrupting. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll stop talking after this. I support what I'm trying to say that Quinn said and Jay said about people that have jobs in this country for 15, 20 years. Why are we not allowing that to continue? And we're just pulling them out of their family environment. And when people are trying to protect these people in their communities, we feel like that's a bad thing for, like, Republicans feel like that's an insurrection when Democrats are saying, these are people in our community, we want them in our community.
Does anybody remember? I don't know, I'm just going to spitball. There was some proposed federal legislation for undocumented immigrants who came to the U.S. as kids. And there was to provide a pathway to legal citizenship. Anybody remember that?
Thing, right?
No, it was implemented in 2001 under a what president?
Obama, right?
Oh yeah, Obama was president in 2001, huh?
2001 Obama, huh?
No, my bad. Obama did something with the Dreamers, right?
Well, see that, but do you know who that act was started under?
Well, it was 2001. 2001, I was in high school. What was that?
2001, the president's name was George W. Bush.
Yeah, it was Bush, right?
Yeah, imagine that. a Republican president. Guess who tried to re-implement that? Guess who tried to re-implement who tried to continue that legislation?
Yeah, I'm with the docket thing.
Well, clearly not, because if you again, and you just said that, if you said if you were okay with people being transferred, but the people that you're talking about that you endorse via ICE are going around into places where those people into hearings, by the way, where people are having hearings for their naturalization and taking them out of their fucking hearings.
That's not
At the government office.
It's happening. You just don't know
they
it's
go to
happening. Right?
courthouses, and the arrests at the courthouses are when they're fucking getting their asylum claim denied, and they arrest them right after their asylum claim gets denied. They arrest them right away.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That is not true.
All of them, the motherfuckers in their asylum hearing.
That's absolutely not true. They're catching them with their attorneys during the process. They're
interrupting the process.
Legally compliant, showing up for their court dates to continue the process and being intercepted during that process. They're not catching them after they're denied.
Because it's low hanging fruit.
At least in LA. I can only speak for LA, but that's what's happening in LA.
They're getting people after the asylum claims getting denied.
That is not true. You need to educate yourself. Matter of fact, there's been multiple attorneys that have been on LA TV that are talking about their clients whose due process was interrupted, not completed and denied, but interrupted by ICE. And they're trying to see if there's any type of reprieve to bring them back. They were not denied. You don't know what you're talking about.
Are you on Reddit and you see all these guys just walking around fucking regular streets, just pulling like regular people off the road? Like, do you think those guys are like drug dealers?
No, I was
random ass fuckers.
Reddit. I wouldn't go anywhere near Reddit.
It's kind of hard to educate somebody that's already choosing to be uninformed, though. Like, that's what you guys are trying to do.
Guys, they're getting people that have deportation orders. Some people they've had deportation orders.
It's not true.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. They're interrupting due process.
Look up why the Illinois Supreme Court had to put a stop to ICE agents going to courthouses in Illinois. Look that up and then tell me what you're saying is bullshit.
And why are they
all right? So then stop going to court. All right, so stop going to courthouses.
Because the judge did not put a stop to it because ICE agents were waiting for people that were on.
There's a lawsuit, guys, of 12 people who were illegally deported during their hearing. They were just filing their paperwork, so it's not people.
Just put it in the chat so you can read it yourself, Frank.
There you go.
But why is ICE patrolling neighborhoods and just picking up people randomly off the street?
They're not.
Because you're
come on.
Did they give them
Are you kidding me? You don't think that's happening?
Yo, what's up, Ace? I'm you.
Good, how are you guys?
Good.
That is absolutely happening, Mike. I know you think. Actually, I can't say that I know what you think. All I know is that you seem to be drinking an excessive amount of Kool-Aid.
White supremacy.
You don't know what's happening. I mean, forget everything else. You don't know what's actually going down.
What is happening with like American population? I think instead of attacking Mike on this, we need to understand what is happening with like,
guys.
people.
Ryan, did you hear Mike's submission in the beginning on the raid on the apartment building? His justification for ICE detaining American citizens is because how dare those parents put kids in that living situation? They were doing the Americans a favor. This was Mike's submission when he first came in this room. Mike is a
what a
Hey, let's not. Hey, we can be better than that. Let's talk about people's names.
All right, right. Let me show you how I'm gonna be better. Let me show you. Let me show you this. Because I'll be damned if you're gonna sit up here and.
I appreciate that, DJ, but that was fucked up, bro.
No, it's fucked up that you said it.
It's not okay. Whatever.
That's exactly what the fuck you said.
No, I didn't. I said they were going to get a bunch of illegal immigrants that were gang members.
And then, did you not say
they had no idea what
those parents
gang members?
They
had no idea what they
ashamed
were
of
going to do. They had no idea
themselves?
where they're going to be.
Did you not say
no
those
idea.
parents should have been ashamed of themselves for putting those kids in
Oh, I said, why did I have to?
No,
And then
you
I
did say that.
I said, well, with the kids thing, you guys said they arrested kids. I said I haven't seen any videos of them arresting kids. That photo that everyone showed was a hoax. It was a guy that plays cops and robbers with his kid. So that had nothing to do with Chicago. The dude lives in Texas. But I haven't seen any videos. But I did say this: videos came out of that apartment complex before the raid, and I'm saying that if there were adults that had children living in some of those things, some of the places that I saw, that's a problem. I wouldn't let my kids live there. I'm sure any of you other parents that are on here wouldn't fucking dare. I will fucking do anything.
You will let your kids live there. That's the only place that you can live, and at least in the moment. That's exactly what you'll do. Because you don't know what you do, because you've never been in those circumstances before. So it's really rich, pun intended, for you to say that you would do that you wouldn't do that, because you haven't been in those circumstances. But that's another conversation. But it is relevant to what we're talking about, because that is the privilege that informs you about this entire thing. That's exactly what it does, because I'm telling you, whether you like to hear it or not, there are circumstances that you cannot conceive of that put people in those scenarios. Different conversation, but relative. But the bottom line is that they are doing things that you don't think that they're doing. They're doing exactly those things. They are picking people up off the street. They're going into legal hearings, and they are detaining and taking people out, which they are receiving fight and pushback for. So they're absolutely doing those things.
Give me just a second here. Look, so he keeps saying that they're only going after the people that have been already denied, right? And that's who they're extracting.
People that have deportation orders, yes.
Okay, so do you believe that there is any other cases, or the majority of people are not hit with deportation orders before?
Like, are they grabbing people on accident?
No, not on accident. Right here it says ICE has been targeting people at immigration hearings who had appeals pending, so they haven't reached their final denial, right? People had never been in removal proceedings before, right? They were just going there to initiate. They were going there to initiate the process, right? So they're appealing a denial.
So wasn't that denial?
So the process has not been completed. Yeah, it hasn't been completed.
Come on, man. How many appeals?
It's a fact. I'm giving you facts. You can say come on, man, all you want.
Bro, they had their fucking due process. They got denied. They don't get an appeal.
Did you not? Yes, they do get an appeal.
Why?
That means you don't understand the process.
Why the fuck do they get an appeal?
That's how the process is set up. That's our legal system.
So what if the appeal gets denied? Do they get another one?
No. Don't laugh at your ignorance.
Bro,
you just didn't know that.
Is their due
You're showing that you don't even know.
Bro.
But now here's the. Did you hear the second aspect? Did you hear the second aspect? They're also targeting people that have never been in removal proceedings before. They're in no part of the process other than the legal application process. They have not been denied. Do you understand that?
Yes, wait.
I want you to comprehend these words, because that is very important.
That one again.
They are also targeting individuals who have never been in removal proceedings before. They're not in the process of being removed. They're in the process of applying for citizenship.
Well, yeah, you apply for
citizenship
from your own.
And they're getting snatched out mid-process.
You don't apply for citizenship as soon as you get here.
I didn't say as soon as you get here. You're adding in words I didn't say.
You apply for citizenship from your own country.
What are you talking
Guys,
about? That's
why
not
do
true.
y'all think? Why is our country supposed to operate any differently than any other country in the world? I don't understand this. You apply for citizenship from your own country. You don't.
This is our process. You don't create the process. We just have to abide by it.
No,
we're
we have
supposed to.
we're
But
making
they're
it
not.
go.
They're not abiding by the process that has always been the process.
Bro, do you want to know who's the most mad about this? Are immigrants, legal immigrants, who, like, the dad came. Then he had to send money back to bring like one of his kids. Then he brought the next kid. Then finally his wife got to come here. He spent like fucking 15 years doing it. And now all of them are legal citizens. Those are the people that are the most fucking pissed off about this. You don't apply for citizenship as soon as you get here. No country in the world works like that. Zero.
Are you sure about that?
100%.
Okay. Donald Trump. Listen closely, because I'm gonna show you how you're wrong. Donald Trump's grandfather, his name was Frederick Trump. He was not a U.S. citizen before arriving in the USA. He immigrated here first and became a naturalized citizen after arriving. He did exactly what they're doing. Without him doing that, you wouldn't even have Trump here. So that is how the process worked. That's literally how his grandfather came here. He didn't come here as citizen pre-approved. He got approved after getting here and going through the naturalization process. You're explaining nothing. You are completely ignorant of the process. The more you talk, the more ignorant you're showing yourself to be.
Donald Trump's grandfathers, we're talking like mid-1800s.
We're talking about the process has always been this way. It's how it's been since the establishment of the United States. This is due process. You need to start to understand the process so you can understand. The reason why you can understand when they're deviating from the process is because you have no clue about the process, clearly. And ignorance isn't an excuse. Without this process, Trump would not be here to do what he's doing now. That is how his grandfather came to be. Type away.
Yeah,
Just validate every single thing I'm telling you.
Yeah, there's steps in the process. I mean, there's rules now that there weren't depending on when his dad came. But so if you're contextually, if we're talking about at what point you're able to do that. So under U.S. code now, you can't. You can apply for your citizenship, but it's going to take you, sometimes between 5 and 10 years, but you can apply for lawful residency. You can absolutely do that immediately. As a matter of fact, it's a requirement. You have to do that.
I find it hilarious that he didn't know that people don't come pre-approved, that they have to apply after arriving. Like, that's fucking hilarious. And he's saying it with his whole chest. Like, Google away. I hear you type. Do all your Googling and then come back and tell me how wrong I was. I bet you can.
I'm not Googling anything.
You are.
I'm specifically speaking about this. You come through the Ellis Island back in the day, or you come through a legal port entry, and you make the claims, you do all this, whatever, right? You go through all that. We were talking about people that came across, right? Was the Rio Grande, right? The El Paso, I think it is. Marshall would know. He's on the border.
Yeah, the Rio Grande's the river.
Places that are not legal port of entries, right? And they come up there. Then they get arrested. And they're like, oh, I'm applying for citizenship. Second, motherfucker. Why did you just go through the legal port of entry? And now, if that person just gets arrested, they're like, oh, asylum. Or this, or that. And now they get like a court date. And then now, I guess you're saying ICE might show up while they're in the process of that, but they never had their court date yet. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, ICE has been showing up at courthouses to deport people.
I just told him that, Marshall.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they're
I've read this, and I think it probably be beneficial. This is United States Code 1325, and Matt, it deals with what you're talking about. Just so everybody's clear. This is, and I'll say in the chat, improper time or place, avoidance of examination or inspection, misrepresentation or concealment of facts. I'm reading directly from U.S. Code. Any alien who, 1, enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time, place, other than as designated by immigration officers, or 2, eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers, or 3, attempts to enter the United States or obtain entry by willfully false or misleading representation of a willful concealment of a material fact, shall, for the first commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or in prison not more than 6 months or both, and for a subsequent commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or in prison not more than 2 years. Now, I'll stick the rest of this in the chat because nobody wants to hear me read, but that's literally what immigration code says. I like primary sources, and so usually I go to the horse's mouth.
And Mike, let me help you because you keep bringing up why don't immigrants come through the legal port of entry. So let me just let me just read this for you. So immigrants don't come through legal points of entry primarily because there aren't enough legal pathways, and most lack the necessary family, employer, or refugee status to qualify them. So even for those who are eligible, legal immigration can involve lengthy wait times of a decade or more. You understand that? Of a decade or more.
Yeah, I could have said it better myself.
And the process is often expensive, with additional barriers and lack of required documents, advanced education, financial resources. In some cases, people are fleeing immediate violence or prosecution and cannot afford to wait for a legal process that may take years or decades.
I mean, that's an argument for me, dude. They're trying to buck the system. And the fleeing immediate violence, I get it, the asylum thing, but asylum doesn't give you the right to go pick whatever country. Like, asylum doesn't, you get to go pick whatever country you want to live in. Asylum means where you stop where you're safe. That country has to take you in because you're fleeing something. And then once it's done, you go back. Asylum, I mean, people literally, asylum, you have to go back. You don't just get to seek asylum and then just be there. That's not how that works. You go back once you're safe.
Asylum under United States Code, staying in a country is you're applying for the finishing of either the refugee process or the asylum process. You're allowed to be in the country while that's being adjudicated.
Well, that's fine, but either you get to seek asylum, and then you still end up going back. It doesn't mean you get to just be there.
So the crux is, Mike, it's a categorically negative event. It's a negative event for people to come in to our country that are seeking asylum.
Yeah, but
so
you have to prove an asylum.
Negative for them to come in.
A better economic life is not asylum.
No, I'm asking Mike, do we want these people to come into our country to increase our population of certain services that aren't necessarily indicative to the American population?
Yeah, of course, as long as they do it the right way. Yeah, I gotta pay to live here. Fucking, they should have to too. So
yeah, I'm saying, like, do we want these people to immigrate?
Yeah, I certainly want to know
jobs that we don't want to do and pay taxes and do
yes, Mike. But in order to do that, they must go through the lawful process.
What's
that mean? That means that 75%. This is an immigration stat from either the Border Patrol or from Homeland Security. Oh Lord.
Sorry, they got to go through the legal way.
Hey, Marshall, can you look up how many businesses were prosecuted on employing illegal immigrants?
Not enough. Off the top of my head, it wasn't very many.
So, Mike, you're battling against people that are coming here to make a new life, but you're not battling against the companies and corporations exploiting the individuals coming in here to make a new life.
Yeah, you're weird, lady.
Like, where is
not enough? And I've said that they need to get the corporations bigger on it too. What I said about the economic better life, I'm saying coming here for a better life for your family does not constitute asylum.
No,
asylum is like fleeing fucking persecution.
Why not? We need that. We want that. We want that.
Then do it the right, Ryan. What are you talking about?
Mike, they are doing it the right way. That's claiming asylum is the right way to do it.
So why are these corporations not allowing these people to do it, and they're manipulating people to come into this country, and they're not being prosecuted, they're not being kicked out, they're not being.
It's not illegal. Just read the law.
No, I'm just wondering where the corporations are not a part of this situation. We're talking about these illegal immigrants that are working for these companies.
If someone goes to their asylum,
where are these companies not?
And they ask them, they're like, "Hey, why did you come to America?" They're at their asylum hearing. They're like, "Well, we knew we could get a better job and make more money." Do you think that they would be granted asylum?
75% of those who apply under the asylee column will not be granted asylum
Right,
status.
that's what I'm saying.
But that application process is legal, lawful, and constitutional.
Yeah, cool.
They are allowed to have that adjudicated. They may
Marshall, no one's arguing that, dude. No one's arguing that. So they come here illegally, they get arrested. They're like, "Hey,
they don't get arrested. They have companies that are working, that are paying them minimal wage, very low.
They go to their asylum hearing. They make up whatever claim they want to make up. They get denied asylum, and then now Gemini's like, "Well, now you get to appeal." It's like, bro, they got denied their asylum. First of all, them getting their asylum hearing is due process. Then they got denied their asylum hearing, which is due process. So now they gotta go. And You're like, well, they're in the process of their appeal. Appealing what?
Mike, do you realize what happens? There's new people that are coming in. They're working the same fucking jobs, and the companies that are taking advantage of these people are taking
They're
advantage
clogging
of the
the
same
system
people.
up.
And they're doing the same thing. And what happens?
Yes,
The government is going to kick them out again. And then we're going to just rotate new people in
more immigration
with no
judges.
rights.
It means we need more immigration judges, and we need a correction to Code 8/1325.
Well, we don't need more. It'll eventually work itself out. We don't need more immigration.
So, Mike, you've not talked about any
Then we just talk about
any company that is
Go ahead, Ace.
doing
Guys, 40% of the so-called illegal immigrants overstay their visas. So
because
he's so focused on asylum.
Get them out too.
I want to be clear on this because you keep saying, well, they're appealing their asylum. They're not just appealing asylum. I don't think you're aware of the other various ways that they can get in, right? Are you familiar with U visas, T visas, the family petitions? Are you familiar?
But when they got here, they would have been legal.
Are you familiar with those? Yes or no? So yes or no?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
So when I'm talking about appeal, I'm not just talking about asylum. I'm talking about the U visas. Look it up. I'm talking about the T visas. I'm talking about the family petitions as well. Asylum makes up only a small portion of that.
Gemini. I understand what you're talking about.
I have no problem with visas, but guys, visas.
That's literally what I'm talking about.
Gemini,
No,
I
we
totally
talk about
agree.
denial of their.
The companies are trapping the employees
My
in
bad,
those
Gemini. Maybe I
visas.
too. No, if someone
You
comes here
understand
on a
that?
visa,
You understand the companies are trapping the employees in those visas? So what they do is they basically get them in on the visa, and then they hold their visa status as a circumstance for them to get paid undervalued wages. And those people have to continue to work undervalued wages because that company holds that visa status for them to get deported immediately. There's no repercussion there because the company will just say, oh, this guy's an illegal immigrant, bye. But the company is not held accountable for employing illegal immigrants.
I don't think anyone's going to co-sign that.
Yeah, because no one does. Because people want industry and they want the cheap labor. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like,
I think
it's
that was
okay to have
that was
people coming in.
These people coming over here on visas are coming here legally. Now, if they overstay their visas, yeah, we got to figure this shit out. What the fuck you doing here? You got to go. Sorry, but they came here legally.
If
We were
the
talking about
asylum
people that are-
process is a legal process, you have the ability to go through. Like going through the asylum process itself is following the law.
Well, okay, agreed. But you can also, Marshall, you can also argue that filing asylum, you can go to the embassy, the nearest U.S. embassy. You can do that from not this country. I mean, I find it weird that people that are fleeing persecution and gang violence will go and fucking deal with the cartel to get through a desert and then claim asylum.
Marshall,
Why the fuck would the cartel? If you're seeking asylum, wouldn't you think that means you would go to a port of entry where their authorities are?
Mike, this is why.
I'm just, well, you would think that the port of entry would be the best place to go.
No, you just do whatever it takes.
Yeah, Ryan. This is
Why
why
would you
I
go to
always
where the cartels are?
Right, or Mike. This is why I always use the term I use towards you, is because you have this much energy over a person trying to make a better life for themselves, and you fucking vote in a fucking pedophile piece of shit criminal like it's nothing with no question about it. That's why I question your fucking motives. Because look at all this fucking energy you have towards brown people that are doing just trying to make a better life for themselves. Yeah, it's violating whatever fuck law. But you don't have a fucking issue with someone that looks like you fucking does it on a grander. You have no fucking problem. In fact, you vote him in fucking office. You have no fucking problem. So guess what? What am I supposed to? What am I supposed to think? You're putting this much energy in to this argument makes no sense. Because guess what? Maria, who has been in this country for 10 years, she opened herself up 3 tamales on 42nd and Western, got fucking deported last week. How does that hurt you? How the fuck does that hurt you? It doesn't. But you know what? You gotta stand 10 toes down because you know what? You'll be damned if a brown person comes in here with a law to get in here. You'll be fucking down. But like I said, white man runs for office, all these fucking
risk of being kicked. I'm white, and I'm not. I don't think like that.
Well, yeah, that's why I wasn't speaking for you.
Yeah, I feel bad for the lady that has the food stamps.
Yeah, but
It's dumb people.
for her.
It's dumb people.
Yeah, and you may be right, but I specifically say that to Mike specifically because it's not just this with Mike. We've had Mike here many times, and if you hear his talking points on any subject, you will see a pattern of behavior that Mike is a fucking white supremacist.
Yeah, fuck off. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
I've said white
Okay,
supremacy.
hey, guys.
I feel bad for the lady that has.
What do you think, Mike? What is your response?
But I said, right, so I feel bad for the lady that has the food stamps. But what I said earlier, for every one of her that gets deported, yeah, dude, you should let her stay, dude. Like, that's what I said earlier. Put her in some type of shit where she has to, like, do something for a whole month or 2 months. Fuck it, make it 3 months. She has to do it. If she does it all 3 months in a row, then obviously she's not a fucking crazy person. Let her do her thing. But for every one of her, there's 5 that they're getting that are criminals, sex offenders.
Dude,
No.
You're making that up. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Not.
Mike, post
People are regular people.
Mike, post that fact to me. So post it. Look
The
it up.
one dude they just got, who's in the plaid shirt, they released
Jay,
him
can
out
I
of
rant?
fucking, they released
Can I
him out
rant,
of court.
Jay? On
It
this?
was a
Can I rant?
fucking first-time sex offender.
Mike, you're fucking totally wrong. The 1 out of 5 you think that are criminals, that you like 5 of them are criminals and 1 person's good, you're insane. We live in a world where everyone is just good people mostly. Like everyone is just good people. Like mostly everyone you interact with, everyone you fucking talk to are just fucking good people.
Naive thing to say.
There's not like this overwhelming variety of angry and like negative people. The negative and like horrible people that live in our world are probably like the 5%-ish. There's some fucked up people in this world. Absolutely. They don't like have the cognitive ability to like accept emotions in their life. They're fucked up. They're like just evil people. That's probably 5-ish%. But 95 motherfucking percent of people are just good fucking people. So your idea that these people that are just living in this world just try to live their best life and immigrated to this country, they're not like drug dealers that are just horrible. And you know what the best part of this is, Mike? I really want to say this. The ICE, if they were really badass, you know what they'd be doing? They'd be attacking the fucking drug dealers. They'd be going to the deep, dark areas of our cities and really getting into the hood and fucking attacking the fucking like drug dealers that are really angry. But you know why they're not doing it? Because they're fucking all these fat ass fuckers that are never going to be able to be trained.
How long y'all gonna let this go?
Hey Ryan, let me read
I'm done.
this. Let me read this to Mike. The percentage of deported immigrants. So this is as of this year. So that means under Trump. The percentage of deported immigrants who were criminals. It is a complex issue because most of them have no criminal convictions. So sources indicate the majority of the deportees have no criminal convictions at all, or they're minor offenses. Many deportations involve individuals with only minor infractions, such as traffic violations. A smaller percentage of deportation involve individuals with more serious convictions. This is just a simple Google search. And I told you, here in Chicago,
What's the percentage?
Here in Chicago, they've deported a little over 1,000 people now. But back when I read this article last week, there were 1,000 people deported, and it was less than 10% that were actually criminals. So for every 1 Maria, there's 5 criminals. It's bullshit.
Absolutely inaccurate. They're not going after the criminals because that's hard to do. And you have all these fat fucks that are in fucking ICE gear that aren't gonna fucking go after real fucking criminals because they're not actually doing that. They're just going after the low-hanging fruit of the random person on some random rich person's neighborhood that's doing lawn service. Come on, that's happening.
So
and it's horseshit.
Ryan, you mentioned something earlier about
Sorry, I'm mad.
you mentioned something about going into the hood, so to speak.
What about these corporations? What about the system that create this causation behind the salacious need of drugs that America has? You
Robert,
understand
you're
it's
absolutely right, Robert.
So I don't want this to be, well, I shouldn't say I don't want this to be, but in the scenario that you painted,
I would ask, why are we not confronting the people that are hiring the immigrants? Where are we talking about these companies that are hiring the immigrants? That is huge. Why are we not prosecuting companies that are paying minuscule wages to illegal workers to make products that we are paying a less price for in the market? These companies.
Right, let me answer that. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but let me answer that part. And this is just my opinion. I don't really have facts on it. I'm assuming is because it's almost like a slow bleed. Because like this massive deportation is going to affect us very badly. But for them to go after employers on a that would be more of a grand scale. Because think about it, they could easily put businesses to e-verify. I know major corporations do it, but let's just be real. When people say major corporations already e-verified, we're talking about like actual headquarters. We're not talking about their factories and the shit that is down the scale. Then you got these other businesses that hire undocumented workers. And like I said, the Trump administration could easily implement all businesses need to e-verify. Why don't they do it? I mean, why don't they? Because they know on that grand scale, this shit's gonna fucking collapse. They know it because it's not that hard. He can right now say, all fucking businesses need to e-verify. Pass that shit through Congress, force all businesses to e-verify, and guess what? It will be a whole other level because now not even undocumented workers. I mean, unless they're strictly paid under the table.
Hey, what does that say to you, right? What does that say?
I know.
That says that we live in this.
Yeah.
That's totally inaccurate. It's totally
America. That's what I said. It's a government. That's why I don't really make this a Democratic or Republican. My issues with what has happened with the Republican Party is obviously the way Trump administration is inciting violence in the city and want to be authoritarian. But to your point, Ryan, the point you're trying to make, there is a deeper issue on why we have immigrants here. There is. Look, that border's been open forever. I mean, it has been open.
So Jay, I'll tell you that.
But you know what I mean.
The answer.
We've been letting people come through for a reason. During the pandemic, after that shit went down, the economy was at a halt. Businesses were at a halt. You couldn't even get a damn, like you said, my business, I couldn't even get a grill. I needed a grill. I had a year wait. Production was down, manufacturing were down, and then you know what? All of a sudden, come on, hell, immigrants came through, and that shit turned around. Shit started producing. Shit started
so you like the fact that labor.
And I put this, Ryan. Immigrants saved us from the pandemic.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So Jay, let me expand on this. We're not denying the fact that we need immigration and we need low-wage jobs. I get it. We live in a world in this capitalistic society where
you said we need low-wage jobs.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just going to exist. That's how it works. Whether they're coming from China, whether they're coming from America, whether they're coming from immigrants that are being paid by companies that don't want to hold them, they're getting paid low-wage jobs in America, but they're going to keep doing it.
So let me ask you a question.
It's going to exist. My point is, go ahead, Robert.
Are you aware that most people on SNAP, a large percentage of people who are on SNAP are actually working 40 hours a week and simply don't make a wage to be able to afford food? Thereby, that means that these companies are getting subsidized.
Absolutely.
Did you realize that?
Yes, I do realize that. Yes, absolutely. Like Walmart, for example, has one of the highest stamp oriented individuals that are doing food stamps within their company because they don't pay them enough to be on any kind of livable wage. Like Walmart is one of the largest employers in our country, but they artificially give them lower hours to make sure they don't get health care, they don't get insurance, they don't get anything they need to make sure that they have a livable wage to even like buy the own products in their own store. And then they use food stamps. They use taxpayer-funded food stamps to make sure that those people can survive. I find that as a huge problem in our nation, where a company is allowed to basically underpay their employees, and the rest of the nation pays taxpayer dollars to make sure that they can cover the costs of livable wages. Like I think Uber is a good example.
So you're against illegal immigration labor?
No, I think we should absolutely have immigration. We need immigration.
No, the word illegal immigration.
Oh, no, we should instead of funding kicking people out, we should throw that money at making people come in and doing it the right way. We should throw that money by employing people to get them into this country, to get them in our workforce.
But I'm saying, okay, 2 seconds ago you were like Walmart, and you're right about the Walmart thing, right? I heard that they only hire part-time because they do get around the insurance thing. They got to pay people part-time wages, means they don't have to give the whole insurance to all their employees. That's why when you go to Walmart,
we should not allow them to do that. We should not allow them.
That's why when you go to Walmart, there's 1,000 people working, but they're all part-time. But the insurance thing's a big one because that's the shit that people forget about. But we'll get back to that. You said you didn't like that they were. You just said it again. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. So you're upset about American citizens only having Walmart, basically.
No, American companies manipulating.
Well, no, I'm saying you're saying you don't like that Walmart is exploiting American citizens by only giving them part-time and not giving them insurance. But so then you wouldn't want companies doing it to illegal immigrants either.
No, I want immigrants to come in, and I want to, instead of paying for them to be deported, I want to put all that money into legally getting them in the country and registering them and making sure they have a pathway for paying taxes, getting into the system, making sure it works, and being involved in the American economy. Because right now we're wasting a shit ton of money just by employing people to grab them and take them out of the country. They want to be here. They want to work. Let's get them to work. Let's pay people to get them into the system. That seems like a way better option than to just pull them out of the system. All these people want to be here and contribute to our economy. Let's fucking pay them low wages. Honestly, those are the motherfuckers that are gonna do the shit jobs. Honestly.
But they are paying
so
taxes.
let's get them in the system. Let's pay them. Let's make sure they're contributing.
Undocumented immigrants actually paid $96.7 billion in
Yes.
federal, state, and local taxes.
That's correct.
But they are.
Dude, immigrants pay a shit ton of incoming taxes. They want to pay. They want to do it. The whole misconception in the Republican Party has been pushing this idea of these people are taking from you. But the realistic fact is that the corporations are taking from you on the idea that you don't have health care. It's not the immigrants that are taking your fucking health care. It's the corporations are taking your health care. They're fucking you over constantly by not giving you reasonable access to reasonable medicines at a reasonable price. And then you're Republicans are just blaming immigrants, and it's manipulating you, right? It's manipulating you, Mike, and thinking that the immigrants are taking from you, and you think they're taking from you, and they're making America worse because the immigrants are taking things that they don't deserve because they're not putting in their own effort. Who, give me a break, Mike. What immigrant isn't putting effort in? Give me a fucking break. There's no immigrant sitting on their ass.
An enemy had to be created. You
Yeah.
know, when you think about, I'm not Republican or Democrat. I was at the that's worked in corporate as I have, you know, for many years, especially, you know, back in the days, I would say, insurance companies had employees by the balls. Companies were able to leverage those benefits to keep employees in line. And the notion is that you needed a good job in order to have decent health care benefits. And I dare say with the Affordable Cares Act, that shifted dramatically. It took away the monopolization that these insurance companies had over Americans, and Americans were able to move around more freely and not be handcuffed to a company merely because that they didn't want to work for their suck, but merely because they needed health care benefits. And so now in current times, in contemporary times, we have painted an enemy. It's as if an enemy had to be created in order to distract people, and everybody's drinking the Kool-Aid as far as who their enemy should be. This notion that, you know, that they needed this enemy in order to feel emboldened and powerful. You convince poor people against another group of people, and that manipulation equates to these politicians being able to have votes and to keep you in this freaking hamster wheel vacuum that we see out here. And that's what's going on in America now. We have enemies. At first it was the immigrants, and then it was the immigrants with criminal records, and then it's the group of, then it was the black criminals in the inner city, then it's the reporters,
and now it's like Democrats,
and anybody that has an opposition to the agenda of the MAGA movement, and that's where we are now. And it's the way they have painted the Democratic Party as evil, so on and so forth. It is so dangerous. It's so dangerous that we're no longer talking about policies and issues. We are just demonizing a political party, and the goal is to eliminate. And so you see toxic content and propaganda out there, which creates this narrative that too must be destroyed, that they're evil. And what it does is it consolidates the power and the movement of those who now hold office. And sooner or later, and I'll land with this, the things are coming to a grinding halt. As a business person, I can name probably as an entrepreneur, most of the projects that I'm working on now have been negatively impacted, not only from the government shutdown, but from the implementation of these new policies under this administration. It's like everywhere I turn, it's more difficult now to do business. It really is. And so I'm sitting here literally at 5 a.m. in the morning, the time at 4:51 a.m. And I'm literally thinking about what the pivot needs to look like, how things need to be moved around. And the way I'm thinking, a lot of fund managers who are in charge of untold fortunes, untold capital, people are figuring out where to move capital, how to move, and nobody can really move because everything is so unstable, inconsistent, and you can't do any forecasting with any confidence. I have a building project right now. I can't even run pro forma on it. My developer, we can't even fucking forecast right now because nobody knows which way things are gonna go. So everyone is taking a defensive position and trying to just maintain until we know which direction we're going in. And this shit fucking sucks.
Yeah, it's economically not viable because it makes people not do things. I'm in Costa Rica, and we're trying to invest in multiple different developments on multi-million-dollar properties, but everyone is, just like Robert said, like everyone is like holding their breath because America used to be this idea of, like Robert, we were like pretty consistent. We had the dollar, we're consistent, and we're just doing our shit, and it's just consistent, and everyone could invest, we could do things. At this point, as Robert said, everyone is all the business people are questioning where to invest their money. And that sucks as a property manager and a developer.
is still awake in the room, what problems do you guys experience? Like, I want to hear real stories. Like, you know, like I mean, who exists in the, you know, how are you guys being impacted? Like, we don't talk about these stories enough on Clubhouse in these spaces. Like, how are you being impacted these days? Like, what's going on with y'all? I need to hear some stories, man.
Okay, so where are the people complaining about the numbers? How are you impacted? Come on, guys.
Exactly, Ace. They're not impacted. They just want to bitch and complain because I know Mike doesn't like what I have to say, but he has no justification, really any justification other than, oh, they're violating the law. But he supports people, he puts people in presidency that violates the law, so he can't be that concerned about the law, unless he's only concerned about it when it's people of color, brown people. So that's why I say what I say. And if I'm wrong, then prove me wrong.
He's not consistent with his argument. That's a problem.
Right, I know that. Yeah, exactly. He's not. But Robert, you know what? I'm going to tell you. There's stuff I would say how it impacted that. I probably wouldn't share on the stage, but I'll tell you stuff that I would share on the stage is, man, just the city, you know, in constant. I'm here in Chicago, so the city just, you know, areas of the city in constant chaos. You know, people that I know that are now, you know, fearful to live their lives, you know, to live their lives. You know, that's a thing, you know, that impacts you because you don't want to, you know, knowing that you know to see, you know, go through that. Yeah, man, it's just inhumane. It's inhumane, and the problem is, you know, unfortunately, this only gets worse. This only gets worse. You know, we're only in the beginning of this, and unfortunately, there's one too many people like Mike on the stage who they don't have a clue on what the real reality is. You know, they are okay with not being humane because they broke a law coming to this country trying to better themselves.
They didn't break a law, though.
No, I know, but that's in their mind. In their mind, hey, they broke a law to get here. So you know what? If they got to be roughhoused, punched, you know, pulled away from their children, shot with pepper bombs, put in unlivable conditions like, you know, like alligator Alcatraz. If they got to be dehumanized, well, you know what? Hey, they violated a law coming here. Oh, and they're brown. They're brown. You know, if Mike saw this happening to a group of white people, I think he will have a change of heart. But because he sees these people as animals, that's why he can comfortably say the shit that he says that comes out of his mouth, that he can so comfortably say. He can ignore all the facts. Robert, you weren't here for this part. When Mike came on stage, the first thing he mentions, because he brought all this up, he mentioned
I know it seems like I missed a lot, man. Like,
yeah, he mentioned the raid. He mentioned the raid on that apartment building on the south side of Chicago. That was, you know, predominantly African American people.
They arrested everyone.
There was they detained everyone. They didn't arrest everyone. There were 30 some odd immigrants that were in that building. But obviously, you all saw the video. They made a masquerade of it. They made it look like a scene out of Call of Duty. They had the film crew there. They pulled in with the helicopter. You know, we have, you know, American citizens in this building with kids and the whole 9 yards. They ransacked the building, made it worse than what it already was. You know, went through people's personal shit, just treated it like shit, threw it everywhere. just treating Americans like dog shit. And Mike, he's the one who brings this up, and his response is, well, ICE did those. He didn't say black, but we know that was all the people that were in there, other than the immigrants. So they did those people a favor, because why the hell would they have their kids in that living conditions in the first place? So ICE actually did those people a favor. That's how Mike comes on the stage and talks, and then he takes. Everyone else can say what they want. And I know Ryan was against me. I don't give a shit. When someone comes in with that mindset,
I'm not against you.
That is a supremacist mindset. Mike's so supremacist, he doesn't even fucking recognize it.
Dude, shit is
That's
fucked
how
up.
Man, I missed all of that. Jay's
Yeah.
fired up, man. Jay's
I
fired
would
up.
say,
But this is what he does. Mike comes in here. Mike comes in here and spews this bullshit all the time. And then even when I had the conversation with him, I didn't even want to talk about him because you know what? I got it. I'm okay with people being against allowing undocumented people to stay. That's fine. They're entitled to that. To that. I'm against it to an extent, right? I do think criminals should be deported. I don't think people that have been here for years should be. I don't think people that have been here long enough that have been contributing to society, working hard, should be. And that's my opinion on it. But other people don't agree with that. Other people, like Mike, think every single one of them need to be deported. That's fine. And he's entitled to that. I'm not actually against that. That's his opinion. But here's the thing. After we said that, I wanted to specifically talk about the tactics and, the dehumanization part of all this. And like I said, his fucking attitude is just, well, they came here illegally, so it is what it is. It's like, fuck them, like they're fucking animals.
Yeah,
So
I think most
I
people
have
agree
no
with you.
problem. I have no problem calling Mike a fucking supremacist for that fucking reason.
Yeah, man. You gotta call people out.
Hey, let me say, Jay, most people agree with you. We're not crazy. Like, I'm a white dude. I just want to say, we're not fucking crazy.
You're Caucasian.
Most people agree with you. And like this idea that we should have people just like rounding up people, it's just, and I've lived in Costa Rica. Like I've moved here a year and a half ago, and I'm watching this from like afar, and I'm like, what is happening in my country? Like, what is fucking going on? And it makes me feel sad, Jay. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, people are just fucking arresting people on the fucking streets. And it blows my mind. So I'm just sad about it.
Yeah. What's going on is clear as day. And a lot of times, you know how they say a lot of MAGA are low IQ and not the smartest people. That's how Trump doesn't get it. But you know what? The more you talk to them, even though I agree with it, but damn, the more you talk to MAGA, like Mike, you find out more and more. No. These are people who are literally just like Trump. It's not because they were manipulated into their decision to vote for him through all this propaganda that he spewed. No. Because even as they find out a lot of it was propaganda, it doesn't matter. They still stand strong with him, and they still agree with every single thing the man does. Are they dumb? A lot of them, yes.
Hey, Jay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
So the question is, the people that aren't too far gone on the MAGA movement, how do we bring them back? Like, where is
you don't even waste your
Jay,
time.
Come on. Okay, Jay, come on. There is a point where we know that not everyone is fucking crazy. And some of the people just got caught up in whatever. And there is a point where we have to communicate with our fellow countrymen, in the United States. Instead of making enemies of them.
It's not really about being an enemy. I could care less about them. My thing is, we need to focus on the millions of people that didn't go out and vote. That's what we focus on. I'm not focused on MAGA. And you know what? When finally this shit turns around, hopefully a lot of these MAGA just go back and run into hiding, right? Because they're all coming out.
For real.
They all came out because of Trump, and they all got on their high horse and all right, we're gonna come out.
Boomers, they're all gonna die.
Who we really are, and then hopefully they just go run back into hiding.
But do you think, Jay, that we have as being more like I like to think that I'm informed. I like to think that I'm not necessarily someone that wants to judge people on one interaction when they possibly can learn and then find that that wasn't the right path, and they can come
that's
back
not
to the right interaction. And I know that there's a lot of I hear in your conversation you have a lot of like they're wrong, they're dumb, they're stupid, and they're negative, and all those ideas don't necessarily allow for the nation to be better in a sense, or heal, or do anything.
Now, Mike, right? Don't
be
get things confused. I'm not going out on the streets doing this. We're in Clubhouse, and the MAGA that we get on this stage, they're exactly as I described them.
Do you think Mike is that type of MAGA?
Absolutely. You hear them, and this, like I said, this is not just Mike on this subject. This thinking, this thought process that he has. Mike doesn't come in here that often, but when he does, every single time on whatever subject, his alignment is always bullshit. And so there is no, what you said, there is no talking to someone like Mike. Have you been able to convince him of anything today?
I think
which Mike are you talking about?
The one to the right of you, Robert.
Which Mike? I'm sorry, guys. Which Mike?
Mike
Mike
Allen. Mike Allen. That's
Mike
on stage. No, right here on stage. Mike Allen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think he was starting to question his ideas, honestly.
No, he's not. Mike, were you starting to question any of your ideas?
No.
There you go.
So,
okay. But Jay, it's the third time you said that. Go ahead.
So, Mike, people are kind of attacking you a little bit, and I understand.
Not people, just no one else.
I can give a fuck less, right?
It's okay. I'm not trying to be in any way in that context. I'm saying,
all right, calm down, lady.
Is there ever a circumstance where you hear new ideas and you have a possibility of changing your perspective?
Yeah, all the time. So, Jay, that was the third time you fucking did that shit. Robert, if you're still here, the Chicago apartment thing wasn't brought up by me. I didn't bring that up. You guys brought it up about how they're going into apartment buildings in Chicago. Now, what I said was
replays are on.
Go ahead, fucking play the replay. This is the third time you've done this. What I said was this: they went to that building, they arrested 36 illegal immigrants, all suspected of gang violence. And now, if you go through the fucking tape, and you see when they're walking, all of them are in handcuffs. They're all walking. They all fucking look like gang members. You're gonna sit here and say, "Oh, profile people." Look, they're all fucking 20-year-olds.
No. I'm not gonna let you. No. Brian, you may not. I'm not gonna let you. No. I'm not gonna let you make up. I didn't say nothing about racial profiling in that apartment building raid. I never said that. No, but if you're gonna try to come at me, don't be all over the place.
So what I said was this: they went in there, they got 36 illegal immigrants that were suspected of gang violence, right? And what I'm saying is that when they're walking them all, and you see the whole line of them all in handcuffs. I mean, come on, man, they don't look like family men. Let's put it that way. So then I was talking about how they went and got American citizens or whatever. You were talking about
but Mike, what did they look like?
I said this specifically. I go, they put the black Americans that were there into the vans because they had no fucking clue what was about to pop up when they arrested all these illegal immigrants. They could be a shootout, they could be this, they could be that, and everyone thinks that they detained these Americans. They were actually protecting them from what could have happened. Then once they got all the illegal immigrants arrested, they let all of them go. And you guys mentioned the kids.
Bullshit.
I said I've never seen any video of kids.
No, hold on,
I said I've never seen any video of kids.
Oh wait, Mike. The reason that's bullshit, they raided. That doesn't even make sense. They
never zip-tied any fucking
Doctor
kids.
said they
How-
That one
how-
photo, the one
how-
photo is from a cop.
Mike, you just said they were
Texas.
protecting African Americans. So
Because they're arresting
You
gang
won't-
members, and it's supposed to be a shootout.
no, but they ransacked the building and they just fucking detained everybody at the same time in the building. It's not like they
That's
went
true.
in. It's not like they went in and
It
said,
took like 45
it's
minutes.
not like they went. Okay, so what you're saying is not true. You're trying
Yeah,
to
the
make it
people
seem
said they were
like they were
at the
somehow
van for like an hour.
protecting.
Jay's correct. They detained
Guess
everyone
what?
in the building. They surrounded the
Any,
building.
guess what? Shit, we can bring up movies. Look, we don't have. Well, Alexander's probably asleep, but she was in law enforcement for many years. If you are going to if you are targeting individuals in a big ass apartment building, you go to you kick down the door, and you go in their fucking apartments. Why the fuck are you military style?
Because they
Helicopters
knew who
over.
they were dealing with, Jay.
Jay, can I respond
We
to
act
that?
like they
And
don't
guess
know
what?
that they're going to arrest a bunch of
No.
fucking gang members.
That's the narrative. Okay, so here's
No,
what
they
I want.
did.
Mike, next time
Mike,
you come
wait
in
a
the
sec.
room,
Why do you
Mike,
just
next
assume
time,
they did
Mike,
it?
next time you come in the room, tell me if any of those people who was convicted of crimes. Just tell me
weren't.
that part.
They weren't
Just
gonna
tell
be-
me that
They're
part.
arrested. You tell me what happened to them.
Mike,
No,
let me,
they're being
let me tell
deported.
Jay what
It's not
happened.
they're
Yeah,
being
you know
arrested.
why?
They were not being
Fucking-
arrested for gang activity. They were being deported
Yeah.
because they were
Did you notice how? Did
immigrants.
you notice how once we were all getting information on that shit, the story just kind of died down.
Mike,
And that whole shit about zip tying kids is not true. There's not one
No,
video
it's
of
true.
that.
It definitely
It
Yeah,
is
fuck,
true.
show me the fucking-
All the citizens in the building said it. If you're here in Chicago, it's not a myth. It's an actual fucking thing.
Jay's right. It's true. Mike, let me.
Oh, wait. Because
No,
black
you
people
guys
said it.
say
I
it's
got
true,
it.
but
But
say it's not.
I forgot.
No,
Black people said it.
dude, I researched this.
No, Ryan. Black people said kids were there, so he can't possibly believe that without evidence.
What?
Okay, wait a second. Can I?
Right?
go?
Because black people witnessed it, and they gave their witness statements.
What is the color of their
How
skin?
do you?
Mike, wait
how-
a second. Let me go.
Black.
Jay, can I go?
God, Ryan, you can go. I'm gonna land, but Ryan, you gotta stop doing this, man. It's too late for you to constantly
It'd
interrupt.
be
It's
nice,
annoying.
doctor.
Jay, can I ask you a question? How do I interject where I can have a comment without being like kicked or something? Like, how does that work? When you guys
So
are just battling?
when we're done with our back and forth, then you can go. If we're not done with our back and forth, then you wait.
Don't
You wait.
interrupt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of common sense.
Is there a reasonable situation where I can say raise my hand or something?
No, because what you keep trying to do is telling me to be quiet so that you can go ahead and get in. And I'm kindly telling you, as kindly as I can, Ryan, chill out. Let me have it back and forth with Mike, and then you keep doing it. And then you keep doing it. And then I wind up dropping you for that. And you see, the good thing is we're on the same side, so people can't say I'm what do you call it, echo fucking chamber, because you're on my side and I'm still dropping your ass. So I don't
I'm just wondering when two
and I
people are
haven't dropped Mike once, because you know what, Mike, I will tell you, he's not jumping in nearly as much as you, and you're on my side. So typically, I would love to you go ahead and take this over, but goddamn. But go ahead.
So my question is when two people are arguing consistently over a long period of time, at what point is it like an appropriate situation?
Then you just wait, and if it's something that you don't like, then you make your own rule, and then
you just let him go at it for.
you just let it go.
I was in a group that they like had like a debating.
Yeah, but Mike, this is after hours. We typically run this room during the day. Trust, we're probably getting ready to close it because replays are gonna get ready to disappear. But we're typically not on this time, and I'm typically not the one running the stage. Trust me, I don't speak a lot. So trust, when I do speak I do speak a lot. But it's rare. But yeah. So this is not what you're trying to tell me. What other rooms do is just, it's not relevant, because this is not
what's happening right now is not typical of how we run the room because, like I said, we're typically not open. You can see the other mods are not here or either sleeping. So, just so you know. But yeah, go ahead.
I would like to say that, yes, there were children that were detained. Yes, there were people that were detained. And you're right, it was kind of fucked up. It's weird, though, that at the end of the day, I have to kind of agree with Mike a little bit. It's kind of wild. I don't necessarily agree with the overall context of how the federal government is icing people all over the country. But in this circumstance, within this particular apartment complex, they did arrest like multiple gang members, and it was not a good situation. They found like, I'm talking like 60 guns and shit, like a bunch of fucking drugs and shit. And this is like what, like a 4-story building, right? And yeah, they had to like kind of detain the people in the house. That sucked. And the story is like, oh, everyone's arrested, everyone's detained. But when they literally surrounded the entire fucking block with police, and then they literally just got everyone in the entire block, and then they evaluated who was who, and then detained everyone, and then arrested a bunch of motherfuckers that were, like Mike said, yeah, they had tattoos all over their fucking face. If you're have face tattoos, I'm sorry, you're kind of a gang dude. Like, you shouldn't have face tattoos if you're not a gang guy. And I think that applies to pretty much everyone. But ultimately, that was a fucked up individual situation. But look how the media manipulated it, right? Like, you thought one thing, everyone was just arrested, and the whole apartment complex was just innocent people and children that were detained and handcuffed, when realistically there were a lot of guns that were, like, I'm talking like a lot of fucking guns and drugs that were found in this apartment complex. And there were a bunch of fucking like hardcore known gang members. And yeah, there was like 150 people that were detained. I don't agree with that. It kind of sucks. But what do we do, right? Should we get angry at each other? Should you yell at Mike for saying that's not the way we should do shit? You were wrong, and Mike's yelling at you. We have to find some kind of common ground.
And Ryan, I don't need you to mediate. Right? Yeah. That will get
I'm not
you dropped.
mediating you. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I got it. But post the article of all these guns and drugs, and can you post that for me, please?
Yeah, for sure.
Ryan, thanks.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Gray?
Too much. Who are you to say, like, who should have face tats?
I didn't. What was that?
Not you. I was talking to Ryan.
What's the name of? Oh yeah, no face tats. You're probably not everyone is crazy with face tats, but I would say a percentage is.
Did you find the article, Ryan? You're looking
What town was the apartment complex in?
Bro, you knew the facts by detail, but you didn't know what town.
No, I forgot, dude.
So Chicago, South Shore.
Yeah, I totally forgot, dude. I read stuff, but I can't remember everything.
Yeah, that's textbook discrimination and prejudice. Yeah, I agree with the person in chat.
No, I totally agree that like it's hard to arrest everyone in the apartment complex.
Wait, what do you agree with, Grace? Say that again.
Someone in the chat said that's textbook discrimination and prejudice.
Oh yeah, because Mike said, look at the people lined up. You could tell they were gang bangers and all
I
that.
said they weren't family men.
said,
everyone.
I can't wait to these replays. You all heard what Mike said. You see how he takes the story. Mike, get your head checked out, bro. He definitely said it.
Bro, come on. We're gonna sit here and act like that.
Ryan, did he say it?
You know what I meant?
Right.
They had to line up all the people they arrested, and they certainly didn't look like fucking well-abiding citizens. Okay.
And I'm saying if you have face tattoos,
What does a well-abiding citizen look like?
Come on, man. Don't see. That's what I'm saying. We're playing dumb here. If you want to go look at the fucking video and see the people they had in the lineup when they had them all against the fence. They didn't show all 30 of them, but there was like a good probably 10 to 15 of them that you could see in the camera thing. And they look like fucking. I mean, come on. What do you say? I say the word gangbangers, you guys are gonna be like, oh.
Well, you said it.
They don't look like family man. You guys don't understand what I'm saying. You know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I'm trying to open up this one.
Now, Ryan said face tattoos. I didn't see face tattoos. Maybe some of them did have face tattoos.
But
it doesn't matter.
He's
You can
kind of
tell.
right in the sense that when you just see someone, you can.
They look like motherfuckers that are up to no good.
I'm not saying you should arrest people on judgments. I'm not saying that. But when you have consistent evidence of guns and drugs moving out of a certain area, right? You just have evidence.
No, but Ryan, post the article.
I know.
Guys, can we be real here? Do y'all really think they're flying on Black Hawk helicopters to just take a chance and hoping to get some illegal immigrants?
Yeah, that's what it seems
exactly
like.
I do.
Yeah, but they have
citizen.
when they have a whole production team there to video it, so they can hurry up with production. Yes, the fuck I do.
He's right.
Yes, the fuck I do, Mike. You're the fucking. Don't try to flip this on us. What
They
the hell?
put the 30. They
Why
put the
would they have a
36.
whole
They
production?
put the 36 people in there too.
They had a whole production team there.
I don't know, like whatever.
Well, Mike, the problem is that
Documenting it, whatever.
No, they're not. They made a spectacle of it. Wait, Ryan. You gotta stop them. Right, stop them when you said the bullshit. Those videos were not to document anything. That video was for them to make a fucking political video, bullshit Call of Duty looking ass video for whatever purpose, to appease, I guess, people like you that enjoy that shit.
That's exactly what it is.
I don't even think about it.
I don't like it.
But I am glad that they got 36. They made 36 arrests.
Was that Wicker Park?
No, South Side of Chicago, not Wicker
People
Park.
one by one.
South Shore. Ryan, I think you don't know your facts, Ryan, because it's amazing. You knew exactly, Ryan, what they did, what they got.
Yeah,
you couldn't remember a major thing like the city of Chicago.
Yeah, because he's just watching it like it's a movie. Like he did a playback like it's a movie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily. I could be wrong. I'm not going to deny that. That's better for me to learn.
Yeah, that's what making you look up the article, because even the DHS doesn't call them gang members.
Yeah,
they say what they were looking for. They said they did go there intentionally because what they assumed were, I forgot the name of the gang that they assumed that some of the individuals. Yeah, there you go. That's some of those. Yeah, that's exactly it. However, what are the facts after the fact?
Exactly. Like, what am I being told?
To look it up, because you told me after Mike got that they found a shitload of guns, a shitload of cocaine, drugs, and all this shit, and I would like for you to post that.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Damn.
Hey, I pulled you up there.
They arrived in